အဲ့ဒါတော့ကြည့်ရမှာကြည့်ရဲလာနေတော့တယ်ကိုတည်းအားပမျိုးအပေါ်တော့ဝက်90လို့ရှင်လား65ဝက်လို့ရှင်လားအဲ့ဒါဝက်လည်းရှိတယ်ဒါကိုကြည့်နော်ဒီကမှာဘလို့ကလာပိတ်တာလဲဝါကေကိုဒီဟုတ်ပြီဒါလည်းကိုပါရည်တော့ဘာသာနေကလာပိတ်တာလားနော်
At this year's Esports World Cup, we're bringing you all the games you love, all the coverage you crave. And for the first time ever, a completely unfiltered behind-the-scenes broadcast.
And he absolutely destroys it.
I don't think I ever saw that coming. That was incredible. This means you're getting the real coverage. I think that was with raw opinions. Yes, from broadcasters who don't even know they're being recorded. They don't know they're being recorded?
Oh, what do you mean? That is insane.
I'm sorry, is this a good idea?
This is what we have. All you have to do is read the lines.
That's absolutely the bed. I don't understand it. Keeps getting allowed to take control of the space, and nothing is done about it.
We're gonna get fined. There's no way that this is gonna work.
Don't worry about it. We do the thinking, okay?
I cannot believe this job on this team. Every time you think it, oh my, they got game, and
You know what? We're actually just gonna be bringing you the same great coverage once again this year. Nothing else. First KC fans try to sabotage me, now my own agent. Whenever I see them keep pressure on stage, I think, yeah, that's cool, but it could be cooler. That's why I found a crusher of my own. Through totally legal means. Now let's crush this watermelon. That's how esports should be done. So this nerd.
ချက်ပေါက်ဆက်တင်ကိုဘယ်လိုသင်ရမလဲလို့ပါရော Google လေးပဲ Google လေးပဲခောက်ပါဟုတ်တယ် Google လေးပဲခောက်ပါ
For T1. Okay, France was stronger than I thought. Don't need soap when you're in esports. Squeaky clean. Can of beans. Time to go.
Any combat, don't fall any combat.
So over on the B stream, it's Foot Tai Lu, but for us, we're getting ready for Spirit versus Gigi Hao, and I can assure you that this one packs a little bit of punch if you're a Spirit fan, because you know what to kind of expect, and if you are Gigi Hao, you really are just kind of get some straws here, trying to make it work out at the very end. Of course, I'm going to welcome you right back into the Esports World Cup. We're live here from Paris. My name's Trace, alongside me, we have Yanko, we have Jacob. We're going to have another game of Counter-Strike here. We really might have David versus Goliath. It might just be that.
Right out of my mouth, Trace. If there ever was a David versus Goliath matchup, it's this one right here. Not as much upset potential as in the first series that we had. Gigi Hao, I think, a surprise package to even make it on that last chance qualifier. They took down Hotu in the final game to make it here. But yeah, going up against the likes of Team Spirit is going to be no easy feat.
Yeah, they really had to make a sweat for it. You know, all of the games in the last year to qualify for them as well. At least the best of 3 ones were 2-1, right? So they were really fighting a lot. A couple of names that you may be familiar with, it's Sassanito, you know, a player that is trying to revive his career. Synopsy as well in there in the mix. Bad News Eagles may ring a bell. So it's names that has been here before, you know, played on stages before. But in terms of going up against Team Spirit, I feel like they can only surprise, you know. If anything, make the game competitive, get more than 5 rounds, and I'm already satisfied.
Yeah, so just to kind of run us back a little bit here, what was the Spirit that we got in Cologne?
I think the problem, obviously the big thing for Spirit in Cologne was they didn't have a coach with them, right? Like Halley was the registered one, he had health issues, and you can't substitute a coach, right? You stick with the players, you list the players as sub, and then you switch them out from the main lineup, but they couldn't do that with coaches. And Sofik, I don't think he even got his visa so that he could at least be with them on location, right? Even though he couldn't stand behind the team. And you know, whether that was the deciding factor in that semi-final loss against Falcons, I'm not sure. I think it would have definitely helped their case. So yeah, that was the big thing about them, and also that now Halley is behind them again, because even leading up to Cologne, it was Sofik for a few tournaments when Halley was dealing with some health issues.
Yeah, I guess if we zoom out a bit further, you know, Spirit were off to a terrible start to the season. You know, results weren't going their way, and started off in quite lost, and really figured out. Then they got better and better and better, leading up to Cologne. And as you said, that semi-final against Falcons, that could have gone either way. You know, that was a very close game. Small minor details could have decided it for Team Spirit. So it's definitely a team that has been ramping it up and gotten better and better and better. My only issue with Team Spirit is that they didn't win the last bounty, right? They lost that game against Mouse, the best of 5 grand final, and the fashion they did it in was underwhelming to some degree. So that's the only blip on the radar. But overall, I feel like Spirit is back to be a team where we have them in the conversation as you have it. So
Once again, not to be in my trap, because you see, we talk about bounty and we're like, yeah, Falcons, you know, they lose to 100 Thieves online, it's the first game, whatever. Vitality, they lose to Liquid, who cares, all these other teams. Spirit makes it all the way to the final, and then they lose. And then it's also like, oh, they lose to Mouse and everything. They're also allowed to have, you know, the same quote-unquote excuse with it being first event of the season, right? And just having a, you know, not their best day as well. So I wouldn't go too deep into that.
I agree with that, especially when you consider what you see on your screen right now. Dong had a no-show in that game, and how often is that happening, right? There's no doubt that Dong is a vital member of Team Spirit, and it is kind of ride or die with him. When he's playing well, obviously Team Spirit are way more prone to win their games of Counter-Strike. Against Mouse, he was nowhere to be found, you know, very atypical. So I agree with you. It's not that I'm worried on behalf of Team Spirit by losing to Mouse, but if you wanted to build up this story that they would get gradually better and better and better and better, then hoisting the trophy at Bounty would have been a confirmation that they're back to be arguably the second best, third best team in the world.
It's also in between the loss to Vitality in Rio in the grand final and the loss to Falcons. They won 13 games in a row.
Yeah.
You know, like they left the trophy in Astana, so it's like they were on a great run of form, and that's why you can forgive them bounty, but that's why again for them, same as Vitality, they need to bounce back. like
Hey,
this
hold
is
it,
where
you got it back
you
down,
really
man.
look at the
Look at
implication.
him.
Obviously, the 2 million prize pool,
And even
how much
the
it means.
summit
It's
thing.
not
You
about
got-
making
yeah,
the major for Spirit or Vitality or Falcons. It's not about that, but it's super important that you start in stage 3, which Spirit didn't do in Cologne, right? Because you get those extra 5 or 6 days, meaning you can, you know, attend some more tier 1 events, and then you still have enough time to rest and do a boot camp before the major. If you have to start in stage 2, well, then there's not as much free time, there's not as much off days, and it's the end of the season, final event of the year, right? You obviously want to be well rested and come in and peak at the right time.
And that was a team with Magic's
Oh,
back
you
in
need
the
that
wheel,
one.
right? We're talking about a team that,
No,
for Spirit, there were a
I-
couple of question marks. Are they going to be able to keep a consistent form
We
and keep
had
an
to
activated
with
player in
something
Donk?
machine
Now they're kind of
click,
changing the look at how the
etc.
team wants to operate. But it seems as though we got some of those questions answered.
I feel like in Cologne in particular, I think Magic's now, you mentioned there were no coach behind them. I think he stepped up to the occasion. I don't think Spirit were a
JD
team
99 back up, you
from,
won't
like,
be
they're sticking to the game
I
plan,
go
big
game, bro.
grounds on some of all the overtime games they had as well. I think Magic's did a good
I
job.
go behind my dad, go in.
As an in-game leader, I agree
Go
with
back
you.
and
It's
jump behind
always
my
a what-if case. We don't know if
why
Harry
did
would have
I?
been behind them or if Softy would have been behind them, if the
Yeah,
outcome
okay,
would
we
have
got
been
it,
different. But
camera.
overall, I feel like Magic's is growing as an in-game leader and he's getting more experience, and I think he passed the test so far.
That was a huge
So hope what on so.
challenge.
Let who do it back.
I think he passed it with flying colors. You go back to that
too long.
G2 game,
Transformer,
all
man.
those overtimes on T side. I mean, he didn't run out of ideas. He wasn't like just
Right
rolling
out.
the dice with his calls. He was actually putting together some really nice mid to late rounds as well.
I think
And it's hard to sort of describe it to people. Like, just imagine, you know, it's 10-10. He's alive until the end of the round. Let's say he's in the clutch, then they die. Then it's 20 seconds. You have to think of everything. Like, so you're just playing, you're focusing on your crosshair. Now you have to think about what are you going to call for the next round. Take everything into account, right? Even if you take a timeout, it's just like so much that you need to process. And it's really not easy. That's where you have a coach who comes and takes the time out. What he's been doing is just been thinking about that stuff while you've been playing the game, and can help you with a call. Can at least give you a couple of ideas. Hey, we could do this, that, and you can just make that decision. So in the highest pressure environment, which is the major, for him to do that job on a high level, I think it's pretty accurate.
And just some context right there for the Halley side of things. You know, this is a guy that's helped push them into the elite era that we kind of see Spirit operating in now. So if you're kind of operating without your backbone, it's not always a fun situation.
No, it's not easy, and it is something that can definitely have an outcome of the game, especially considering Hallie was sick as well. So as you said, he wasn't able to help too much from home. It's been a rough period in that regard. Now seemingly it's getting better. He's back now and hopefully well and rested up. So there's no excuses in that regard anymore for Team Spirit either. And I think if anything, sure it wasn't optimal for Magix, but as you said, he kind of passed the test with flying colors. So now that he's in this environment, a little bit less pressure. No, the first couple of games are not in a big arena, big studio either. So it should be somewhat easy for Spirit to get the job done and continue down the good path they've been on.
I think it's like where you stand on this whole Sotfik, Hallie conversation and everything. Like, it's hard to, if you have a good thing going, like, why switch it up? And some of the language from the Spirit camp about all of this, like, Sotfik is also now work with the main team because he's the academy team coach. And then Hallie is more overarching. Sotfik will be part of like practices, but Hallie will stand behind the team. It feels like we're just trying. In a way, it's like you don't want to necessarily remove Hallie because everything he's done for the team so far, and it was health issues that sidelined him, so you feel like maybe it's unfair to him. But on the other side, you see the good work that Sotfik has been doing and how the team has looked when he was doing most of the work and standing behind him. So you're sort of like, well, we want more of this. And I just don't know, like, if they don't have a good result here, is that something that they'll have to look at and sort of just say to themselves and admit, we need to make this a clean break and sort of maybe move Hallie into a bigger GM type of a role if you still feel like that's valuable to you, but go with what's worked for you.
It's also a way of future-proofing because, as I am aware, we don't really know what was wrong with Hallie, and they didn't know how long he would be out for, right? So in terms of integrating Softic into the main team, maybe that was a way for the team to say that regardless regardless of what's going to happen with Halley, we have a backup plan. And then you get in this, limbo where you bring back Halley and then you're like, should you have gone with Softic? Is he going to be more involved, etc., etc.? I sense that they respect Halley a lot, and I think he has a vital position within Team Spirit. And if anything, Softic could be a great assistant coach, sort of like you see with Cyclone and Siblings in Mouse, where they both have each, I guess, tendencies. Softic has been very accompanied by the whole, utility usage within Team Spirit. That's where he gotten a lot of his credit. Yeah, exactly. So I feel like you can support each other in that regard, and maybe have both work in tandem without necessarily having to choose between the two.
Let's talk about having some hope here on the other side of things. Yes, we're talking about a VRS number 1 in the side of Spirit, and I think a VRS 49 in the side of GG Howe. Yes, these are scales that are tipped a little bit in one favor here. But if I'm looking at the side of GG Howe, I'm thinking about their run to this game today. So how did they get here, guys?
Well, in the last chance qualifiers we spoke about, in a lot of close games, beat Hotu in the final game. All of them went 3 maps, all of them had been a bit of a fist fight. Not gonna lie, there were so many games going on that I didn't watch too many of the GG Howe games, and it's not necessarily a team that you have on your radar either. And I think if you want to dive into the whole simple, saying that there's a lot of teams in this tournament you feel like they are better than, I think he's looking at a team like GG Howe thinking, how the hell are they here and we are not? But lock at the door, you have to show up simple and beat your opposition. You weren't able to this time around despite playing well. For GG Howe, you can only beat who's in front of you, and they did that despite having to fight for it in every single game.
Yeah, absolutely. They were the beneficiaries, the upper side of the bracket, which was maybe a little less that, but Hotu is a good team as well on around form recently themselves, and this GG Howe is just such a peculiar mix of players, like you mentioned, Synopsy and Tatsanito, right? But Bibu, Osama, and Mini have been together for quite a while in these sort of mixes, trying to make their run through the Middle Eastern qualifiers and APAC qualifiers and Asia qualifiers, like even in some of the minors beforehand. Well, we still had that, or the RMRs rather. So yeah, they don't get as many opportunities, like they're grinding, they're the Face It Demons in a way, and this is one of the few times they actually go up against a team of Spirit's caliber.
I was just about to say they're a very brawly team, right? That's what you can expect as well, a brawly team that is willing to fight, and regardless of the opposition, you're going up against Spirit, you're going up against Donk, not necessarily a great match. We're not really going to dive into the whole conversation, Trace, about, is this why not? Because it's not about whether it's a good fit to play Team Spirit for a team like GG Howe. Regardless of how they approach the game, they're going to have the most sound tactical foundation of any team out there. You need the players and their capabilities to be able to match up against a team like Spirit. But if you were to dive into that conversation, I think Don's loving the fact that he's going to play a facing game right here that's going to be brawly and in your face.
He's the highest elo player on Face It, so hey, more of that.
Yeah, so that last chance qualifier we got from, output-wise, from this GG Howe side. Yeah, they played all the games on all the opponents in front of them to get to this point. Who are the guys that we're looking at here as terms that could actually take a fight over here to Spirit? Now, I know statistically you could say like, oh, Donk and Sausalito maybe, probably not even close. But really, who might it be?
Well, you are looking at Tatsanito, right? One of the few players that has Tier 1 experience, or Tier 1.5, Tier 2 experience playing some of these big events, right? To sort of lead the way in terms of the fragging, but in reality it has to be across the board for them, right? Even someone like Mini on the AWP, right? You need to just have a live game, as Magix likes to put it, if you're going to have a chance against Team Spirit.
That's the thing, right? You can write an entire list of things that need to happen if GG Howe were to win this game. Not showing up, Spirit not being prepared coming into it, maybe not being awake. It's, I guess, early for them to some degree. Then again, as you look on the GG House side, it's not about one player. There's not one player who can take over the game and win it for them. It has to come from across the board. It has to be every single player stepping up and playing above expectations. And you have all those things listed down and they all come to fruition, then maybe that's a game. But that's just a maybe.
But Jacob, it's only fair. We talk about Holly. What do they got going over here on the GG House side? What's Mithra cooking?
Yeah, Mithra, is a name that maybe we haven't seen as much.
Apex Academy coach, and then he has Team Liquid, and now he goes to GG Howe, which is a facing mix attack. How does that
He was the last time Liquid made playoffs on Major. He was their coach. This was the IGL.
That'll make you think on it.
There's
Yeah.
also this type of coach, from what I know, that likes structure, that likes to be well prepared, that likes to do all those kind of things. And maybe that's a good match, when you have a lot of firepower on your team and you can kind of hold it in and try to make the best of both worlds come together. But just do yourself a favor, load up your browser, check his team history throughout his career. It is the weirdest coaching career I have ever seen. He's not bad by no means, it's just weird.
Just a variety pack of players that he's had.
Yeah, teams as well for that matter.
I mean, what would it take to put a pug, for example? What would it take to put a face-it pickup game in the same motion, in the same way to kind of get them even close where they need to be here?
And I guess it's that constant balance of you don't want to take away the freedom from the players and how they feel the game and how they approach it, but you also want to build a bit of structure around it so it doesn't fall apart. And you're the coaching expert right here. You can't argue that.
Yeah, I think it's just about you always look at the players that you have and what are their strengths, and you want to play toward their strengths, and that's something that I think we need more in Counter-Strike Tier 1, Tier 2, whatever. It's just like people who have distinctive styles. Like there's too many teams out there that don't have the players to play the way that they're trying to play. Like you can't be playing like Vitality if you don't have someone as, obviously there's only one side, but like that sort of caliber of players and always like defaulting or relying on your players in mid-rounds to make moves and take initiative. It's fine if you play a little bit more set. It's fine if you take risks, like that's what you're meant to do if you're going to find success against teams that are ranked higher than you.
Yeah, and this is certainly one of those games. Again, best of one, so we are going to map out here in front of us. It smells like a mirage. It feels like it might be a mirage. Jacob, is it going to be a mirage?
I think it's going to be a mirage. That's a map where both teams are like, yeah, cool, let's play mirage. Dog is feeling comfortable on the map. You can bet your money that GG House is happy that it's mirage. It's an open map. You get to express yourself, so the players feel at the very least have a chance of finding some of those tools and take it to Team Spirit. So it's not a map that is being closed down by the design of the map, but then again, it comes down to individual qualities, it comes down to individual decision making, and in any case, regardless of how you match them up against each other, you're always going to side with Team Spirit in that regard.
Yeah, it's one of those maps where if you talk about GG, okay, you can make it somewhat chaotic, right? You can play with some pace. You talk about Face It, and Face It means, Mirage is the dust tool of this generation, right? I think definitely you get players who are familiar with the map and the way it plays, all the angles, positions, timings, and whatnot. So yeah, there is a map and there's some upset potential for GG how it would be.
That's right, Jacob. Upset potential in a best of one. I know you don't want to say it, I know you don't want to hear it, but there is a world. Right? Maybe.
I think Justin Bieber said never say never, or something like that.
Justin Bieber said that.
Nelson Mandela, whatever.
Well, yeah, it's one of the two, and you can never say never in that regard. I'll put it like this, though. I would be immensely surprised if GG How makes the game competitive. I don't see them getting to double-digit rules. I don't see them making Spirit sweating, and I sure don't hope so, because as we spoke about earlier, the expectation for Team Spirit is not only to win this game, that is to cruise into the playoff and be part of the playoff very, very deep into it. And as much as you want to say, yeah, it's a best of one first game of the day, if they were to lose to GG How, if they were to play 13-11 or go into overtime, that would be a sign of weakness. And personally, I would like them not to show any sign of weaknesses before we get deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, for the favorites, it's always about getting through the best of one. Do you understand that there's a world in which you can lose both pistols and the game can go wrong, and that's sort of what you're trying to avoid, but you cannot fall into that trap where you're just playing super vanilla because you feel like that's all it takes for you to do. You still need to be aggressive on the server. You still need to play your game. You need to treat it like any other game and not think about whether it's best of one or what's going on or you lost the second pistol as well, right? And I think if they do that, Spirit, they're going to be fine in this game.
But just in terms of structure in the game itself, I mean, you make a very clear and a very concise argument as to GG How probably don't have much in the tank for this game. Let's be real. Like, how do they go about equating themselves for firepower? Firepower is one thing. Equating in the server against a team that has clearly got their own way to approach the game that has proven to work, that's a different story, Jack.
But they know what we know as well, right? They're the massive underdogs, so they can go in and they can play free. They can take a lot of gambles. They can take a lot of risks. They can put a lot of pace on the server as well, if that's what they feel to do. The thing is, you have Dunk on one side who loves to play against that type of counter-strike. You have Sontics, who's a very, I guess, composed player as well, defending the B-bomb side. So if you're bringing a lot of pace, you also have to do it with a certain amount of quality for it to work. And that's where we have to see whether or not they have that kind of quality. And my biggest issue, even if they were to break into some of these bomb sites, when you have a 3v3, a 4v4, I feel like the individual decision-making and how the players are taking duels, etc., that's always going to side with Team Spirit.
Yeah, gentlemen, we'll leave it right there. I think we've made a pretty good picture here as to what to expect. Spirit versus GG Hao on Mirage, and that time is now.
All right then, Team Spirit getting ready to take on GG Hao. And Hugo, I know you've been looking forward to this one. You were talking to me about it right off the top of the day, talking about how it's going to be a brawl. You can't wait to see these two teams in the server. Why is that?
I think Spirit are always fun in these matches, right? We often see them as the top seed or one of the top seeds take on big underdogs, teams from smaller regions, teams that we don't get to see too much. And yeah, to be fair, most of the time, Spirit bang their way through those games. And when we're watching Spirit and Donk do his thing, how can you not be enjoying the game? But at the same time, I want to give some respect to GG Hao because I think this roster is actually quite a lot of fun. It's 5 different nationalities on the playing side from all over the world, and a team that we also don't get to see on land very frequently, especially not against the world's best. So they're going to seize this opportunity. This is a squad that are so used to playing online, and given the regions, the countries they're from, Harry, this is a ping team. They play with, you know, some players nearing triple-digit ping when they try and play European qualifiers. So to see them come through the LCQ, go 5-1, only a loss to VP, some solid wins in there, and now get to play one of the world's best teams, I think you're going to be loving this opportunity. Spirit on Mirage, I'll be watching Donk. Let's get into the action.
They're down to have a little brawl in this B split. It's 3 players over towards A for Team Spirit. Smoke comes in at top con. Donk is already moving. No smoke now clears away. He will miss his timing to deal with anyone who's up through short. That leaves it down to this B defense. Magix takes one of the dome right away. Zontic's here though to bail his captain out. Oof. All right, Zontix. Meant to be the body shot guy, but this USP's ripped heads off in the pistol.
So I think he got caught off guard as well, right? He had nades out. He's throwing smoke flash short in the open. I thought he was dead. Gets out with 3 pristine headshots, bails Magix out, as you say, and puts a pistol on the board for Spirit. Donk with 1. Lovely stuff here for Spirit.
You talk about the high ping warriors of GG Hao.
Yeah.
But, you know, the Donk slide was in part because of playing on high ping for him.
It's very
having to try and come up with ways to outduel his opponents.
Yeah, I was even watching some, you know, Donk CSGO highlights from when he was like 16 the other day. You know, playing in Spirit Academy, playing Pugs. I mean, he was doing all the movement stuff he does now back then in CSGO, right? Like, he really just changed the entire game in terms of how we think about movement and how you make your model hard to hit. You know, it's not just his incredible aim, of course, that we all know he has. It's the other details that really take him that extra mile. And it's not new to him. But in the same vein that we saw Donk go from, you know, looking incredible with 100+ ping, playing in Europe, to dominating the biggest LAN events in the world, well, maybe GG Hao can find some comfort in that. Perhaps they can do something similar, show off some of their individual prowess.
Will actually move on to the finals. The rest of the squad, Max,
I wish I was that strong. Got to hit the gym a little bit more. But no, it's going to be unfortunate. There's no second chances. It's the survival stage. And if you don't make it, unfortunately, you will go right home, sent away from Paris.
As we're taking a look at the overall here, the sponge points from Tiamba were absolutely insane. They end up finishing with 75 points. But then we had the Brazilian squads end up showing up, Natura, because Furia in second place, Alpha 7 in third place.
I can't believe I forgot Furia was in second place. I can't believe I've done this. Furia was one of the teams I've been looking at this entire event, so actually going to change that. Furia going to be coming on in. I like what we saw with them with yesterday. I can change it. It's not settled yet.
Like that? Okay.
Yeah. Furia. Did Furia play well, yes or no?
No, teams played bad, and because of that, they've played well. Genuinely, that's what I believe. Like,
I mean, that's kind of fair.
You're looking especially at that Myanmar that was won eventually by Dopeness.
Yeah.
So many teams pushed him one by one, and Igor is like, what the hell are you guys doing? So that's going to be easy points, so really happy to see Furia do well. But not going to lie, even though Furia and Alpha 7 are in second and third place respectively, Natura, I would say it will not be enough for them to become the champions. I need to see more outside of just surviving the survival stage. I want to see promises that are being made today as to what they can offer this weekend.
Oh, absolutely. I 100% agree with that, Seven. We got to see at least one win from each of the teams going through to the top 6. That's got to be bottom line base level standard.
Yeah, bottom line base level standard. We want to see those chicken dinners from those squads that are going to be in the top 6. And then when we're looking here towards the bottom, I mean, you have the biggest surprise in KRX. You have Alula. You have Yangon, the defending champions of PMWC, in the second page as well.
Yeah, you do. Yangon, I've always liked Yangon. I've liked how they've been playing so far. I just want to see a little bit more. It's a good start. It's a good start. There's a lot of presence. Yesterday was back to being what I was hoping for in day 2 of their group stage, right, Max? Where you were looking at a team that had a lot of presence, that they were making good moves, they were making decent rotations, had a lot of proactivity in them, in their strategy, but they kind of fell out, and I'd like to see that just continue today.
Look, they're a very good macro-oriented team. That's how they won PMWC last year, right, in Saudi Arabia. It was really sick gameplay from them, but very passive. And we saw a glimmer of aggression in the group stage. And since then, well, Yangon has been really scared of taking fights, just like KRX. So Yangon, they can do it, but it's just not there just yet.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do it.
Hello.
What up, Dukes?
I made it. Oh, gosh.
You made it just in time, baby, for Sony's story of the day, because it is top 6, Dukes, or where are they going to be going?
Home.
That's right. These squads will end up going home if they don't end up in the top 6. By the way, just a quick little recap, too, from the overall for some of these squads. 3rd place to 15th place are only separated by just 14 points. So for some of these squads, they need to make sure that they start off hot, because you could end up just jumping up from the bottom of the leaderboard all the way up. But we do have to talk about Tiamba, because Tiamba's performance was absolutely insane, Neptura.
It was. We love to see domination from any sort of team, and this time it was Tiamba. Here you are going to see the head-to-head, just going over 4 Thrives' win in their group stage over both days versus Tiamba just yesterday, and those stats are looking pretty darn similar. I mean, the elims are exactly 44 each, so you're looking at very, very equal gameplay. They do have different ways of going about it, though, and so in some ways, as much as I'm a 4 Thrives fan, I do feel like Tiamba has the edge over this one, because they are patient. Tiamba, very, very patient, very quiet. You don't hear anything from them, but they go from 0 to 100. We saw that win in Erangel, where they just came out swinging, whereas 4 Thrives, they rely on momentum so much more than Tiamba do that it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them.
I mean, for the entirety of this tournament, I feel like even if a team is doing well, sometimes I've been critical, like, oh, they're very aggressive, but maybe lacking on the rotation side of things, or they're very good macro-wise, but they're not very aggressive, maybe too passive at times. No, especially on those 2 wins, they drop on the opposite side of the map, go and find their way into the play zone, and they just start obliterating people. QZZ putting up numbers, but I know you in particular, Hot Jukes, you were casting that Milu 1v4. He was showing up massively on that opening day.
Oh, it was about time, man. And, you know, I was talking to James a little earlier about, like, just look at their faces when they got that win. You know, they're high-fiving just a little too hard, because I saw QZZ kind of was like in his hand, like, what just happened? But that's what it's all about right here. Milu has been crushing it in the day one of the survival stage. He had 18 eliminations, 3,400 damage.
Hot damn.
That is insane. And then you got QZZ on the other hand, 15 eliminations, but 4,000 damage. So he's putting down those shots range. I like what you said, Neptura, right, about the difference between 4 Thrives and them. You know, there is a difference between Group A versus survival stage, but it's about time, Tianba. Let's go. They should be a lock for the finals.
It's about time for some of the other squads too. We're going to be looking at AGL and ULF because these squads are currently middle of the pack max. And as we were talking about just now, there isn't really that much of a gap point difference unless you take into consideration first place, which all you need to do is just be in top 6. But for these squads, they also need to make sure they start being proactive and aggressive.
Look, I know I usually shouldn't be making predictions, but if I had to predict 2 teams I genuinely believe can escape those bottom ranks and make it last second in the top 6, it would be All Gamers and ULF. They've shown absolute promise in their past tournaments, especially looking at All Gamers. PMMI had a big step up, and ULF, man, PMGC last year and especially PMGO Season 1 of this year, they were looking very impressive. But ULF, what annoys me, you can even see in the replays here, they don't have strong positions. They keep getting these central positions. They're sometimes even favored by the circle, but they don't have these strong holds on those positions whatsoever. They get surrounded, lose that foothold, and then just get completely swept under the rug. I feel like ULF is a team that has some of the best fragging power in the world, and they're just not making full use of it. And even with the likes of All Gamers, you look at their placement points, they have 12 placement points total. 1 chicken dinner over the course of 5 matches then. That means they got 2 placement points. That is abysmal if you compare it to their Chinese counterpart of Tianba.
Yeah, and when it comes to AGAL, this isn't just huge for them, it's also huge for their entire organization as a whole, because, you know, we got the Esports World Cup going on right now, and they are really pushing their PUBG Mobile team to pop off. So the fact that they did, especially here towards the end, was so crucial for their squad, right? And if they can continue that here today, they should be a lot for top 6, but it's so dang close in the middle. It's literally anybody's game.
Super close. Honestly, super close. Even if some of these teams don't end up getting a chicken dinner, if they're able to manage a top 5, especially in Rondo with what we have seen from some of the other squads, where multiple squads are able to get 10 or more eliminations, that leaderboard is going to be shifting throughout today. And before we actually keep on talking about some of these teams, I know Lace back in the studio just feeling cool, calm, and collected. They want to talk about some other teams.
Yes, thank you so much, Seven, and welcome to the Cozy Corner, where we're about to spill the tea for you, joined by Kalaris and Jackie. Now, Kalaris, you had a nice little conversation with Yangon Galacticos. Spill the tea for us.
I'm concerned for them, Lace, honestly, because coming into today here, last day of survival stage, they are the defending champions. However, when talking to Smile about how things maybe go from last year compared to this one, they want to try and mix in some kind of aggression in order to be able to keep up with this lobby. I don't think it's kind of mixed in just yet at all, and I think they're going to have a very hard time mixing it in when they won the previous year off some passive play. So it's going to be difficult, I think, for a return championship performance.
I mean, I have to agree. And, you know, a lot of the teams that we sort of put in that passive play style have been kind of gifted zones, and I haven't seen really YG get that kind of zone gifted opportunity. So I must agree with you there. Oh, the tea has been spilled. Now, Jackie, we have E-Arena. They were heavy hitters in our group stages. They've kind of gone like that middle ground now. Spill the tea.
All right, yeah, I've already poured mine out when James was doing his bid, unfortunately. So it's all over the floor, so mind your step, guys, especially if you're in the arena here in Paris. Yeah, I think you're spot on, Lace, right? It's one of those where they are a good team, and obviously this was the Rondo game where it really opened our eyes to this event. We're thinking, oh my God, no one could even really contest them. I think all of the eliminations they got, if I'm not mistaken, none of them were respawns as well.
Basically,
right? So it was pretty much a clean run of just pure dominance. They weren't contested. That's the difference. The longer the tournament's gone on, I feel like teams are just clapping back against them, James.
When you kind of have these incredible high highs, again, to break record in terms of all of PUBG Mobile history, to then have the kind of wishy-washy performances that they've had so far. It's funny because when I spoke to them right after this, they said, lucky. And I was like, no, not lucky at all, not lucky at all. But now that I'm looking at it, I think to myself after all the other games, I'm like, okay, maybe there is some truth to that. And I don't want that to be the case because the arena has been able to show this incredible kind of performance.
I agree. And after like an interview that they had yesterday, and they were saying like, you know, we're not really getting that kind of that gateway to be able to take it. And I kind of compared it to Furia. Furia were aggressive and they're making those sorts of plays and they're getting those points. If we can just see see E-Arena return to the aggressiveness, because the only other team really doing that, I believe, is Furia, where they're actually hunting down their plays. I think if E-Arena can adapt to that, they'll be the second kind of team doing that aggressiveness.
The main concern is that yes, right now they're currently in that top 5, right? However, the mid pack is so close and all the way down to 15th place, basically, Jackie, that anybody from those positions could quite easily jump up with just one game alone and knock them out of that top 5 instantly.
And I think that is why it's so tumultuous right now, because obviously we've seen it's not that consistent from them, right? So how do you fix that in the space of one day? 6 games left to go. Fear starts to kick in when other teams are rising their skill level as well. It feels like everyone's getting a bit better the longer the competition's gone on, especially in survival stage, with our top squads out of the running. Yeah, it's just a bit hard out there, Lace. You can cut the tension with a knife.
And we can cut the tension with our teas. Guys, great job. That's been the tea from the Cozy Corner. We're going to throw it over to Glitter with the CC update.
As we head into the last day for survival stage, it's time for another CC storyline check-in, because we're focusing on 2 teams today. We've got GK Esports, who are in the top 6 right now, and if we were to do some quick math, hypothetically, if they could win the entire event, they would jump from 17th to 6th place on our CC leaderboard. But the even bigger storyline is, of course, AGAL, the team at the top of the CC leaderboard right now, finds themselves in survival and in 9th place. So not only are they not safe, they haven't guaranteed their place into finals. It's very close, though. We have them at 32 points right now. They're only 7 points behind 6th place at 39 points. And GK Esports, like I just mentioned, they are at 41. Suffice to say, it's a very close lobby right now, which means 6 matches they played today are very important. We're going to be checking in all day long to see how they're doing, keep you up to date with all these storylines. And at the end of it all, we'll see how it plays out.
Thank you, Glitter, for that CC update. Yeah, the CC update is going to keep on getting even spicier, especially as we get closer and closer to the weekend. But something else that we actually need to start talking about, because you mentioned it earlier as well, Max, is just player performances. With what we have seen now multiple 1v2s, 1v4s, Dukes, Milu. Great cast, by the way, yesterday. It's been all over Instagram using the hashtag EWC.
It was insane. I mean, that 1v4 was so wild to see, and it just really invigorated that whole squad. So these players are really going to have to start popping off here. Like I said, Milu, 18 eliminations, QGZ with 15. They have the top 2 performers so far. Going on down, you have Leparkin from RRQ with 12 eliminations. And surprisingly, right below him, Necessary from the Wolves, all right? So it's good to see the Wolves, you know, on the top of the leaderboards or something. Hopefully we can see them here at the end in the top 6, but they're going to have to do a little bit more work. But one team in particular that I got to look at is Alpha 7, okay? Looking at their player stats, you have Guizhou in 6th with 11, who's actually the top performer for A7 here, right? Where's Carrillo? Where is Rebel? They're down in 11th and 19th, so these are 2 squads that definitely need to start popping off quick here, Neptura.
No, they really do. I've been looking at A7, right, because this team, we expect so much from them. We know so much about them, and yet they're doing nothing of what we expected them to do, to be honest. They're so hot and cold, and yes, the stats do match up to a fairly decent day, right? I mean, we did see some great stuff here from Revo, Guizhou here with a lot of damage, a lot of elims coming through, but it is just so sad that we're seeing a hot and cold situation coming on through here, because yeah, you've got those splits and the defense is really good. You've got, you know, good opportunity taking, good rotations, but when they try and take these fights, they just go in one by one, and it's odd decision making from such a top tier team.
Yeah, you can see actually Guizhou is going to be the top performer for the team, which is very cool to see the new blood of that squad do so well. But actually, I asked Revo yesterday, just before my segment with Kalaris on the stage, and Nuth was said to play because he's like the Rondo guy. And I believe because of that, they're going to put Nuth back to play onto Rondo. And who knows, maybe some of the few wrangles because he's such a new player here in the scene. So Nuth, I think, has a lot of potential, but it does kind of take away some of your team synergy when you add a player literally last second.
The thing is, not only that, especially when you put him at this kind of stage, we tend to have very big tournaments, and this is one of the biggest tournaments for PUBG Mobile esports throughout the year, and usually the pressure ends up getting to them. Quick, who's going to be getting the first win? Predictions time.
Oh, let's
quickly
give it to E-Arena.
E-Arena?
I think it's going to be Furia.
Furia?
KRX, come back.
KRX, all right. I'm going to go with none other than Alpha 7. But it's time we see who's actually going to be getting that first win. Put in your predictions in the chat. Use the hashtag EWC or EWC26 if you end up using social media. But it's time. We start the final day of Survival Stage, PMWC at EWC26. Here we go, baby.
Mesdames et messieurs, welcome to the last day of our survival stage. Today, there is no chance for like a second chance, basically. Today, it is do or die.
We began this journey with 32 teams, and after today, just 16 will remain in the fight for $3 million and the stunning PMWC trophy.
Yeah, but Bonnie, remember, 10 teams will see that he destroyed their hopes, their dreams, falling straight into our crusher.
The tension in the air is palpable. The spice levels have been dialed from medium to hot, and the energy in the Gadia city grid, it's electric. And so it's time to meet our survivors one final time to the main stage, starting with Kiwoom DRX.
Seven, 2, 1, GS Esports.
Al Ula Club Esports.
Your defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos.
Dopeness.
Go team.
Ulf Esports.
AGL.
Team RRQ.
Wolves Esports.
Nongshim Red Force.
E-Arena.
DK Esports.
Alpha 7. And finally, Tianba! Every decision, every clutch can change your team's fate. You've got just 6 games left to prove you deserve a spot among the best in the world.
The finals are on the horizon, but who has what it takes to claim the 6 places that remain? It's time to lock in and find out. Sixteen teams live to fight another day, but now there are no safety nets, there are no second chances.
Today is survival stage, so the points are reset, and basically, Bonnie, anything can happen.
With a big chicken dinner and a side confidence in the lobby, it's not going to be so easy.
Today, you won't survive by hiding. Fight smarter, adapt faster, and deliver when the pressure is at its peak.
Welcome to the survival stage of the PMWC at EWC 2026 in Paris.
Tiamba's back-to-back. 3 players versus 2. Joker off in the distance, but there's one in the smoke dealt with immediately. QZ relies on his teammates. He turns for a moment, but he knows they've got his back, and in a 1 versus 3, can he make it work? Mormon now bleeding out to the zone. E-Arena will fall in the face of Tiamba for a back-to-back chicken dinner. This is brilliant.
There's really not much more for them to do here. Oxy wants to try and hold his nerve in the face of Alpha 7, but they haven't lost a player yet. They're not about to start now. Carrillo able to find the final shot, and there's a burn down on the last player for the South Korean side.
I think that's by far the cleanest take we've seen of a compound from Alpha 7 today.
Kevin moving up with that almost blown up vehicle here. They know that they are bleeding. Obscure up, trying to make a play all by his lonesome self. The Rebel goes down, and now they're gone. DK said,
it's done.
Yeah, see you later, Alpha 7. This is our game to win.
But again, like, Alpha 7 takes so long to even do anything in that situation. They could have held on to the arena a lot sooner.
We know it's Tiamba. We want to slow them down, and RRQ are looking to do it here. Pushing up closer for Milo with the nade, turning the tables, and he's doing this all by himself. It's the Swan Wife 1v4 from Milu.
Desperate last moment dash coming in now for our teams with 6 more matches to play. We are going to be heading straight into Rondo to kick things off. It is all to play for. More 1v4s? I hope so.
I hope so too, man. I mean, the 1v4s yesterday were pretty mad. Milu made that one look incredibly easy. Overall, just very, very excited to jump into the final day of Survival. Before we head over towards those finals, let's find out who our top 6 will be, which 10 teams will be sending home, because this is the most brutal stage thus far. Tiamba right now on an average damage count of 1,758 damage per game, but it's the average survival time, which is just disgusting, at a whopping 27 minutes and 38 seconds. When roughly most games end at the 30-minute mark, we are making it pretty much right to the end every single time. Slightly different story here for E-Arena, John, making it fairly far in, but we're lacking on those elims. It has been less aggression coming through from E-Arena.
Yeah, and I mean, those 2 minutes are pretty important as well. Yeah. Towards the end of the match, always those 2 minutes equate to maybe like 5 placement points, essentially, when you're getting down to the wire. Every single team will know the importance of just going those few minutes further, deeper into the game. Alpha 7, they definitely want to try and get up towards the top 6, break into it solidly. Well, they are there currently, but, you know, keep that momentum going to be able to sow the seeds of victory.
Yeah, they were able to penetrate into the top 6 yesterday, which is fantastic for them, but it came at a cost, right? There was a lot less aggression coming through from them. They were relying on lucky games, and I think for them, I'm hoping that yesterday was a bit of a wake-up call. I hope they got back and they weren't happy with that top 6. That's what I'm hoping for right now for Alpha 7. I'm hoping they go back to their old antics, a little bit more aggression, a little bit more speed, velocity in these matches. That's what makes them them. And I truly believe if they continue playing like this and they do make it through to the finals, it is going to be a bit of a wash for them. This team has a lot more to give, but this year it's just not been it. Anyway, let's drop in with some of our other teams. Wolves right now, it's just not working. It really is not working for them at the moment at all. Again, that cohesion, talked about yesterday, not quite there. Feels like some of the rotates towards the end game feel a little sloppy. But honestly, I do think that they have some strong players on side. I mean, Elementrix really impressed me yesterday overall. I still think that this guy is one of the strongest players, PMWC, EWC. But the individualistic nature of teams just doesn't. Everyone needs to step up. That's the thing of the past.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's something we've been saying for the last sort of probably few years now at this point, right? You do need to have all cylinders firing to make sure your engine's pushing as hard as it can. And it's potentially something for a couple of our other teams to be considering. We talk about star players quite a lot, and I feel like Ulf and Nongshim both have their star player on side, and Eren and Hyunbin respectively. They do need to have the rest of the team with them. We have seen that from both of those two rosters, though. I'm hoping for a lot more. I like the brains on Nongshim, and I feel like Ulf can step forwards, but it's the top 6 as the target as we break into the day with our first match. It is brutal as always. Rondo ready to roll.
Rondo is where you can gain the points. It's where you can get those eliminations. It's where you can set yourself up with a 39-point game and still fail to qualify for the finals. But right now, this could be the difference between you and top 6 and staying there. For some teams like Nongshim Red Force, they could grab themselves a massive game from top 6. They're currently in 6th place, could rocket themselves up towards the top of the leaderboard. Tiamba, however, I think their momentum is legendary coming in from day 1. I don't think they're going to be stopping anytime soon. They're feeling good about themselves. Milu was practically beaming the entirety of the day yesterday. I think that's going to be the case here. They're going to have a fun time with this one. Team's going to be scared.
I mean, if they can break up towards 90, maybe even towards 100, very reasonable for them to be able to do that today. They are going to be locking down one of the spots, and the question will be who the other 5 teams will be going with them. I mean, already as it stands, it kind of already is the question. And we'll see if they're going to get stuck in nice and quickly here, because Yulin is very close to this play ball. Could still be a target if teams don't want to get stuck in right to the thick of it.
Yulin definitely in a position that most teams will be dropping towards here. The odds is a bit of a so Yulin's going to be very hot. As many teams. So you are going to see things start to pop off very soon. I almost kind of want to cut off the map feed right now and just go straight to Yulin, because it's going to be absolutely hectic in that location going forward. We can always take a look at the circle later. I think right now we want to see what happens there. Who's going to profit the most in that location? We're heading down towards Danshin. Come on, I beg. Come on, guys. Let's get off this. Let's get towards Yulin. People are already going down. All right, Nongshim Red Force, Tizzy, first of all here. But it's Tiamba opening up over towards Wolves already, and Alpha 7 looking to profit.
Furia going at it with the knife there. Taking first strike over towards Nongshim Red Force. I think the majority of Nongshim Red Force have gone down. They're going to look for those recalls on the outside walls. Going low. Furia similarly cut down to 1. We've already had 3 teams basically fully lose on this hot drop. It's looking like we might get another one with 721 GS going low, going down. AL want to get stuck into Maple, a powerhouse on side. Already stepping up to the fight with Goat Team as Fruitsman goes down on the off angle to a shot from, I think that may have been from Scarface. Oh no, Kedge.
I mean, Kedge as well as the rest of Alpha currently taking down 2 separate teams. This is why I wanted to get off that map feed straight away, because this is an incredibly dense hot drop over towards Yulin right now. So many teams on the outside. ROQ also looking inwards, but they are trashing for the time being. Yangon Galacticos defending champions here now, looking to get a little bit more done. But it's AGAL who came off the back of a big win yesterday, final Miramar, now looking to set themselves up for success towards the end game. They've already got themselves 2 elites. They want more than this. Getting a big points book for the start of the day, but they had kind of a shaky start yesterday. It's going to be a really big boom for them going forward.
Hopefully trying to levy that one, get that one on side. Scarface stepping out for Ulf, gets across, uncontested right there. Sportsman at the back line. They didn't see him cross over and he was caught unawares. Already laid down on the DP there. That pushes him back, leaves them a little bit worse for wear.
E-Arena just took down their post, honestly, for Ulf. So Solus actually out over towards that northern side. That leaves Ulf in a kind of an awkward situation now. It's do or die for them. They are all inside at Yulin. There is no one on the outside edge. Ulf could go down right now. They're starting to play a little bit more passive now. This is a good approach for them. They're going to play over towards the pagoda and figure out an exit. They can move out towards the east here, though, John. That's a possibility. It's in the direction of the circle, but you're going to have to give up eliminations for that. Are they willing?
And they also don't have vehicles here, Blank, right? They got stuck straight into the hot drop. They're expected to be able to regroup later on as Maple goes down. Fury able to hop in through a window and get that flush, but yeah, for Ulf, it is pretty dire. Eren has managed to find a vehicle there and does get on the road heading south. Might crash in towards GK as they move up. to potentially pinch this one through. So danger for Ulf on all fronts. I mean, you're absolutely right. That Arena flex out worked really very well. And that's going to slow things in Yulin down.
That feels like a bit of a mystery coming through from Ulf. Honestly, for Arena, it was clear before the tournament ever started. They tend to go for this big old trash loot drop over towards stadium side. They don't just stay in stadium. They like to have outside outposts. And for Ulf there, that's a little bit of a poor read in my opinion. And Solus pays the price for it. And for a hot drop there, which could have been absolutely monumental for them, because Scarface was certainly feeling it, suddenly you're having to leave some of these eliminations on the table. Quizzout finds A-King from Tiamba. And E-Arena looks to send out over towards the northwest side. RRQ moving down towards the southeast, looking to poke their nose in over towards Yulin, but we're on board with Furia, another team that was doing fantastically well yesterday. Right now, Ayala, one of the top players, currently down. We're in board with the coach corner. Honestly, the coaches, they look happy at the moment for Furia. We'll see for how long.
They're going to be holding on the inside. E-Arena, I was pointing at it for you there, but out they were jumping onto the Alpha 7 solo, who they've just taken down as well. So Alpha 7 now in in this Yulin hot drop in a crucial route out. They need to try and find it, or it could be all over for them. Very difficult spot for them to find. E-Arena been playing spoiler. A jump around the corner. Those were back in with Furia. Chief trying to find the shot. He will be able to shut it down. Furia keep themselves going. The engine is roaring.
Once again, Igor's a great approach here from him. Keep things going, like you say. Quizzout on the exit. GK, Ragnarok is in front. Lepar takes a lot of damage. Ragnarok just gets fully melted, just crushed underneath the bonnet. We'll just get the reset on that one and go for the revive, but all right, I mean, that's how you do it if you Quizzout. 7 eliminations. What a dangerous game right now for Alpha 7, yet they've come away with 7 eliminations. But hell, John, this is good for Alpha 7. This is what we want to see. I don't want to see you guys going center early on. I want to see you flexing that close quarters combat. This is very, very promising. Very, very promising.
E-Arena have been an absolute nightmare to the solos on the north side. They've gone and sent a duo down to one recall tower. They took a solo out. They've sent it to another recall tower, another solo gone. That has changed the dynamic in Yulin so dramatically. It looks like they might have been trying to catch out a player from Alpha 7 again on that egress, but Quizzout does manage to slip on through that net. And E-Arena now sending a duo in towards Yulin itself.
Massively playing spoiler here for E-Arena. I mean, it's a good play, right? The closest res beacons on that northern side, where the approach is good outside Yulin. Around stadium area, and they maintain most of the control of those drop spots. Pulling this out on day 2, interesting strategy as well for E-Arena, because they clear out suddenly a lot of space, and then they can wrap into Yulin, start taking down teams, and they might just be getting rid of full squads.
Trying to find the dregs, the remnants. Interesting that Quizzout heads up to their original backup recall tower on this spot, instead of going a little bit further west or maybe even breaking further south, but Alpha 7 will be able to get back to 4-4, and already 8 eliminations on the cards for them. Blank of nice early bolstering. Rebo very much trapped inside of Yulin at the moment, but as a solo he will be recallable.
They needed to get themselves going. They need to get those wheels spinning, and you can spin at home yourself with the Lucky Spin here at 2026 for the PMWC. You can draw the exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set, which you'll be seeing all in game. Fantastic set overall, very, very cool stuff. But make sure you do get those spins in whilst they last.
They won't last forever. Make the most of them whilst they're here. Here's a little replay. Okay, necessary with a nade. Okay, just steps out straight out. Yes. Been piecing themselves back together here. They are in currently 4th place, and a lovely 2 feeds coming through from necessary on side. It's been pretty good for the squad. Next circle comes on through though, Blank, and it shifts up towards Vanching.
But Dopeness, they've pretty much been here the entire time. It's built up a very, very positive group of Dopeness. In the meantime, Wolf, like we said, they had to leave some of those points behind there. They were a little bit worried, not as courageous as, let's say, Alpha 7. So they moved down towards Tuling, where we get the res off there. Got all 4 players back up again. They got a lot of loot as well, I imagine, as they shifted over towards the eastern side, understanding that with the playing path, likely not going to be a huge amount of teams in that spot anyway. So a slight risk, but overall did work. E-Arena finding Saf G. AGAL piecing themselves back together, now rotating in from that eastern side. That is a weird and unfortunate rotate for them. Looks like they had to go very far to get the reset, which means they'll be likely playing edge later on. Revel finding easy with that boy and instantaneously getting the flush. 90 them so far. The team is bruised and bleeding, but they are still going.
And they've got all three of their players who were recalled up on that northwestern side, starting to make their way away from it. With a little bit more loot, hopefully moving forwards with some sort of strength, but getting into the next zone may be tricky. Overall, Stancheng, kind of only E-Arena sits on their side of the circle. Everybody else is just clumping straight towards that southwest side. It's not looking super easy to try and navigate RRQ. Wanting to navigate this compound, it's not going so well. 721 GS with a little bit too tight of a hold on it.
Make sure they don't make that one happen. So interesting. I love being able to get the play camps. Towards it there as well, just because we got to see E-Arena there and just the speed at which they're flicking between what were they doing in the current moment, what's going on with the current map situation, zooming in, out, seeing what res beacons are in play. It's a lot to take in on Rondo. Very, very difficult map to play, especially at this level where everyone is going to give you grief all over the map. They're not going to let you get that aggression going, not going to allow you to push in without any kind of clap back. RRQ does move over towards the northern side, gets that reset, will start to move down towards that south side. But you're right, we're over towards Dancheng, True Leng, moved out from Titlong Gardens, have a little bit of a dip down towards the bottom here.
South edge. And on the south side with one Elim is Tiamba at the top of the table still. They've been a lot more reserved over the course of this match, not wanting to get stuck in. Well, actually, they were forced to be a little bit more reserved because they did go down in the hot drop earlier on. Yeah. So they are now playing, not necessarily on the back foot, but certainly not from a big win on this engagement, like Alpha 7, who've managed to transition away from their game. They're all the way up on that north side there. You can see the backstop for E-Arena, who spent a long time getting away from Stadium. But the circle sent to the north side of Dancheng, and all of those teams that committed South Blank, they're not going to have to reconsider.
Yeah, there's a lot of position to play on this north side. Actually, I think the most interesting spot at the moment is sort of that dead land, which has a fair few compounds that sit through. You can kind of fight down. You can have, I would say, probably two teams there, and then you can play out towards the northern edge slightly, where the forest currently sits. Claus does find QTZ. Kind of an unfortunate timing on that one. Tiamba's going to look to try and just break out and through towards that northern edge, but oh my god, it is clustered right now in Dancheng. Lots of teams want to get a move on, control that res beacon over towards the north side would be a big deal, but you've got Yangon Galacticos, they are flying in towards that. RRQ are looking for that position, as well as Alpha 7, who did get themselves a little bit of a lucky break, the fact that this circle went north, but I think that they've battled for this, and I don't think that I'm too unhappy that they get a little bit of luck here towards the middle of the game.
Don't think they're going to be able to get to that recall tower before Yangon Galacticos. Unfortunately, it is pretty closely fought though, and they might want to just set up for it. RRQ could third party, but the brunt of it will fall on Yangon Galacticos right now. And Yangon maybe actually looking to send even further on and not get stuck into this fight at all. The recall tower being available for just under 4 minutes now, blank remaining. It is going to be a powerful asset on side if you can keep control of it.
It's a very big deal. Like I said, though, you can see here you've got Alpha 7 controlling the north portion of these compounds, then down towards the south side you've got Yangon Galacticos. Outside of that, though, it's very open. It actually is very open, this area. Most teams would probably like to play over towards that northern edge, where there is the woods that you can play around. There's some bridge sides in play, kind of LOS off the back of. But oh my god, a lot of teams just hoping this ends up over towards Dancheng because they have committed.
It is very, very packed in there. At least 5 teams in Dancheng right now. The Wolves making Kike's game really, really difficult. I feel like Kike have been punished at every single turn of this match. I think that if we got a count of who's been eliminated the most, it would be fairly populated by Kike players in this game. They have come back time and time again. Pretty sturdy stuff. But the Wolves looking to try and guard them out on the northern flank. Alpha 7 in the meantime still just holding on.
DK, the undead in game. now looking to slowly march, shamble towards the center. Sink their teeth into it, see what they can get done here versus the Wolves, because, you know, all things considered, honestly, Wolves are having a decent game. I mean, 8 elims so far, depends how quickly they go out in the near future, though. They send a little bit further towards that north side, maybe try and isolate the western portion of the circle by LOSing off the back of this small mound. Teams are happy, though. Teams are very happy, in fact, that we are heading back down towards Danching. Goodness me, all that work to try and find a position there for it to only go north, you would be fairly upset. Eagles, though, will crash in towards a building. Not a care in the world for the vehicle either. He just wants to get inside, get a position to play, and work off the back of this. They've got AGAL, though, in the vicinity.
Yeah, the inside negotiations from Danching are tense, but it's the south side that we've hopped on towards here with Goat Team and Alula that is going to have to move. It's going to have to get dynamic. Ulf could potentially bear the brunt of the pressure, could get third-partied. The west side as well with Nongshim and 721 GS have to move on in as well. I feel like that may be a little bit of an easier approach. In the meantime, GK continue to tear limbs away from themselves. They drag their form in towards Danching. And they lose Ragnarok. That's the price they pay. But with 3 players, it's still doable from the inside.
Easy Van Boy looking for that cheeky angle around the aircon unit. Poking the barrel through the window there. A bit obvious, almost. Strategy underneath, all taking a little bit of punishment over towards Goat Team, but they have the inside edge, so it's quite surprising that Goat is taking the fight to them so well. R3B will find a shot up towards Speaky here. Dopeness was here very early, but I feel like Dopeness, outside of some of the good games they've had, which have got a little bit lucky at times, they just don't have that firepower, the defensive capabilities.
Not quite there, not quite there, can't hold off the onslaught. Alula went for a wild crash, by the way, from the area near Goat Team on the south edge. They just went straight in and they've managed to land on their feet. And Goat Team similarly have pushed it towards Ulf, and it's not going well, kind of for either team, but Ulf right now with their last player alive on the fight on the south side, and they are bleeding out. Something awful. Those recall towers are shut down now, Blank, as well, which means that you are not getting players back to their feet if you go down. And with Ulf just on Solus, Goat Team getting those reses on that angle, it looks like they may be able to stay alive as 4 after a crash onto Ulf.
For Solus, I just don't see him as the guy anymore to get that 1v. What is it now? Yeah, the Goat Team didn't lose a single player. Very, very interesting stuff. I'd love to see a replay of how all that went down, just because Goat Team versus Ulf, you'd expect that to be a much easier fight there for them, but they have had a tough approach to this game. A lot of it has been on the back foot so far. But now Goat gets to move on as a 4-man.
A massive boon to them on that south edge. The north side starting to get a little bit more tense as well, with Nongshim Red Force, Alpha 7, Yango Galacticos, ROQ, all starting to try to figure out how they can step forwards. 721 GS trying to move around on that north side as well. The Wolves are closer to Danching than the rest, but no safer. 721 instead decide to crash into the settlement. Greyhound down and will be flushed out, I imagine, fairly quickly. And they're trying to crash onto the GK position as well as Lufa.
It's really weird to me right now. You see RRQ, you see Yangon Galactus, you see Alpha 7, you see Nongshim Red Force on this north side where the circle now shifts towards. That becomes a very prevalent area of the map. There was not a lot going on. And I mean, I can understand it when you're about 20 seconds out from the next circle. You don't really want to get into a big engagement just so you can quickly move out. I believe that Alpha 7 was trying to hang on to this location on that northern side while still pressuring out Nongshim Red Force. However, this required a hard shift over towards the north. I am confused. I sort of want to see a little bit more firepower. You want to start clearing out this northern edge so you can just start peppering the entirety of the team in Danching if it does move away from it, which right now it absolutely is. There is so little movement happening on this northern side at the moment. No team wants to get involved with one another.
I mean, Alpha 7 and Yangon Galacticos have been here for quite a while. so they're feeling fairly entrenched. This is 7-2-1, who were able to crash in, but GK are starting to turn the tides of this game around. They have been through hell and back so far, and they are looking to bring back some mementos for the rest of the teams around them. Kevin does get knocked, but that looks to put themselves back up. 5 eliminations now for GK. They are holding on to the Western point desperately. Milu finds Alula Claws. Aliko kind of whiffing one of those nades there. Alula will back off, try to get Claws back on his feet, but Samji is fully flushed out in the meantime. Goats are moving in, get a good amount of damage done, but Earena's already sent out over towards that northwest. They get into an altercation with Earena. Where is the aggression? This is, Goat honestly is doing exactly what I want to see. They should hear this engagement towards an overtime. Would not be surprised if they try and push this one. Well, that's the arena cleaned up, and now it's just Nongshim who stepped into the firing line of Goat. Alpha 7 looking to flex out as well, maybe able to find it, some emergency cover, dished out by Hyunbin, and Alpha 7 okay on up to the ridge.
Okay, this is good news. So we have Guizhao. Guizhao leading the charge. It's very confusing for me. But I'm glad he is. He gets something done. The airburst does no damage to him. He's going to try and move the vehicle out just slightly. Go is another team trying to pinch it over towards this one. But they're recalling him. They're pulling him back. Carrillo has managed to get himself knocked over towards that northwest side. They're looking for the save on this one. Quick smoke out the window. Guizhao doing a lot for the team right now.
Yeah, it was RRQ who managed to find a knock over towards Carrillo, and he will need a little bit of a pickup. If they hadn't happened, they could have put more pressure forwards, and I think that might have been the end of Nongshim Red Force. As we hop back in towards Danxing, you've got Alola now at loggerheads with 7-2-1, who were able to crash in successfully. Alola as well, similarly capable of getting in and amongst it. But everybody's holding their corner. Next circle, very likely to push a lot of this one out. And I feel like AGAL may have the better time of it. A nade over the road from R3B is able to connect. That opens the door for Alola, or at least it gives them time to get the res. Some more damage, and now they have to hold off Fury on an off angle.
Fury going to try and move out here. Next zone comes through. We'll head over towards our eastern side. Yangon Galacticos, defending champions, right in the center of it all. Looking now to begin the tornado. Sweep through all the rest of the teams. R3B does go down for Alula. 7-2-1 GS try and hold down. It's a good double. Back to back here, very low. Can he make the 1v3 happen here? No, quite get it done. Didn't trust in that last shot. Quick, he's quick to finish it. Understands the demon inside that building, and he needs exercising.
Goodness me. There was a moment there, it felt like maybe Malik was going to do something magnificent, but was put down. Alola losing 3 of their players. 11 eliminations with 4 alive. They would have had a great time, but now it's Quick against 3 from Furia. He's already managed to find Eagles, and now Ayala and Chief are bearing down upon him. There goes the flush, and he's still got a little bit more to say. The end of the story, not quite yet. Quick dashes out, and the pin pulled on the nade keeps Chief from spraying him down.
Yep, common misconception. Can't get out that window. It is barred off. We'll have to swing around the side here. Furia looking to pinch Quick. Give him the old do-si-do.
He is taking a turn.
Oh my god, he's taking off, dude.
And he's looking for more, layering down the lead, but it's just off target. The strafe brings him further away from it. Quick goes down. In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force on the western flank go down to Go. Their dynamism, their attitude in this game is looking nasty.
Yeah, I mean, Go is chewing through squads. They are chewing through squads, and this is what you want to see from a team like this. They have so much control. Wolves is down towards their southeast, but it's a team at 3, not likely to get too much more done. Milu is knocked and flushed, leaving only Eagle left alive to put the claws in over towards Fury. Emergency cover flares, smokes all been dropped out to try and extend this push, but it's not meant to be. They will go out in name, so not a single placement point foul, but a good amount of elims in the game regardless, so 8 total. Alpha 7 now look to try and pinch over towards the southeast side of them. Send some Canberra nades through.
They lost Grisao in the middle of all of that. I feel like at the moment the story of this game is GOAT team going God mode on this western flank, rotating in, crashing into Ulf, disengaging from Danching, taking the initiative to move around that western side. You highlighted it, you said it's what you wanted to see. Eagle wants to see red as he's spraying the shotgun shells up the staircase, but it's not going to work.
AGAL currently still as a 4-man. Said yesterday they were able to get themselves a nice little chicken dinner at the end of the day. We expect so much more from this squad. Coming off their performance from the year, PEL, PMI was not meant to be though. It's been a bit of a rocky start for them. XZZ now looking to pinpoint those shots, but right out into the open. No smokes available. It is free pickings. They have to go on a 2-2 split here, so at least 2 of them will survive in Liu as well as Flower. Alpha 7 is taking heavy casualties on this northern edge, but Yangon Galacticos got themselves in towards these buildings quickly. They were fast on their approach too. It was that early push that really solidified the position. They've been playing a 2-2 for a long, long time. RRQ just hasn't given them much grief whatsoever though. But I would genuinely be happy to see a GOAT win
On that eastern side, RRQ being a little bit tentative. As you say, not putting too much pressure onto things. Yangon Galacticos with only 3 elims at the moment though, with 6 teams alive. Going down here would just not be a good enough performance for them, frankly, because they do need to jump up towards that 6th place to keep themselves in the running to defend their title here at the PMWC and EWC. And they are 2-2 split right now. GOAT team resetting, lining up their cannons, trying to find a broadside. The question is, where do they go? Or are they going to wait for other teams to move around this one? Try and pick up some of the drags, because they've already done a lot in terms of isolating teams, in terms of moving this circle and being a playmaker within it.
They've pretty much been the sole playmaker, in my opinion, in this match. Like the way these teams are playing right now, it just feels like they're waiting for other teams to struggle against the circle. I mean, for instance, right here, Alpha 7, they have to move. RQ's not done much this game, but they're happy to punish as they have to head over towards the dip. AGAL now punish over towards Wolves, who sat in this location for a long time as well, not really done much off the back of it. They could have easily attempted to get in on the action as Go went over towards Nocturne Red Force, but AGAL, some good nades over the top, will take out the remainder of Wolves. It's a weird endgame, John. A very, very weird endgame.
Yeah, so much commitment to the south side of Danching so early on, but they are now looking for it to continue out in the open. And not go towards the Yangon Galacticos position on the south point. This 2-2 split will make it reservable, but Alpha 7 going to get pushed over the hill. And with an opening, they might be able to find something. RRQ descend from the eastern side and take on AGAL. Head to head, 2 versus 4. They like those numbers, and they will be borne out in the result. Lapar goes down, but that's going to be pickable.
Maybe pickable potentially. Down towards that south side. Limited vehicle moving forward. Blue Crate, but as I told you before, it's very open. Emergency cover players are almost essential at this point in the game. Alpha 7 has to figure out something and figure it out right now. Yangon Galacticos on this 2-2 split, they should have been able to realize this by now. I don't know if they have any vehicles. They need to smoke train over towards one of these buildings. A 3v2, very doable here, and will close off the sightlines from the rest of the Yangon Galacticos squad.
A little opening and Alpha 7 will descend. Maybe even GOAT team could crash on towards it. They content for now. As RRQ start to march forward, Alpha 7 with the cover flares, they can get a little bit closer to this across the way. Immediately flush, so Alpha 7 down to 2 very, very quickly. And how do you make this one work? Shots now being levied over towards GOAT team on the western side, but they can't move. It's a stalemate.
RRQ holding out GOAT team holding out RRQ. Alpha 7 trying to get some shots over towards Yangon Galacticos, but RRQ just have these broadsides, and not for a single second have they just let Alpha 7 move freely here. It has massively slowed them down. I think they were coming into this end game with very few smokes available. Zone 9 now just hits, and we will be closing to center. Carrillo, last nade has to be a big one, but I think at this point in time, it is the final. Let's go up to 6 eliminations. Your team is looking monstrous this match. They genuinely have looked better than everyone else. A real in a 2v2 against Yangon Galacticos, it's not all done and dusted. A hop out from straight to the firing line, and that's the opener that RRQ were looking for. The blue zone pushes them further. They have to get out of the warehouse, but the blue zone's choking them. Yangon Galacticos starting to have to leave here. Go team will squeeze the pressure on. RRQ moves out. Jets once again. Killer Joe at distance. Yangon Galacticos down to one final player. What could Mane do here? 60 bullets in a dream. A nade. Over towards Romeo, the blue zone's going to force him over the edge. He drops down. He goes. It is Goat Team going God mode. They have to be happy with that game. I mean, the way that they're screaming the end of it, they deserve this match more than anyone else. There was such slow gameplay from everyone else in the lobby. It felt like Goat was the only one carving their own legacy into this match. Couldn't ask for anything better. You really couldn't. They climbed themselves up to the top of that mountain, and it was a tough road for them. Their positioning on the south side, as you were saying, they were the only playmakers in this circle. Their move to off, their decision not to try and just stumble forwards, creep towards Danching like everybody else. Instead, they stepped back, they looked at the bigger picture, and they took a big chicken dinner. There was just so much willingness as well to just give Yangon Galacticos those locations. Playing a 2-2 split there, for the amount of time we're in that location, you deserve to be crashed upon. On that 2-2 split, holding those two buildings for as long as they did only happens because there is such passive gameplay around them in that location. Everyone is so afraid to get third party right now, and again, that's survival stage, John. That's what happens. The pressure is on. Goat's feeling none of it, apparently. Well, yeah, they were just unleashed there. They were allowed to graze on any pasture they liked. There was just nothing stopping them. And you're right. I mean, it was particularly RRQ and Alpha 7 on that northeast side around the Yangon Galacticos position that just really didn't push into it, didn't go for those targets until the blue zone forced them to do something that was completely unfavorable to their longer-term point scoring prospects. It's very tentative gameplay right now from Alpha 7. And it's almost annoying for me because the beginning of that game, my God. Oh yeah. I saw glimmers of the past. I saw the demon that used to be there before the match descended. I want more of that. Alpha 7 looked genuinely insane at the start. But let's hear more from Kalaris and what he thinks about Alpha 7.
Thank you very much, boys. Yes, once again here for the 100th time I am with Revo, as always. Let's talk about that game, actually. Of course, Go Team did get the win, but you guys were incredibly resilient in this game. You actually, from the word go, E-Arena hunted down Carrillo and then was able to take him down. Of course, then you were able to save Gizao to be able to get the res off here. But what's going through the team's mind in that point? Because that's a scary prospect when you're in a hot drop in Yulin.
Yeah, I think we know that can happen. Like, it can happen with everyone. So we always have a plan B to do anything when that thing happens. So we was ready to that, and we did a great match.
Yeah, you guys have already told me, you told me especially, that you're really good under pressure, and that kind of really exemplifies it. And speaking of that pressure to continue on in the game, once again in the late game, you guys go down to one player and able to get the recovery back up to 3 to continue things on to eventually, I think you had like 9 elims in this game as a whole or something like that. So when you go down to the 1 again and then are able to recover to the 3, what's going through the team's head in that moment?
I think that means to be a Brazilian because we never give up. So we was trying to keep everyone alive. Of course, we can happen
here for the rival stage.
The lobby,
warehouse, but the blue zone's choking them.
Yangon Galacticos starting aid. Single set. We need to smoke. Maybe.
That's a real word.
Pick a 3v2
to very, very quickly How do you make this one work? Shots now. He has. Go team. What are you doing, man? Straight into the Galacticos down to 1.
Eliminate 7 မှာ3 gate ရတာပေါ့သူ။ဟော9 gate လောက်ရှိတယ်။အားတကယ်ဘယ်နှမှတ်လဲဘယ်နှမှတ်6မှတ်ခဲ့တော့
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I am here with Fire H from AGAL from the survival stage. I want to ask them a few questions about the tournament overall and see where they sit so far. So first questions first. You guys were 9 points away from qualifying through into the final. I wanted to ask you guys if there was any adjustments from the group stage that you could have maybe changed, looking back at it, to maybe just go directly into the final for the top 5.
那我们现在在胜存赛当中有 AGL 的 Flowfish 给带来我们这次的采访。然后 Flowfish， 首先你们当时小组赛的时候，其实差9分就能直接晋级到决赛了。现在，如果让你去回想一下的话，当时能做出什么样的调整，或者怎么样的进步，来相当于能成功拿下这9分，并且直接进决赛呢？
其实当时知道差9分，其实挺可惜的吧。然后因为那人的圈运其实也算很好的。 然后当时也是没打好，心里一直在想，如果少犯点失误的话，是不是就直接晋级了？
It was a pretty big disappointment to lose out with just 9 points, and honestly, like the circles were pretty friendly towards us. I think that like luck was on our side, but we just made a couple of mistakes too many. And looking back, you know, if we only just ironed out some of those mistakes, played a little bit better, I think we could have gotten that 9 points and gone straight into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think you're right on that regard. Okay, so let's talk about actually the last game from yesterday on Myanmar, and it was kind of like Lost Leona's finish. Urban endings can be very difficult for a lot of teams to be able to move through, but AGAL performed it masterfully to be able to go from building to building, really get through to the middle, despite having to make a lot of movements. So, were there any big challenges that you felt like there was going to be there when you were making those moves through Los Leones?
那我们先说一下昨天打的最后一张图，因为当时是那个沙漠图，而且那个圈都是在那个城区嘛。然后城区的这种圈通常都是最困难的，因为四面埋伏，就是到处都有危险。但是你们却是非常干净利落的一栋楼一栋楼这样清过去，然后最终成功的直击了。那能不能跟我们说当时那一张图当中，哪一些时刻特别的危险，以及你们当时做出了哪一些就是比较亮眼、比较优秀的一些决策呢？
当时的话应该是扎进去的时候风险挺大的吧，然后当时是被两边一直扫，还好没有掉人。然后后面的话就是我们一起抱团吧，然后一步一步清一个边出来，然后慢慢的往前推，往前打。
Well, yeah, when the circle first formed and we saw that it was in the Los Leones, it was very dangerous in our initial incursion into the circle because we were getting kind of like flanked by 2 different teams. But we managed to, you know, form as a group. We pushed as a team, and then once we cleared out our own side, our own niche, I think it became a lot easier, and we were just clearing building by building together as one singular unit, and I think that was what clinched us the victory.
All right, thank you very much, Far Edge, for the interview. Thank you for the translations. That's been us here with AGAL.
A day where a lot of teams have absolutely nothing to lose. So how about you start improving on stuff that we've been pointing out here? And that's exactly what GOAT Gaming was able to do in this game, Max.
The boys, the GOAT team finally showing up. And you know what? It's very interesting because there's no hovercraft on Rondo, and yet they still get themselves a win. Moxie definitely making me proud in that game, but a great merge of aggression in this game from GOAT team and also strong macro rotates that I do have this that I'm going to break down and play a little bit bit later on. So check that out later in this desk segment. But no, GOAT team, generally the first time in this tournament, I have hope that this team can actually maybe make a big jump at the top 6. And just to highlight what you said earlier, Seven, on the pre-show, the point gap is so minimal towards the middle pack teams, which is where GOAT are. This game, I think, puts them up in top 6.
It was 14-point difference between 3rd place all the way down to 15th place now.
Wow, that's fantastic. I mean, it really just goes to show that anybody with one decent game can jump all the way up. We will see that on the overall leaderboards. There we go. But yeah, GOAT team able to just grab this hilltop. I'm so excited that we actually got a zone here, because there's some really dynamic terrain to actually work with, and GOAT handled it so beautifully. RRQ as well, you're seeing there with Yangon. I was really happy with Yangon. Yes, it's a more of a passive second place. Yes, the zone was given to them a little bit, but they defended pretty well against RRQ, and we could see them take some shots towards other teams in the zone. So actually, I'm very happy with their performance. They were able to get some killer shots, man. There's some awesome shots coming on through there, and yeah, getting the win is finally going over to GOAT. But Yangon, GG.
Yeah, to be fair, it is really hard for Yangon Galacticos. You just had a fight with RRQ, and then you have to instantly finish the fight with RRQ and go for an exit onto GOAT. I understand that getting that win was not possible, but you know what? A strong second place, Yangon. Again, the point gap is so small that could put them really high on those rankings.
It is strong second place. And look at GOAT team, 25 points, RRQ as well. A lot of these squads that actually needed the points. But Lace, I'm looking especially at one squad. And that squad is currently in 4. Damn right, Alpha 7 showing up. And not only that, we got a chance to see Rebel showing what we know he's capable of.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was kind of like such a beautiful start for them. They're just dropping slightly northwest of Yulin and not getting into that hot drop scenario. But what actually happened was E-Arena forced them out of their initial drop into the hot drop zone as a duo. But you think that would be the downfall of them? No, Reaver the Beast has been unleashed and has come back to play today. He was able to drop 5 eliminations, holding off so many teams that there's actually, I wish I grabbed the clip for you, scaring away RRQ. I mean, he is pushing so much presence onto this team that their team was able to revive themselves, adapt. They cleared a very clear route for them to be able to sit on that northern side. And although, you know, they ended up as a duo at that final against YG, did you see just how much aggression they were showing even as a duo in between a split hold of YG? Like, this is all we were asking for yesterday, and they've turned up today.
Yeah, throw away that car once again. Just make sure we stop hitting Max, because everybody's been doing it over and over again.
Max, I got you.
But just talking about, exactly, talking about that gap of points, a GOAT team ends up pushing up all the way up to second place, and this is perfectly, this couldn't be the most perfect example for all the teams that are currently outside of the top 6. If you have a good performance here, you will end up jumping up to that top 6 because of how much everything that Tiamba was able to sponge up yesterday.
It's so true, but this is where we've got to be really careful now, because it all comes down to the next couple of games. Because look at second place, look at 6th, only 10 points difference. Then 7th with GK 46, E-Arena 46, Yangon Galacticos with 44. The list goes on. It's so close. So GOAT may have gotten a big jump into that second place position, but it's not over yet. We still have 5 more matches to actually, it could go either way here. These other teams, they're not going to be happy where they are. The points are so close. It's really anybody's game now.
That leaderboard is going to be shifting, okay? It's going to be shifting not only during the match, after the match, and everything in between. We don't know which top 6 teams are going to be going towards the finals, but I do know that GOAT team has been putting in the word. Maybe they've been listening to us, because I know Killer Joe definitely speaks English, and they've been adjusting those rotations and trying to make sure they stay alive towards the end of the games.
As I said earlier, this is one of the best rotations we've seen so far this tournament from GOAT teams. I'm going to hold you to hold my microphone.
I got some analysis to make right now.
Bring it over. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was having a little bit of a bad time. So I wanted to look at these positions in particular. You see GOAT team on the southern side. They've been there for like a decent amount of time here, just chilling on the outskirts. Northern circle, meaning they have 2 options. Or they avoid the fight inside the city of Danxing, or they head to the eastern or western side. And there's a great opportunity that happens later on down the line here. As you can see, there's a big skirmish breaking out between Nongshim Red Force and E-Arena. And this is just ringing the bell. This is your opportunity right here, right now, GOAT team, to send it. And the moment they see the fight starting up, they instantly go for this wide western rotation, which not only allows them to clear some teams onto the western side, and they occupy that as their main playing spot for pretty much the rest of the game, but also avoiding all of the skirmish happening
happening in the city itself. It's literally a two stones, one bird, a two birds, one stone kind of situation. And GOAT team, this gives me hope. They can be a strong team in the finals. I just wish they would make it just more consistently, because this was 10 out of 10 stuff.
And that's why GOAT team, out of all of us, with the improvement that you've been able to do on that one, you get a chicken for that one. Hopefully you'll be able to keep on getting more, because right now we're going to be heading on to none other than game number 2, baby.
Oh, absolutely. We're getting ready, and our teams, I feel like they're feeling a bit like that plastic chicken right now, a little bit squeaky, because it is getting a little bit later in the day with every single match. One opportunity is stricken off your card. Match number 8, we're going back over towards Erangel this time, Blank.
For GOAT team, obviously, it's very easy to put all those points. And for Alpha 7 on our screen, obviously I've been critical.
Yeah.
But I was, at the start of that last game, I was very pleased with their performance. I really, really was. There's just a tentativeness towards that last 10 minutes or last 5 minutes when they get to those stages of the game, where even then I could see Guiz out, setting himself up for that fight, that engagement versus GOAT team, which might have been the winner. Creo gets picked up on the backside there because it's just not a full cohesive push. It's tough. It is tough. And I understand that last game was a lot of moving parts in that end game. But they did show, as Clara said, a lot of resilience in the early game. And we can't forget that. I think they had a fantastic start. I think they had the best start to that last game than anyone else. And I've said it before, it's very promising right now. So we'll see what more they can get done. The Furia, on the other hand, another team that I did want to talk about. I think they went down fairly early in that last match. They got stuck in towards Dansheng, tough position to play, slowly bled out players. I have no doubt in my mind, though, the Fury is not going to pop off later today at some point. I think the Furies should be in that top 6. I think they belong in that top 6. From PMMI to now, they are looking for a big win at a major stage in the year. But we're heading into game 2 now with Erangel flying over from the top side of the map down towards Nova Repnoya.
A nice, even playing path here, Blank. Nothing too dramatic. Our circles have been pretty cruel, though. I think it's safe to say we were maybe a little bit of we were given a little bit of rest from it in that last rondo. Not super favorable for the teams on the south, but it felt reasonable. We have had some much worse circles moving forwards. E-Arena out fairly early, near Alpha 7 there. E-Arena employing interesting strategy at the start of that last rondo, right? Really going on the hunt, like targeting those recall towers and finding those solos in a way that I don't think we've seen so much. It's definitely something that teams have thought about doing. It's some things that we have seen happen, but it felt very much like a very specific game plan for E-Arena to be able to go for those hunt downs. And it was, I believe, it was Ulf and Alpha 7 who lost their solos.
It's been happening actually a lot more recently. There's been more and more times where we'll try and catch out 1 or 2 teams who are just carelessly throwing over towards the same spot every single time. That team will just wander in, get themselves free elimination, and practically ruin the hopes of another team, or at least make their rotations out very difficult, like it was for the case on Ulf. So yeah, I do think that that is happening more. It's just the first time we've really seen a team go after multiple squads at the same time. QZZ currently at 4,470 damage done. Milu close behind 3,900. But the drop-off between QZZ and Killer Joe in 3rd place, kind of wild, because 3,500 damage is pretty good, honestly. But QZZ has just been on another world entirely over the course of these 2 days. Circle very kind right now over towards Boatyard Ruins. DK getting a nice start over towards Pachinki at the moment. Wolves scattered across Gatka Fields. And you could be scattering Jutsu all over the place with the new Naruto skin set, as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. Make sure to draw that in-game, because goodness me, that's a gorgeous skin. One of the best ones, actually, I've seen in quite a while. And you can also have a little tiny Kurama if you want it, right? You know, you get that Ninetales Fox. He's got loads of emotes. It's fun. It's good stuff.
It is very cute as well. It was one of the things I was very envious of. Have to try and pursue that one. Get your spins in, get on to the game, see if you can pick those up.
RRQ on the south side near that quarry area. No early engagements. We're not seeing a hot drop in Pachinki anymore. It's just Gike on the inside there. Now that was settled. That was drawn to a close.
And that's what they're all playing for right there. We just saw on our screens the beautiful trophy here at the PMWC at EWC. Obviously a nice little flyby of our wonderful stage. Backed on both sides by fans from around the world, which is great to see. Honestly, it's really, really cool to have everyone here supporting the teams. The atmosphere has been fairly electric, and I might add quite loud.
Oh yeah.
But I am happy. You know, there is some rambunctious support for the squads.
Absolutely. The drums of war beating heavy on the ears of our players. Well, hopefully not, actually. They should have ear protection on, so they should be fine. And they will show their support efficaciously. Goat team, okay, moving over towards. Well, yeah, it's true. It's very effective.
I feel like searching the dictionary for that one.
Efficaciously.
Yeah.
It was good. It was good. I think I came up with
saw you pull out the dictionary and start flicking through it.
Hey, you know, sometimes I've just got to riffle through it.
Rifle.
And what I find would be elemosynary.
Okay, wonderful. No clue what that means.
Neither. I'm pretty sure it means like something.
You've just. All right, fair enough. You skipped a single page and just gone for it.
Just because you read the dictionary doesn't mean you know the definition.
I would hope you did. You're like the picture book of dictionaries. You just look at the words. Yeah, I don't want to look at the definition.
Absolutely, yeah. A is for Alpha 7.
That's true. B is for Brazil.
B is for Brazil. C is for Korea. I don't have it. I'm out. Not tapping out that one. Furia. Ooh, stop, drop, and roll. Down the hill. But they do get back to their tyres and will be on the road again. To come in from that eastern side. Jump up from the northeast from Yasnaya, making their way into teams looking to leave Pachinki, or well, crowded around the edges of Pachinki in this spot. They're still far afield from one another. These teams are still a little bit in that looting phase.
Yeah, it's a calm game. It's always weird coming from Rondo because it's from minute one you're bombarded by elimination after elimination. Plenty of ridiculous infighting towards some of these POIs on the map. But for Erangel, this is a pretty reasonable circle. Honestly, I don't think there's nothing too crazy about this whatsoever.
I feel like the first fight that might pop off is actually Alula on their crossing from the north side. Depending on where they go.
Alpha 7's arch nemesis.
Yeah, Alpha 7 are kind of in the way. But Alula could just go further east and try and push in on that side of things. And Alpha 7 are a little bit split right now, so it is kind of dangerous if Alula go for a full crash on towards one of the positions on the north, with Obscure, with Revo, both kind of isolated from one another.
Well, for Alpha 7 right now, I can see what they're trying to do, right? You're trying to maintain control of box, also have some control over the compounds that sit underneath Everest, and you're basically guaranteeing as much in towards the next circle as possible. All those locations are good, and there is support that you can make from across the river. And Guizhou for a slight push-up over towards that north side as soon as Obscure was sending back that information that potentially was a team roaming on the northern edge, but he's going to back down towards the south side of Everest. Everyone's quite well situated though. School currently taken by Tiamba. They shifted over from that eastern side. Alula crosses over the water to the banks of Rozok. But pretty much this one comes down to zone 2. There's plenty of space for absolutely everyone here, so we can probably talk about some of our teams. Currently in this one, Yangon Galacticos getting a very free and easy rotate from that south side, but AGAL wasn't a horrendous game last time around, but they did fall over at some point. I think I'd like to see a step up from this squad, probably towards the first portion of the day, right? First 3 matches, I'd like to see something good out of this one, and that would indicate they could potentially be in that top 6.
I think so. I mean, certainly coming into the survival stage, if you had to pick AGAL or Tiamba to be in the first place position of this lobby, this is not the reality that you would have selected, given the performances that we saw back in those group stages. But AGAL, they have fallen off, but not far enough to be outside of that opportunity zone. With GOAT Team in second place on 57 points, that's 17 points ahead of AGAL in 12th, which means that they have a massive opportunity to be able to push on through, to change the story here. As for almost all of our teams, in fact, as the circle crunches in, again, fairly chilled out circle, keeps that northern side a little bit in, but again, you're just going to have to look to move forwards. And Alula split themselves 2 and 2 to try and find the best way across. I imagine that they've spotted Alpha 7 on that location. With Alpha 7 looking to regroup, Alula will be able to get through. It's interesting, it would be interesting to see if they try and go 2 and 2 and actually cross into different locations, because at that point, they're committing to being completely split until they can regroup in maybe zone 7.
It's really hard, okay? It's really, really hard to play across Boatyard, wrap through the rolling hills on the south side of Boatyard and back to one another, which is why you're actually seeing them re-rotate to regroup over towards the western edge alongside with the rest of the team that's south of box. AGAL getting blasted right now as they push over towards Ruins. This was a very desperate rotate. They're mildly successful, honestly, off the back of it. They get into position, they play the bunkers, they play the sandbags.
Okay.
Not horrendous. Actually not horrendous. Flower H's vehicle is on its last legs, though.
They do have a blowtorch, so they can actually repair that one up. I think that's what you can hear in the background there. You've got your headphones in, making sure that they are nice and healthy. Yeah, I feel like mild, maybe even up to medium successful.
Yeah, medium push.
Maybe
Maybe you're right.
Bit of peri-peri on that one.
Peri-peri, yeah, exactly. It's spicy rotation. Could have been bad. I think a lot of people and teams were trying to figure out where they wanted to go. But AGAL had a very clear decision in mind. A lot of teams don't push towards Ruins too early either, because they don't want to be on that slope. You would rather have the information and the vision down towards that south side. So I think AGAL plays into that quite quickly and is like, okay, maybe we can get sandbags off the back of this one. I don't imagine anyone's pushed in there too early. Boatyard team potentially might have gone for that one, but Dope is on a weird 2-2 split over on the western side of Boatyard and then down towards the south by the roads. So they are likely not going to be able to regroup anytime soon.
I think it's a 3-1 coming on through. To me, that stinks of not moving quickly enough and responding to the circle, because you know what the other teams around you
Kenji is done
are going to be going for, right? He's on foot getting down there, or is he? Maybe he's in a buggy, not entirely sure. No, he is, yeah, just on his belly, trying to survive, trying to not make any sound. As soon as Alula read that he's here, he's gone, he's out.
Yeah, they did then hear him. He leapt off at just the right time. Sneaky beaky down towards the bottom here. I think maybe that was his vehicle.
Maybe.
You saw it there. It is hidden. It is hidden away. And we are heading over towards Ruins, in fact. A lot of teams will have to figure this one out. AGAL, medium success to massive success, honestly.
Yeah.
Really, really well done.
With that circle, they have got themselves a really nice slice of it. Alpha 7's compound as well is pretty huge, overlooking so much of the fields to the south. They've got a lot of pressure to the east. E-Arena may look to try and crash down upon them, but I don't think there's an impetus to do that within the next maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes potentially. GOAT Team in with a scrap on the south side as they're trying to leave past Gatka, open across those fields, but the Wolves are dragging them down into a fight.
Wolves actually in the top 6 right now. Kind of interesting. They've been able to get some points on board, but Elementrix will fall now. Baton moved over towards that northern edge. They were split on the team quite fully along with one another. Slonic just about able to get off into the distance, but before he does get knocked down, I think for Wolves right now, there's a bit of a awkward push out. And they weren't really thinking that, oh my god, there's going to be a lot of teams coming from that south side. And we're quickly shut down because of it. Ulf tries to go center. Ulf is not a team we expected to be in 13th here. I think this is a very big surprise for everyone. Currently only on 2 players. And we're probably thinking that for the guys on Ulf, this is a hard achievement to make happen in the last 4 matches, because I don't think they're getting many points off the back of this game. They would have to shoot up the rankings if they want to make it to the top 6, and Ulf getting sent home today would be a massive deal.
Definitely. I mean, it is a team that has had some ups and downs, I think it's safe to say, over the course of these group stages. Not quite able to make it all the way into the top 5. They were definitely in with a chance here. The lobby is close enough in terms of these overall scores right now, Blank, that they can still make it. It does require them to be pushing pretty hard and fast, though. For Ulf, it's likely they're going to need to see at least 5 points off this match to keep themselves in the running, moving into the latter half of the day. And to be fair, from their position on the north edge, that may well be doable as a duo. If Al-Ula don't commit to pushing out onto that angle, there's really not too many other teams that are going to threaten them. So it's a survival strategy for Ulf, and it may go quite well. They did send all the way from the southeast straight through the middle to get to this spot. That's why they've managed to shed all the players that they had. But yeah, it's a tough game for them. They do need to make the most of it.
Yeah, which is why it is a massive success for AGAL on that rotate, because they stopped early enough. They didn't lose too many players. They brought things to repair the rotational devices with, aka cars, which is great. Great news for them. And they should have some success into the future too. We do move over towards that western side. Alpha 7 thrown a bone here, but I would argue that they set themselves up nicely in that early game. I'm hoping this trend continues. Honestly, I think Alpha 7 looks good today. They do look good today.
Yeah, with that pressure on the northern shore to divert Al-Ula away, remove a lot of that. That's what you were talking about, right? With their ability to hold that 2-2 split. I liked they did regroup on the northern side, so they weren't solos.
Very quick to reassess the scenario as well and get back down towards this location. I believe that, although, yeah, sure, the rest of the team's very, very good, Guizhou has been this driving factor for the team today. He's been making a lot of calls, a lot of decisions on the fly. And I think it's been helpful. I think it has been helpful. It's just strange that one of the newer players of the squad is the one to sort of drag the team along with him. Furia making a similarly wild rotate in. Yangon Galacticos looking to chip this down. And, oh, yeah.
That is nasty stuff coming through. One player now left for Furia. Coach not looking too happy. Gonna have words with them after this one, I'm sure. Trying to figure out the best path forwards. GK, they were put through the ringer in that last match, but it looks like they're going to survive on their compound as well. As RRQ go down to them. Too much damage for them to bear, and Ragnarok back to his feet. The res comes on in. Tianba in the meantime getting torn apart by AGAL. There is an answer a little bit, but the nades over the top just slow things down. They only have Milu left standing, and he needs another. Let's go for another 1v4. Why not?
Great nade from Maple, honestly. Very well done here. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to post these nades over inside of sandbags because there's a lot of terrain that stops you from fully committing those nades inwards. Maybe getting a little bit over-aggressive here, forgetting the castle is in play. Nade at the top, tries to finish out QZZ, does go far enough, well done. Really good hold here from AGAL, leaving, like you say, Milu, the 1v4 master, alive at the end here.
But Tianba, another fairly low-scoring game, potentially on the cards here, with only the single elim found. We said before, it's probably still fairly safe for them right now, but they do need to pick up a couple points here and there, Blank. Yeah, it is unfortunate in this spot. Losing 3 of their players like that is not how you want to start. Dopeness on the south side against Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force playing with only 2 players in action, and Dopeness similarly losing one of their players as well. As they left Kenji in the shadow of Al-Ula. We saw him dropping down earlier on.
GK holding. Next circle is closing now. We have a lot of Everest over towards that western side. The arena's trying to bank as much information as possible at the moment. Store that away. Open filing cabinets, pull out the secret files for later, where these teams will be playing, how they want to approach an endgame. They have been very quiet so far, very spy-like.
Wolf now being descended upon. The duo that moved out there earlier, able to do a little bit there, but Scarface does get flushed. Aaron's not too long to follow. A victim of the MG3 on the northern side, and Ulf will go down, so not what they were looking for here to keep themselves in the running. They'll need something bigger in the next few, and very, very quickly. As we turn our attention towards the teams now left in the circle. GK, they've been holding their nerve. They're up to 5 elims on this match now, Blank. They're doing well on the south side. They've rebuffed pushes there. They have the buildings to play around. Goat team on 6 elims as well, looking to come off the back of a strong rondo in towards Erangel with some force.
Well, they have force with them, so don't worry. He is on the team. We're good to go. But they're going to have to move it towards that northeast side. I think it's a slightly interesting push they'll have to make, and if they want to wrap down towards the south here and play in slow, definitely doable. Alpha 7, they pulled off from that northern portion of the compound and fully situated themselves down towards the south here, understanding the teams are likely wrapped through fields, were in the compound down towards the southwest, which they are right, and that is Goat team. So they're fully focusing a lot of their attention over towards Everest and their southwest. This is a good approach to the game from them. GK doing something very similar, looking to hold out the teams that are on the southern edge. You've just got Milu remaining down there.
Alpha 7's position gets so much stronger when E-Arena leave the top of Everest. For Goat team, that is good news for the time being, but as soon as E-Arena move, their rooftops become so dangerous against Goat team. They're going to have to a real think about how they want to go for this one. And I feel like E-Arena is starting to peel off those angles.
Yeah, starting to look over towards Alula again. They have had that information for quite some time now. Noxian Red Force, Hyunbin opens up over towards Killer Joe. That's a backstab coming through here and will slow the guys from Go down. Revo actually looking to swing by in the vehicle, get some information, but Noxian Red Force definitely the main force that is distracting away from Go.
Everybody can't hide in it, so Go down in it, don't you be jamming on me. ငါဖတ်ဆိုတဲ့ကောင်မင်းတို့ဖန်အောင်မယ်ရုပ်ကမင်းတို့ AI နဲ့လုပ်ပြီးတော့မျိုးမျိုးကဲဒီမှာကျွန်တော်ခုတ်တင်းဒီမှာကျွန်တော် NS ဟိုးရှိမှကျွန်တော် KK ဒီမှာအပေါ်မှာလည်းကျွန်တော် A7 ပဲအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်အသင်းတွေတော့အကုန်လုံးကတော့ကျွန်တော်ကွင်းပြင်ကြီးမှာပဲဗရက်ဆိုင်မဲနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ရှိပါတယ်အလောတဲ့နေထားမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်မေလို့ EA အနေနဲ့ကတော့ကျွန်တော်စုံထဲတော့ဝင်လာမှာဗျဖြည်းဖြည်းချင်းစီဝင်လာမှာပဲအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် NS ထပ်ပြီးတော့ granny ဘာညာပေးတယ်ကျွန်တော်ကားနဲ့တိုးလာမယ်နေထားတော့တောက်ချောက်ပဲကျွန်တော်လဲပြီးတော့ spray ကိုစူးစမ်းနေရင်းနေပဲကျွန်တော်တစ်ချက်မှတော့မတိသွားခဲ့ဘူးဗျာအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် NS တွေကတော့တော်တော်ကိုင်းနေခဲ့ပြီဒီမှာ granny ကုတ်တင်ပြန်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ပေးကိုစူးစမ်းနေ granny လှမ်းပြီးတော့ထည့်တယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော် NS ပြန်ပြီးတော့ pressure ပေးတယ်ဗျာအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ကုတ်တင်တကောင်တော့ကျွန်တော် NS ကိုဖျက်ပြီးတော့နှောက်လိုက်ပြီ NS ကျွန်တော်တယောက်ပဲချန်လာတော့မယ်တောက်ချောက် force ကိုနေလှမ်းဟဲနေရင်းနေပဲ A7 နေတော့ကုတ်တင်နေဟိုဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်နော်ထားပါသေးတယ်အပါမခေါ်လိုက်သေးတယ်ဗျာအဲ့တော့ NS pressure ပေးမှဒီမှာ timber key တကောင်တော့ကျွန်တော်မလိုက်ပြီအဲ့ကျွန်တော် granite တောက်ချောက်တော့ပေးခံနေရအောင်မယ်ကုတ်တင်းကျွန်တော်2ယောက်ပဲချန်တော့တယ်โอเคအဲ့ကျွန်တော် A7 ကျွန်တော်4ယောက်တိချန်နေမှာသေးတယ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် 10k 3k တွေရယူထားတော့မယ်ကဲကျွန်တော်တင်မာအနေနဲ့တောက်ရောက် pressure ပေးဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေတော့ပဲဗျာအိမ်ထဲဝင်မှာဒီကောင်နဲ့တော့ဒါပေမဲ့ဒီကောင် key point လိုချင်တာဗျာတော့ခံကောင်းပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့နှစ်ကောင်နောနိုင်လိုက်မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ပို့ပြီးတော့ fine သွားမယ်အဲ့တော့မှကျွန်တော်ရင်ဆိုင်တွဲတဲ့အနေနဲ့မှပြန်ပြစ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားနေဆိုမှလည်းပစင်းတော့မပြေတော့ဘူးဗျာ key ထွက်ပြီးတော့လာပြစ်မှာလား granny ဘာညာတော့သုံးထားတော့မယ်တင်မာကောင်နဲ့တော်တော်ဒုက္ခရောက်နေတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်ဒါမနေ့ကကျွန်တော်2 4 1ပြစ်သွားတဲ့ကောင်ပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ဒီကောင်လက်တောင်မလားဆဲတော့ဆဲနေထုံးဝင်းဗျာအဲ့တော့မှကျွန်တော် smoke ထဲကိုပဲတောက်ရောက် pressure ပေးဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေတယ်အိမ်ထဲကိုတော့ဝင်သွားခဲ့ပြီပြန်ပြစ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားကျွန်တော်အနေထားမှလည်းကောင်းနေတော့မယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်နောက်ဆုံးတစ်ချက်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တင်မာအနေနဲ့ကတော့ကျွန်တော်အဆုံးသတ်ထားပေးပါသေးတယ်။ကဲတော့မှာတော့ရောက်ရေးဟုတ်ပါပြီကောက်ပါလေ။ရောက်ရေးကြီးကတင်းလုံးကကျွန်တော် white out ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာ။တင်မာကောင်ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့သူအကောင်းဆုံးတော့ကြိုးစားခဲ့တယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော်ကြီးကအနေနဲ့မှားလိုက်တယ်။ကြီးကတင်းလုံးကိုလည်းပြန်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် white out ဖြစ်အောင်တော့ဂုတ်တင်းအနေနဲ့မှားလိုက်ပြီဗျာ။ကျွန်တော်ဂုတ်တင်းနှစ်ကောင်တော့ကျန်နေပါသေးတယ်။ဒီ7နဲ့လည်းစားနေပြီးတော့ဖြတ်နေခဲ့ပြီ။ဂုတ်ကတကောင်ပဲရအောင်ဟို3ကောင်ရအောင်3ကောင်ရပါ။ထွေးကဲတော့ A7 ကျွန်တော်တို့ 4ရောက်တော့ကျန်နေပါသေးတယ်ထိုင်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ခုတ်တင်းကောင်တော့နောလိုက်ပြီဆိုရင်ဒီတော့ကျွန်တော်ကေးကောက်ဖို့ကြိုးစားနေထုံးမယ်ကျွန်တော် A7 ကေးရတော့ထက်ရထားသေးတယ်ဗျာတော့ကြောင့် pressure ပေးဖို့ကြိုးစားနေဆိုရင်နေတာပါခက်ရအောင်ရေးကျွန်တော်တို့ NS နဲ့အကောင်းဆုံးပဲကျွန်တော်ပြန်ပြီးတော့အင်ထားရှင်းနေပဲခုတ်တင်းတစ်သိန်းလုံးကတော့ကျွန်တော် white out ဖြစ်သွားပြီဗျာတင်း illuminate ပါဘိုးကရှင်းမှလည်းရအောင်နော်အဲ့တော့ NS ဒီကောင်လေး channel ဆိုမှလည်းကျွန်တော်သွေးပါဖြည့်ပြီးတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့စုံနဲ့ဝင်အောင်မယ်ဒီမှာကျွန်တော် AG တစ်ဖက်ကတော့ကျွန်တော် GS e-sport နဲ့ညှိနေချင်းနေပဲ GS e-sport ကောင်တော့ကျွန်တော်အပါတော့ခေါ်လိုက်ပါသေးတယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် pressure ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပေးတဲ့ DNE အနေနဲ့ဒီကောင်လေး channel ဆိုမှလည်းတော့ကျွန်တော် pressure ပေးဖို့စူးစမ်းနေတယ်ပဲ AG ဒီကောင်တော့နော့လိုက်ပြီဗျတော့ DNE ဒီကောင်လေးဆိုမှလည်းကေးလေးပါလေးရအောင်တော့ဖန်တီးအောင်မယ်ဒီမှာကျွန်တော် GS e-sport channel တုံးမယ်ပေါ်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော် AG ဒီကောင်ကားနဲ့တော့ဖြန့်သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျတော့ကျွန်တော် ULA လေးတော့ channel ပါသေးတယ်ကဲအဲ့တော့မှကျွန်တော် AG ပြန်ပြီးတော့ pressure ပေးဖို့စူးစမ်းရဆိုတဲ့အနေနဲ့မှာ DNE ဒီကောင်စုံ pressure နဲ့တော်တော်ညှိနေပြီတောင်းကြပဲ set ပေးဖို့စူးစမ်းရဆိုမှလည်းကျွန်တော်ဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ prone ထားပါသေးတယ်ကျွန်တော် small တွေပါခင်းနေမယ်ကျွန်တော်ဇုံကလည်း pressure ပေးနေပြီဆိုတော့နောက်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်သွားနေခဲ့ရပြီအဲ့တော့ INS တောင်းကြောပဲ AG ကောင်တော့ရှားလိုက်ပြီအဲ့တော့ INS ကောင်တော့ KIA ချိန်ဆုံးမလိုက်ရှင်းနေမယ် INS တင်းလုံးကတော့ white out ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပါပြီတင်း illuminate ပါမိုဒီတာတွေဘယ်နေလဲအောင်ကြောင်းနေပြီတော့နေနေအော်တော့ပါဒီရည်တေချာပဲ KIA က15ဘက်5ဘက်တော့ဆောင်းနေကောင်တွေဘယ်မလိုက်တော့အော်တော့ပါအားလည်းဘယ်လောက်15တော့ဖြစ်တော့15တော့ဖြစ်တော့ဒီတော့နမေဖတ်မြောင်ရုံရေးမင်းတရုတ်နမေနေနမေနေလာသေးနေရအောင်ကဲတော့မတော့ DNE တင်းလုံးတော့ကျွန်တော် white out ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့တာလားဟုတ်တယ်ဗျကျွန်တော် DNE တင်းလုံးတော့ကျွန်တော် white out တော့ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ခုန DNE ကတကောင်မဲကျန်တာပေါ့နော်အဲကျွန်တော်ဇုံကလည်း pressure တော့ပေးနေပြီနောက်တော့ကျွန်တော်25 second နေတော့ဇုံထပ်ပြီးတော့ရင်ကုန်ရအောင်မယ်ဒီ7ကျွန်တော်တောက်ချောက်ပဲကျွန်တော် granite တော့ကင်ထားရဆိုမှလည်းတောက်ချောက် spray ခံရတဲ့အနေထားမှာ A7 တကောင်တော့ကျွန်တော်အပါခေါ်ခံလိုက်ရပြီဗျာအဲ့မှာကျွန်တော် KIA ကြီးပြန်ပြီးတော့ pressure ပေးဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားအောင်ဆုံးအတင်းရတော့အခုချိန်မှာတော့ကောင်းဆုံး performance ပြဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေရှင်းနေပဲ granite လောက်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ထည့်လိုက်တယ်ဗျာအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် AG အနေနဲ့ ULA တကောင်တော့ဖြတ်ပြီးတော့နှော့ထားတယ် AG အပါခေါ်ထားရင်းနေပဲကျွန်တော် ULA တစ်သိန်းလုံးကတော့ white out ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြန်ပါပြီဟောဒီဖေးနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့4သိန်းပဲကျန်တော့တဲ့အနေထားမှာတော့ A7 အနေနဲ့ကတော့3ကောင်မေလို E အနေနဲ့ကတော့4ကောင်မေလို AG ကျွန်တော်2ယောက်3ကောင်တော့ရှိရပေါ့နော်တကောင်တော့တော့နေတယ်ပြန်တော့ K လိုက်ပြန် KIH 3ကောင်ကျန်နေဆိုတဲ့နေရာမှာကားနဲ့ပဲတောင်းချောင်းဝင်ဖို့တော့စူးစမ်းရဆိုမလဲ KIH အနေနဲ့အကောင်းဆုံးပြန်ပြီးတော့အေးဖို့စူးစမ်းရတော့ဒါပေမဲ့ AG ဒီဘက်မှာလောင်လေးတကောင်တော့ကျန်နေတော့မယ်တော့ကျွန်တော်1/1 battery ကိုတော့ချိရမယ်ချင်းနေအောင်တော့တွေ့သွားခဲ့ပြီမေလိုအေးအနေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်အပေါ်မှာပဲခွေးတောင်းတော့ချောင်းနေခဲ့ရတာဗျာတော့ကျွန်တော်မီးပါဆွဲသွားနေပဲ AG ရှော့ကန်နဲ့ပြန်အိမ်ဖို့ကြိုးစား flip တယ်မထီဘူးနောက်တစ်ချက် flip တယ်နောက်တစ်ချက်ဆိုရင်တော့အဆင်ပြေတယ်ဆိုရင်လည်း KIA အနေနဲ့မှာကျွန်တော်အပါခေါ်ခံလိုက်ရပြီမေလိုအေးဖိနိုင်သွားတယ်ငါလုံးမရေဖိနိုင်ငါးစီလာနိုင်မလားလားဟုတ်ပါသားဖိနိုင်သွားတာဟဲ့အောင်ရေအဲ့တော့မှတော့ကျွန်တော် A7 3ယောက်နဲ့ E 4ယောက်ချန်နေပါသေးတယ် E အနေနဲ့ကကျွန်တော် 10K 5K တွေရယူထားတယ်ဗျာကျွန်တော်ဖိနိုင်ပြီးတော့ 5K ယူထားတာပေါ့နော်အဲ့မေလို E အခုချိန်ကြီးတော့အလုပ်ဖြစ်နေတော့မယ်မေလို A7 ပြန်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ကားနဲ့တော့အချိန်နဲ့အားလုံးတော့စောင့်ကြည့်နေပါသေးတယ်အဲ့တော့ဝိုင်းနေတယ်လည်းအကုန်ပတ်တယ်ကဲတော့မှာတော့မေလို E နဲ့မေလို A7 တွေကိုပဲကျွန်တော်တို့စောင့်ကြည့်နေရပြီဗျဒီနေရာမှာကိုရီဝိုင်းကြီးလေးကိုတော့ကျွန်တော်မြင်ချင်ပါသေးတယ်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော် granite လမ်းပြီးတော့ဆွဲထားပြီဆိုတော့နောက်မှာတော့ granite လမ်းပြီးတော့ပြစ်တာလေးကတော့ဘယ်သူမှတော့ထိမသွားခဲ့ဘူးဗျကျွန်တော် A7 အနေနဲ့လူရင်းကတော့နဲနေခဲ့ပြီ E တွေကျွန်တော်လူရင်းများတဲ့တော့ဖြန့်နေခဲ့ပြီကျွန်တော်ခိုင်းနေမှာပုံတက်လာဖို့တော့စူးစမ်းကြည့်ကျွန်တော် head to head တွေးတော့မယ်ဗျအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် face to face ဆိုတဲ့နေရာမှာ granite လမ်းပြီးတော့ပေးရဲဆိုမှလည်းမေလုံးမောင်မယ်ကျွန်တော်ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပြစ်တယ် response မြန်တယ်ငါလုံးမမောင်မယ်ဆိုတဲ့နေရာကိုကျွန်တော် A7 ကောင်တော့ knock ခံလိုက်ရပြီကဲအဲ့တော့တောင်းကြောပဲပြန်ပြီးတော့အေးကောင်တော့ရပြီကားရဲ့ကောင်မှာတက်ပြီးကိုကြိုးစားတယ် A7 let's go မေလုံးအေးတွေမရရင်ပြီးအောင်ဆိုတဲ့နေရာတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် sport တွေပါတော့ခင်းထားခဲ့ပြီဗျာအေးအနေနဲ့3ကောင်ပဲချန်တယ် A7 ဘောတော့ပြန်ကလေးတော့ရတယ်ကျွန်တော်ကားရဲ့ကောင်တောင်းကြောပဲ pressure ပေးပြီးတော့ကြိုးစားနေနေပဲကျွန်တော်ကားရဲ့ကောင်တော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ကန်ထားခဲ့ဗျာအဲ့တော့ A7 ကောင်ကတော့ကျွန်တော် knock ခံလိုက်ရရင်ပဲ A7 တစ်ယောက်ပဲချန်တော့မယ်အေးအနေနဲ့3ယောက်မှလက်ရှိနေရှင်းနေပဲမေလုံးအေးအနေနဲ့ကတော့ကျွန်တော်အခုချိန်မှာတော့လာပြီးတော့ခွေးချောင်းတော့ချောင်းနေတော့မယ်ဗျာမေလိုကြီးထားမပြဘူးเนาะတောင်ပုံကြီးမှာနေရှင်းနေပဲခုနောက်ဆုံးအချိန်ကျမှကျွန်တော်တို့ဖင်လိုက်တယ်ကေးကောက်တယ်မေလိုကြီးအနေနဲ့တော့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ granite ကျွေးခံလိုက်ရပြီဒါပေမဲ့အဲ့ granite လေးကလုံးဖြစ်သွားမလားလုံးဖြစ်သွားရင်တော့ fine တယ်ဆိုမှလုံးတော့ပြတ်မသွားဘူး A7 အကောင်းဆုံးတော့ပြန်ပြစ်ပေးဖို့တော့စူးစမ်းနေတယ်မရှိဘူးတော့တက်လာခဲ့ပြန်အဲ့နောက်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော် A7 တသေးတော့ white out ဖြစ်သွားရင်လည်းမေလိုကြီးအနေနဲ့တော့ winner chicken ticker ကိုတော့စားသုံးသွားပါပြီမေလိုကြက်လီးစားတယ်ကောင်ဒီမှာအဲ့ကောင်ကြက်လီးစားတယ်ကောင်တော့ပါရင်ဗျာဟောတာထောက်အေးရဟောဒီရအောင်အကြီးကမ်းမလေးမယ်ကမ်းမမှာချစ်ပြရတော့အားပါပေးစမှာရှာမရှင်နဲ့ငါလို့အားပေးကိုကိုယ်တိုင်ဆောက်သုံးမကြမနဲ့ရှာရှင်းမနေနဲ့ ဆောင်းသုံးရမင်းတို့ဆော့တာငါအိမ်မှာကြည့်နေရမှာပေါ့။တို့ဆောင်းသုံးညလို့သူများဆော့တာကြည့်နေရလေဟုတ်တယ်။ဒါပေမဲ့ငါတို့ရွှေမြန်မာပဲလေ။အဲ့ဒါအာမချောင်းနေလေ။ဒီပဲကိုကြည့်တော့ဆောက်သုံးမကြဘူး။ကိုကြည့်တော့မင်းဆောက်ရုပ်ကြည့်တော့ဆောက်တပြားမှမတိုင်မင်းနဲ့။အာချောင်းနေတာ။ဟိုဒီကောင်နေမင်းဖင်နိုင်ပြီးကောင်းသွားတာအဲ့ကောင်နေဖင်နိုင်ပြီးကောင်းသားသွားတာအဲ့လိုကောင်နေတို့ကောင်ကဖင်နိုင်ပြီးကောင်းသားသွားတဲ့ကောင်တွေကတက်တက်ကိုရှိတယ်ခါနေအာချောင်းနေနေကိုပေါင်ကိုလှန်ထောင်းနေတာမင်းတို့ဘာပြောမေးငါတို့ကလည်းအေးဆေးပဲဝိုင်းရလူတွေကလည်းအေးဆေးပဲဘာလို့လဲဆိုမင်းချန်ပီယံကြီးကယူပြီးသားကြီးဟုတ်လားယူပြထားပြီးသားကြီးဒါတိုက်တယ်ကိုဒဖန်ထားတဲ့အနေနဲ့ငါတို့ကမယူဘူးလားမဟုတ်ယူပြထားပြီးသားကြီးမင်းတို့ပြောလဲဟိုကောင်ကမင်းစောင်းတော့ထဲတော့ရှိမှာမဟုတ်အဲ့တော့မင်းတို့အာချောင်းတာကိုယ့်ရဲ့အစင်တန်းကိုပြတာနဲ့တူတူပဲအာမချောင်းနဲ့ဒီပဲခေါင်းတွေကိုထည့်နေတယ်အဲ့လိုကောင်တွေအဲ့ဒီတော့လေကိုခေါ်ရတကယ်ရှိပြီးတော့တရားပဲရှိပါတော့ဒီကောင်နည်းနည်းလေး aggressive လေးကိုတော့ပို့ပြီးတော့မျောလင့်နေပေါ့နော်ဒါအပွင့်လင်းပြောပြတာပါဒါကျွန်တော်တို့ဟိုဘေးပြိတ္တတယောက်အနေနဲ့ပေါ့နော်ဘာမှတော့အဲ့လောက်ကြီးတော့မသိပါဘူးဒါပေမဲ့လို့ aggressive လေးတွေပို့ပြီးတော့ဟိုဖြစ်စေချင်တယ်ဘာလို့လဲဆို head to head ဆိုကိုကောင်တွေကပြစ်နိုင်တာသိနေတာပဲဟုတ်တယ်မလားအားလုံးသိနေကြတာပဲဒါသူတို့မှလည်း strategy တွေရှိနေမှာပါကျွန်တော်1 second အများကြီးဒါအုံနောက်ကိုလှုပ်နေမှာပါအဲ့တော့မပူပါနဲ့ချစ်ပြတော့အေးဆေးပါအေးဒီမှာချန်နေတယ်အခုမှ2ပွဲပဲပြီးနေတာဟုတ်လားနောက်မှ4ပွဲချန်နေတယ် fight aggressive လေးကြည့်နေပြီတကယ် aggressive ကြည့်နေပြီအဲ့ face ပါရတယ်ဟုတ်တယ် face ပါရတယ်ခုနဂီးကအာဂျူနေရာကိုရသွားတာအဲ့ဒီဟာနည်းနည်းစိုးသွားတယ်သိလားခုန play ပြေးတူတာအဲ့လိုလားအဲ့တော့ဘာမီးပဲဘာထည့်လာရပြီထည့်လာကစတာလည်းဘူချောင်းလည်းအပေးနေပါတယ် E ကိုဆဲပြီးလို့โอเคပါချစ်ပြပါအော်ဒီမှာ include letter ပါညာလုံးလိုက်မှာဆက်ရမှာဆက်ပါတော့ဆက်ရင်းကြည့်တော့
What's denying you those chicken dinners? I understand the tournament's very hard, of course, but what's it like from the team's perspective? I mean, for us, we were doing like a lot of things. We were doing mistakes. ဟာဒီကောင်เนี่ย interview ထားပြီးသားဟာတွေကိုပြန်ပြီးတော့အခုမှပြတာအဲ့လို main problem. We are trying to fix it. For our every game should be much easier to get chicken dinners win. တန်တာတဲ့တန်တာ4 5 6တဲ့ E ရပါဖြစ်လို့ညီမလေးဖင်ချနေလို့လား E ရညီမလေးကို E ရကောင်နေဖင်ဝိုင်းချနေလို့လားညီမလေး E လားလုံးညီမလေးအာမချောင်းနဲ့နော်ညီမလေးဒီရက်ကောင်တွေကအကုန်လုံးဇိုးတွေကြီးပဲမောင်မီချုပ်ပြီးပြေးလာမှဒုက္ခရောက်နေအောင်ပဲ
Necessary stay alive because we lost like me and necessary in fight with NS Red Force. If we just hold them like because they didn't have the zone, if we just hold them and we were like 4 up, I think it was our game.
So I guess I'll have to say a final question as well. What was the expectation for Wolves coming into this tournament? As I mentioned before, obviously, and you know as well, a very hard tournament overall.
ဘာကြီးကောင်းတယ်ဗိုလ်ကြားတော့မရှော့ဘူးချစ်ပြတော့မပူနဲ့ကျွန်တော်ကတော့မရှော့ဘူးကျွန်တော်နောက်ဆုံးမှာကိုရွှေမှာပါလာလို့ကတော့စောက်ခွက်ကြီးရိုက်မှာအကုန်လုံးနော်အဲ့တော့မပူနဲ့ချစ်ပြတော့အေးစေးအပေးလူတွေတော့ငြိမ်းနေပြီပြန်လဲငြိမ်သက်အေးစေးပါကိုကောင်တွေငြိမ်လို့မရအောင်နော် ရားကောင်တွေကတော့သွေးဆိုးနေမှရမယ်သွေးဆိုးနေမှရမယ်
မဲလည်းဘူကြားရေး
ဆောင်းတဲ့နေဟာမိမိယူဘေးရကောင်စော်သွားပြန်ပြီလားအဲ့အောင်ဘေးရကောင်စော်သွားပြန်ပြီလားဆုံးမပါဆုံးမပါမင်းတို့ငါမရိုင်းမင်းနဲ့ဆုံးမသွားမှာအေးလိုမျိုးစောက်ဖို့ဆိုတဲ့ကောင်ကဘန်းရမိနိုင်မယ်ဒီမှာစောက်တဲ့နေတော့ဝင်နေပြီစောက်ဖို့လာလို့မဲနဲ့ထဲနဲ့ကတ်နေတာကွာ
အဲ့လေ12ရောက်သွားတာဟုတ်ပါဘူး
မင်းတော့ဟုတ်ပါပြီထဲနာပါလေ
ဟုတ်တာပါလေပါကစိတ်မှတ်အေး
ဒီကောင်ကမထွက်ဖင်ပိတ်ပြီးတော့အားပေးနေတာ
တော့မမူသေးဘူးနော်အိုင်မလည်းဒီသားပဲဟောဟာ
အဲ့စော်တဲ့အဲ့ကောင်ဖင်တက်ချလို့နေမှာမှန်နေဗျာအဲ့ကောင်ဖင်ချခံလိုက်ရတယ်ပြီ
မဲအိတ်မှာထွက်တဲ့ result ဝိုင်းရက်ဘယ်နှမရအောင်တမတ်သူရတယ်ဘာမရပါဘူး
ဝေကိုလို့အေးတွေကကွာငါလုံးမသားတွေဒီကောင်တွေအဲ့ပူစီနေတာလေအဲ့ကောင်တွေပူစီနေတာအဲ့တွေ့လားအဲ့ကောင်တွေတပ်ပါတီဝင်ကြွကေးတွေပါကောက်တာငါပြောပြမယ်ဒီမှာမေလုံးတွေကအခုမှဝင်ပြီးကေးကောက်တာကေးကောက်တွေ့လားအဲ့မှာနိုးနေတဲ့ကောင်တွေအကုန်လုံးအရင်ပြက်တာဟိုဘက်မှာ open field ကိုမပြက်သေးဘူးဒီကောင်တွေနိုးနေတဲ့ကောင်တွေအရင်ပြက်တာငါလုံးမအေးချီုံမင်းတို့ကေးကောက်ပြီးတော့ရောက်ရေးကေးကောက်ဖင်လိုက်ပြီးချမ်းသာသွားတာငါလုံးမသားတွေမင်းတို့ကောင်းလို့မဟုတ်ဘူးရောက်ရေးဖင်လိုက်ပြီးတော့မင်းချမ်းသာနေတဲ့ကောင်မေလို့ရမစပန်းနဲ့ရပြီမစပန်းနဲ့နော်စပန်းနဲ့မင်းမတခုလည်းဖတ်ရတာမဟုတ်ဘူးဟိုမှာဖတ်နေရသေးတယ်ခုနကငါပွဲကတ်နေလို့မအားသေးလို့ဘယ်ရောက်သွားတော့ကောင်းနေအချောင်ပေလို့တွေဘယ်ရောက်သွားတော့မေလို့တွေအားချောင်နေတဲ့ကောင်နေလာအောင်လာနေအောင်အားနေပြီလာတော့လာတယ်မတွေ့ရလားမသိဘူး
ကုတ်တင်းညာကုတ်တင်းကောင်းတယ်15မဲ့
ဒီတဲ့မင်းတက်လို့စော့နေတာတဲ့ဟေးမင်းဖိတ်မို့လို့လားအီးကြီးကဟမ်ရောက်ဒီပဲမင်းတက်လို့စော့နေတာတဲ့အီးကြီးကမင်းဖိတ်မို့လို့လားမင်းဖိတ်လိုးသွားလို့လားကိုမေကိုလိုးလာနာနေတယ်ထိုင်းလို့မီလို့ထိုင်းလို့
ဒီ15တော့ရှိ
မင်းမထိုင်းမှာမလားအေးပြောတော့လာနာနဲ့ကိုမေကိုလိုးလေး
နော်ဆိုတော့ဘူကြားနဲ့တွေ့ပြီလဲဘူကြားဆဲနေတာအကုန်ပတ်ဆဲတယ်မလို့လို့ကောင်းတယ်ပတ်ဆဲနေပြလိုက်တာတိုင်ဝမ်နိုင်လေမပြီးသေးဘူး
ဘိုးထုပေးမယ်အာမချောင်းထူသမ်းမှာမင်းတိုက်တယ်လို့ထူစောက်ပြုတ်ကိုမဆိုင်တာတော့ကအပြားကြီးတော့ပြလာ
ပွဲကျစ်တာဟုတ်လား
ကိုမေကိုနော်
6ပွဲမှာ1 to 6ဝင်မှာစံတပွဲလေးမနေ့က6ပွဲ
အားတော့လားချောင်းနေလိုက်တယ်ကြောက်ငါ့ကိုနောက်ပေါက်လို့ပြောတဲ့ကောင်နေမင်းတို့ငါတခုပြောပြမယ်နော်မင်းတို့လေဖုန်းပေါ်မှာဂိမ်းစောတဲ့ကောင်မဟုတ်ဘူးဒေါက်တာကလေးကကတ်လာတဲ့ကောင်ခုမှထားကတ်နေတာမဟုတ်ဘူးအာမချောင်းနေဤလူအာလာချောင်းနေတာဤလူမျိုး
လိုက်သွင်းရတယ်ဥစ္စာလဲလာစားရတယ်ဟိုးဘုန်းကြီးဘောကလိုက်သွင်းနေရတဲ့ဥစ္စာလာစားရတယ်လေဟုတ်ကတ်တာပဲသူကဆဲပေးနေအဲ့ကောင်ပဲကောင်ဘူကြတော့စိတ်လို့ဟိုလာဒီမှာ
ရမစင်းနေရပါသေးမီလို့ဆဲခဲ့ရမှာညာတေအောင်ကြောက်စောက်ချောက်တယ်ဖုံးစင်နေဖုံးစင်ကိုဆဲတယ်ပြေးချိုရန်ဒီဇိုင်းအဲ့အောင်ဆဲတယ်ရောစော်ဘောဝိုင်ကြီးရဲ့မင်းတို့မန်းဖက်ပြီမင်းတို့ဆဲစရာတွေပေးမယ်ကောင်းမြတ်ဆိုတဲ့ကောင်မှာထက်ဆဲ အောင်မြတ်ဆိုတဲ့ကောင်မှာထပ်10ရအောင်ဆွေလုံးတစ်မျိုးလုံး10အဲ့ကောင်နေဆွေလုံးတစ်မျိုးလုံး10အဲ့ကောင်နေမြန်မာမဟုတ်အဲ့ကောင်နေမြန်မာမဟုတ်ဆွေလုံးတစ်မျိုးလုံး10လို့ရတယ်အဲ့ကောင်နေမြန်မာမဟုတ်ဘူးဟောနေဘိုလိုးတွေ10အဲ့ကောင်နေ10ဟာဘိုလိုးတွေရှာပေးမယ်ဝါပကြီးနေပကြီးကဖြစ်ချင်ပါဘိုလိုးတွေရှာပေးမယ်အဲ့ကောင်နေမြန်မာမဟုတ်တဲ့ကောင်နေ10လား10ရအောင်ဆွေလုံးတစ်မျိုးလုံးကို10အာဒီမှာငါရှာပေးနေတယ်ငါရှာပေးနေတယ်ဘာကြီးလာတာ73လောက်ရောက်လာပါပြီငါရှာပေးနေတယ်မရှိတော့မင်းအဲ့လိုသာထိုင်စဲငါမင်းဘိုင်နှင်းပေးမယ်ထိုင်စဲအဲတော့ဒီကောင်နေမင်းလူအုပ်လိုက်ကြီးဝိုင်းစေတာခံလိုက်ရတာပေါ့ကွာဒီကောင်နမေကြီးနေဟုတ်တယ်မလားစင်ပြီးတယ်လေစစ်ကမ်းပွဲပဲစားပါမလို့စင်ပြီးတယ်လေနော်ကျွန်တော်ဒီနေ့ချွေးရောက်ကောင်းတည်ပဲအဲ့ရောက်တိတ်မလောက်ဘူးစေးရောစေးကောင်နေမင်းမလောက်ဘူးအဲ့လိုဆိုမလောက်ဘူးကောင်ဒီစိုးကြုံတွေကလက်သီးပြနေတာစိုးကြုံတွေကလက်သီးပြနေတာကိုတို့ဒီရွက်ကြည့်ရတော့အင်းအားသွားကြည့်ရဟိုအဲ့ကောင် A7 fan လို့အေးလို့မနေ့ကလည်းအဲ့ဟိုဟာကြီးချုပ်အောင်လာတယ်အခုလဲ A7 ကြီးကင်လာတယ်အဲ့ကောင်တွေငါနေကမင်းထိုးရတော့မှာအဲ့ကောင် A7 fan မင်းတို့အသင်းဝိုင်းကြီးတောင်းနဲ့အီးလို့ဖင်လိုက်တက်လို့လားတဲ့ဟောအဲ့လိုဘောင်းမွေးတာတွေမလုပ်ဘူးဘောင်းမွေးတာတွေမလုပ်ခဏလေးအဲ့ကောင်ကနာမည်ပြောမယ်ဘယ်ရောက်သွားတော့မအီးလို့ဘယ်ရောက်သွားတော့ကွာငါလုံးပါလားထပ်မှန်စမ်းမင်းတို့အသင်းဝိုင်းအော်ဒီမှာခံဝင်းပိုင်မှာ10တန်းရောက်အဲ့ကောင်လည်းမေလို့ထိုင်းလို့အဲ့ကောင်ထိုင်းလို့ခဏလေးတော့ခံဝင်းပိုင်ထိုင်းလို့ဒီတူစီလေးပြောင်းတယ်နော်အဲ့တော့ဟောဆောင်ရနေစင်းနေစင်းပြီးတော့တူမဲကောင်နေတူစဲအီးဘူးစီဟုတ်တယ်မ
Alpha 7 in that compound to then swing around the north side, hit the east, be able to clean that up, eliminating threats. They're a very opportunistic team, and I think that was really exemplified in that game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they had all the sight lines on everything, holding that edge of Everest, and then they saw that fight happening down there with KRX. They go down, take it, get those eliminations, and still hop on back, like you mentioned, to be able to take out Alpha 7 and clutch it up. Very nice.
One of the teams, of course, they did kind of clean up on that east side. AGAL, who, of course, is in the running for a club championship point, in the running to try and get themselves a strong, solidified position in that top 6 as well. What did you think of them?
AGAL needs top 6. They need to see this team make it to the finals. It was so brutal watching it at the last second. XEZ with the DBS. I thought he had it. He hit the headshot, but wasn't able to get the finish. But still, 11 eliminations. So they ended up getting 15 points based on that. A solid performance. But at the end of the day, this is still a close one.
I like their pandas. Do you think they've got the blessing of the panda?
The pandas are looking out to the audience right now. They're looking into the distance. They can see the future. And you know what? The future is bright for AGAL.
All right, well, the pandas are going to be staring down the casters here to get things rolling. So let's get another game going here for PMWC.
All right, looking like a little magician with the flourish there. Emphasis on the little. He's a short man. Thank you very much down on the stage. You have to get your man with a big voice. Yeah. I'm quite tall. I don't know what you're talking about. Please, leave me alone. Oh dear, that was my imitation of a couple of our other teams, certainly in Rondo over in Sancho.
Please, leave me alone. I don't want to fight. I want like some placements, please.
Yeah, just
if pass.
Let me live, please.
Yeah.
Go team were like,
no. Furia don't look too happy.
The body language is looking a little bit rough. We got Yangon Galactica stats here. Sub 1,000 damage average per game. I mean, it's not like they're doing nothing. I think Yangon Galacticos have been putting up a good fight. Again, for sort of an unknown from last year to a very well known. I don't think they're doing terribly right now in the NWC whatsoever, but they would like to get to the finals at least. They got to get on the bike now, though, 100%.
Absolutely. Definitely something you need to try and step up towards. As we said, it would be a little bit of a shame if the defending champions weren't there in the finals, but if you're not good enough, doesn't matter what you've done before, you need to do it now. You need to get stuck in. And we're going over Erangel, the plane path. Heavy south lean on it again, blank from that Sosnovka military base over towards Lipovka. It is pretty nasty, isolating positions up on the northwest. And I feel like the team I'm thinking about when I think they're Alpha 7 over in North Georgia. Where are they going to go?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think Alpha 7 should have a secondary here. Let's see exactly which one it is. Maybe eastern side, potentially. Very long time ago they used to do that, though. But yeah, Furia, definitely a team that's at risk right now. They're on 57 points. I know they can do more. They know they can do more. Like I said, the body language looks a little bit rough at the moment. See a bit more energy. They might need a bit of a pep talk between match 3 and match 4. One of the teams jumping out nice and early here. Go dropping in towards Sosnovka. Hard to get towards the north side of the map. There might actually be some, not hot drops, but some contested locations for vehicles, etc.
I feel like there's a little grouping of players there around where the Wolves are. GK are underneath that. The northern point of RRQ could potentially be a danger zone, and everybody out just northwest of Milta over towards the mansion shelter prison sort of area. There is a lot of players dropping out there, and I don't think there's that many vehicles, Blank. It's going to be tight.
Also, we are going back to Lipovka. Lipovka split actually for Alpha 7. They did this quite frequently, so they are going east side. Nice to see. AGAL down towards Milta Power and Mini Milta. Lovely circle for everyone. Honestly, this is probably one of the kindest circles they could have gone for here. It's not fully down towards Sosnovka, but it is around the area where you want to be playing, where the plane path has been dropped you off. So yeah, fine, just fine stuff. For Ulf, I'm going to say now, if they want to be in the top 6, we need like a second place or a high elim game, top 3, or a chicken dinner. If not, it's going to be a very hard end of the day. They're currently 14th place. You know it's bad when Kiwoom DRX is actually catching up to you. That's a problem. They've had a really rough time with it.
Yeah, they are currently 17 points behind that bubble in 6th place. So there is a real gap for them to close. But Ulf could do it. They definitely could. I mean, they're slap bang in the center of this circle. They've got a lot of time to play around with. Hopefully they can find something here. As you said, it's what they would need.
And for top 6, it's actually very kind. It's so kind that match 6 is probably going to be comical again, where teams are going in and out from that top 6 over and over again. So we finally settle on the Chosen. Yeah, it's getting very, very tight-knit on the leaderboards. You want to get a tight-knit grouping on your spray.
Okay. How do you do that?
You've got to make sure you have the Ninetales Fury Org skin from in-game. Make sure you also pick up the Naruto set. There it is.
Okay.
Teasers for a while there, but finally we got it on board.
Looks pretty.
But it does look pretty. It also has an alternate version as well. We're going to show me the spin. Show me the spin. No spin.
No spin. Spinless.
Spinless?
Not for you. You've got to get it in game to see the alternate.
That is really sad.
Well, you win some, you lose some.
You do. But you can certainly win some lovely skins from the current Naruto event, because it is fantastic. I think it is specifically Shippuden as well.
I'm sure that means something. I'll have to get...
That's right, John.
I'll have to get Maxman on that one.
That's correct.
Generally, the things you say tend to have meaning, so I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, it's a huge event. It's a huge event. It's a huge thing in game, just like Tsunade. It's fantastic. I'm really happy to see it. And again, I really am glad we're getting more and more of these skins in game.
You guys couldn't see it, but he literally bounced when he
I did, yeah.
I'm so glad.
Okay, you know, we've had everything. We've had everything so far, and I can only imagine it'll continue. So, big up to the PUBG Mobile team.
Oh yeah,
please continue.
Big fan of that one. E-Arena on a wide 2-2 split right now. Well, fairly wide, I think it's safe to say, from Severny and South Georgia, although it's very much uncontested at this point. There's really no one breaking out that wide, with the plane path being so far southwest early on. Southeast early on. Nobody's contesting, so they'll be able to push back fairly easily, you'd imagine. The question is direction. Do they regroup over towards Severny, or to the west side by Georgia Port? As Ulf mount up as well. 374. They need to light a bit of a firecracker underneath themselves.
That they do, John. Right now, it is a bit of a struggle bus for Ulf. They're going to grab the buggy, get a move on, but they are fairly central already. 721 GS, realistically the only team that is in front of them at the moment. Nongshim Red Force down towards that south side. It is very tight on that grouping. 49 points in 9th. I mean, honestly, even all the way down to 12th place with Yangon Galacticos on 45, it is not a major jump of 12 points to get over towards 5th place. And then it's 10 points to jump over to tie with 6th. This is all over the place right now. A lot of teams want to stay in. For AJAL, they have had a good day so far. I think if they want to solidify a little bit, you have one more strong game here, and then the rest of your day feels a little bit more comfortable. Tiamba, I think it's looking more and more likely that they will drop out. I think they'd like 8 more points roughly to get towards that 90-point area, and then they'll be in much better stead. Again, I am talking sort of very big unlikelies right now that Tiamba drops out. But they have been a little bit slow today. I think they started at 75 points, and over the last 2 matches, they've been able to garner 7.
Yeah, not being as much as they would need, and what we are also looking at now is confirmation games from 2nd to 4th, right? If you get Alpha 7, Goat Team or E-Arena with a good game, they jump up over that 80-point boundary, all of a sudden, they're also going to be an uncatchable target, which just shrinks down the number of teams that can start to play in that flux zone in the middle of those tables. So that is also what we're going to be looking out for those top teams to push themselves over that final hurdle. Tiamba, as you said, a little bit more up to their old tricks, I think, today, over the course of it. A little bit timid. There has been some sticky scenarios, I think it's safe to say, but still, we want to see a little bit more.
Yeah, they learned a new trick yesterday. They've forgotten it already. Like when you try and replicate one of those card tricks you learned when you were like 14 and it goes horribly wrong.
Yeah.
And then everyone looks at you and laughs.
Yeah. I forgot my cards. And you're in the middle of the trick and you're like, wait a minute, I forgot all of my cards.
Oh, well, I mean, that's a really bad start to any kind of card trick. Oh, wait. Just imagine it. Pretend we're doing it.
Pick a card in your mind.
Now, pretend you've got the extra space. Was that your card? We're heading over towards Dip right now. Mini Dip. Furia taking up location. We're still waiting for Zone 2 to pop around. Slightly slower game so far here, just with the fact that we've had 2 games so far where the circles have not been egregious. This plane path was pretty bad. It was pretty bad for getting everyone across the map, but the circle was very kind on the direction that it went. It does mean that we pack a lot of teams in very early towards the center because they were so close to rotate. E-Arena was one of the few teams that actually sent very wide earlier on to get themselves into position, and actually could play off the back of Rozok on this one. They could even go further over towards the eastern side if they like, play off the bridge side. But man, there's a lot of teams on the south side right now that do need to move further towards the north. So there's going to be a lot of traffic jams going on, a lot of honking of the horns to try and get them through. Tiamba has a free approach though, free cut up towards that north side of the map.
Big access. Ulf as well were fairly proximate to the apartment buildings near school, so they should be able to take control maybe of some of the hills to the south, generally a fairly solid position, or maybe even sending into those apartment blocks themselves as well. Furia
may be content to just sit here for a little moment longer. They are kind of fine in this zone. They're probably happy to watch AGAL and 721GS get into a little tussle off in the distance as we hop on board with that. AGAL losing 2 players, 3 in fact, in quick succession. Liu there, the only player able to clap back, and it's looking very bad right now for AGAL. They are trying to maintain presence. The players are starting to surround them. They've had 2 good games back to back, and I think for Liu it might be just the situation of leaving, regrouping here with Flower H and playing on as 2 going forward. What a nasty turnaround there, getting stuck in a fight with 721GS, who are in 15th place. When you're on that 6th place bubble right now, playing as 2 is far from favorable. And you may have been able to control such an important central position. Goodness me, what a way to lose that sort of spot. Now Fury are close by, Tianba, Ulf, all will have heard this fight unfold. And they'll be aware of what they could be able to achieve. They'll have counted the player numbers going down. Although AGAL are starting to flag. Great news for teams like Geeky, for Nongsh and Red Force and RRQ to look to push past them as well.
Yeah, Nongsh and Red Force looking a little bit better here, moving over towards that northern side of Potato Hill, looking to regroup on this one. Ulf played over towards apartments, but not quite actually. They have 1 player inside on the south side, that's Eren, and they're trying to secure a location outside. They don't want to fully commit to apartments just yet. We get this nice replay. It just was absolutely hectic. Luckily Liu here is able to get some good damage off, try and salvage the situation, but he knows better than anyone that it is better to try and get himself a top 6 at least as a 2-man than trying to just live out through there. I think there's been plenty of times where AGAL has made this mistake, where they are so adamant on getting all 4 players back up again. I want to see more of this from AGAL, just playing on its 2, just trying to see what you can salvage from the match.
Those single-digit point games often are pretty make or break. I mean, we do focus a lot on point-scoring games, but if you're able, and I've said this so many times, if you're able across all 12 of these matches to get 1 point more per match, you're getting 12 extra points there. It is such a significant difference to be able to play those small ball situations and get some profit out of it, because 12 points could be a difference maker in a massive way.
Okay, so it looks like actually PEL is coming to play here over towards this eastern side. Both Chinese teams in Tianba as well as AGAL instantaneously sent for apartments. I think it's the correct send too. A lot of teams likely haven't decided on fully committing towards this location. For Tianba, this is more of a gamble. For AGAL, it's a necessity, right? They have to send here and find a location that teams aren't going to be willing to sweep through, because there are so many other squads in this area and likely will be towards the end game, taking shots at one another. This is an area that AGAL can potentially secure a high placement off the back of. Maybe not high eliminations, they may be able to steal a couple of elims here and there. But yeah, I think that was a good maneuver from AGAL, because even Ulf hadn't decided whether they wanted to fully play over towards apartments just yet.
The arena over in the school as well. Looking to post out on the top there, try and keep control over the surrounding fields, the open areas. North side, you've got Alola and Alpha 7, who are opposing ends of Rozhok. Meanwhile, near Pachinki, Yangon Galacticos trying to take a turn around the town, with Q and DRX behind them on their south. Goat team out on the east side of Pachinki, as well as Wolves up to the north. It's fairly packed in here, so I feel like for Yangon, they may just have to crash into a fight. Maybe they could find an outpost from Alola, and that could be a really good opener here if they're able to find R3B all on his own.
It's multiple times so far that Yangon Galacticos and Alola have found themselves very close to one another on the map. But I will say this, is that anytime that's happened, both Alola as well as Yangon tend to avoid one another. KRX getting taken down. Baton doing some very good work here, in fact, and Finny might just send away on this one. KRX getting absolutely decimated in the face of the Wolves.
RRQ similarly getting shredded as they try and make the cross. I think, yeah, RRQ now down to a solo over in the apartments as they try to dart across the fields to the south of school. Not going to work out. As you were highlighting there as well, Q1 DRX tried to crash past the walls and there was no quarter given. 3 of them taken down. In the meantime, Goat and Nongshim Red Force clashing on the north side of Potato Hill. You can see the nades starting to fly, but XZY into the hovercraft to keep himself safe. Some nice cover there. Moxie with a nade cooking. Pin pulled for XZY as well. Back in towards that hovercraft. Can protect himself nicely from it. A lot of cover. A lot of security found, and away he goes. Goat team not able to extract anything so far.
We'll just go for the lob there for Ulf. This is looking like that game, and they are hella happy that they maintain control down towards that southern side and then fully commit towards the apartments there. It was a risk. There's definitely a risk where they couldn't fully control apartments and more teams poured in, but this means now they have this southern side to play. Really like this from Ulf. Again, just trying to confirm as much area as possible because they know they need a good game and they need one soon. This is their biggest chance though. So far, we want to see a strong match coming out from Ulf. Right now, my worry is that the player who is topping the charts a lot of times of doing majority of the work is Scarface. When we sort of know from first-hand experience that Ketch and Eren a lot of times are the Pistons that are doing the heavy lifting for this squad. So Scarface is definitely pulling up the slack a lot, but he wants to be the player that's enabling both those teammates to really do their best work. So again, let's see if they can get some more confidence on board inside this game, John.
I'm hoping as well that they won't be too timid in this center position, right? They would love a chicken dinner, but a good Elim chicken dinner is what is necessary. It's quite easy potentially to just sit back, get a little bit shy, and not get stuck in. Sure, the apartments fights, you don't really need to be peeking out too much. You're worried a little bit about the arena, but once those fights to their south start to move forwards, I want to see them flexing something out. Maybe getting stuck in, scouting those fights and trying to find angles.
The arena from school side, still taking shots over towards Alula. Yango Galacticos took a little bit of damage. They lost one player in Marnet, but were able to carry on. Alula, however, taking many casualties. You can see Ulf on the other side. We quite like to get rid of Alula. They are definitely invading a little bit here over towards their location. 200 bullets, total on 556 here. And a PP Bison, a Scarface. So some strange kits here for Ulf. Hope that's not across the board. They did get gifted a loot crate though.
Oh yeah. Alpha 7 losing Revo on their rotation. And they take up post above on the top of the hill here, further south. They did move in from that north side, so losing 1 on this approach. Not the worst thing in the world, could have certainly gone much more poorly for them. But now they're going to have to face off against Dopeness pushing in. The south side getting crunched towards as well as Goat look to re-engage potentially over towards Nongshim Red Force. The apartment's resolving in the meantime across the circle, but this Goat and Nongshim standoff has been going on for a while, Blank.
Yes, it has. I mean, Nongshim's just been giving space after space after space, which I think is fair enough. They're just leading Goat further down this side, waiting for him to silhouette over. Goat knows what's happening here, but it is making it awkward for them to play out of Potato Hill. I like the patience on side from Nongshim Red Force. I know there really isn't anyone around right now to cause them too many problems, so they can just play this one out slowly. Next circle coming on through as Alpha 7 is on the move. Ulf still very pleased with their position. Alpha 7 may send over, but it's Dopeness who is fully on the rotate here. You can see from the eastern side, Ulf may have visitors.
The south side needs to conclude as well. Dopeness getting straight into the middle here. I don't think this is a safe place to be right now, but somehow they're sneaking through the sightlines and nobody's taking shots. How on earth did Dopeness manage to do that? And where are they going? Are they trying to third-party this fight with Nongshim Red Force and Goat Team? How on earth do they rock up to this fight? And what is going to happen here? Nongshim Red Force caught unawares, and rightly so, because this is absolutely mental. Lufa goes down, and Nongshim Red Force trying to hold face, but they just appear out of nowhere.
I understand it. I understand it. We'll go over it later. Wolves immediately rock up to the plate as well, understanding that there is blood in the water. This is a position where they can get some more points off the board, but Dopeness is down. Wolves able to third party onto this one. Furia quickly moving across as well, trying to bolster the position on that western side. They have a peek in, they realise that, goodness me, this has all gone wrong. It's topsy-turvy on the other side of the map right now. But for Dopeness, it's not the most insane play in the world. I mean, what they do is they just try and rotate across. They have no information, okay? I'll be honest, they have no information, and they just try and make something work on the other side of the back of some kind of rotate. It's a massive gamble from them, which obviously doesn't pay off. You just haven't seen it be done as outrageously as that before.
I mean, with Alula, Wolf, Alpha 7, all in a position to look to take shots at them. The fact that they got through with big HP bars as well, Blank, is insane to me. For Nongshim Red Force to go down there, I feel sorry for them. Because I just don't expect that.
It was an outrageous play, right?
Yeah.
I know why they did it. It doesn't make it any less outrageous.
The Wolves are now on 8 elips though for it. GK trying to survive against Yangon Galacticos, who are starting to falter in the face of the damage pouring out. GK have been tenacious today, Blank. I think that they are potentially onto a win on this fight as well if they can get rid of SayCloud. Try and burn this one down. Alpha 7 flex back out to the north. To put it to bed. Alpha 7 back out to the north, and they're facing off against the route out of apartments for Tiamba.
Tiamba able to clear out over towards AGL earlier. Doing a really good job, honestly. Very, very pleased to see it. Pretty sure they figured out that Tiamba only had 2 players. Tiamba figured out AGL only had the 2 players there and were just quick to send over. I think they found Liu first and then Flower H came shortly afterwards. Difficult game there for Alpha 7 as well, because it was an insane shot as well. I'm sad we didn't see it, but it came through from Flower H inside of apartments as Revo was rotating. Like, I actually genuinely feel bad for Revo. I'd be upset if I got hit by that one. But they're just going to play it slow from the eastern side. They know at this point they have done quite a good job today. They just want to keep the point scoring up. They know they're not in the best position to get a chicken dinner on this game, so they're looking for high placements. Alula continue to take damage here, and Ulf's position becomes more and more secure. This circle, on the other hand, fairly disgusting.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. That slope down towards school and apartments, a major feature on that north side. Ulf potentially pretty happy, but they're going to have to face the brunt of Furia, Wolves, and probably Alpha 7 here on the eastern side. They're just going to have to hope that these teams face off against each other first and try and take the fight on that front. The Wolves losing one is good news, but in their stead, GK step up as they rotate on the ramp south.
GK started out strong yesterday, still maintained a fairly decent point scoring. And another team that absolutely has it in them to make it work. Likely will, after this game, leapfrog over the top of AGAL. And Wolves have a potential to leapfrog even further.
Some big teams in the top 6 going down early. GOAT and AGAL. GOAT on 66, probably okay to stay in the top 6 after this one, Blank, but real nasty stuff on the south side. The Arena rolling out fast though from school. They're trying to descend on Gike, but it's not going well. They don't have much more left in the tank here as another one of them falls, and the Arena are cut down to size. They will fall in their entirety, and Gike once again prove their mettle.
To be fair, Arena sort of just watched that happen to them though. I don't think there's a massive amount of clapback coming on. Ulf finding shots over towards the south side. Aaron picking up some good shots there. Tiamba once again hits a shot over towards Alpha 7, leaving one low, and Carrillo QZZ will finish that off. So right now, fortunately for Alpha 7, they have been sort of decimated by the Chinese squads in tandem. But it is a hard rotate for them out from that eastern side. Tiamba still looking to grab the remnants of players coming out from apartments. They control this area beautifully, perfectly. And for Tiamba, this likely will be the game that just secures their top 6 going forward.
Again, it's Ulf. They are being quiet. I said I wanted to see a little bit more flex out coming through from these guys. They are holding their position. They're holding it well. And maybe given the shape of the circle, they did need to stay in. But they are now only on 2 eliminations. And they are starting to be dragged away by the rest of the rosters here. Wolves, Ulf, trying to trade off against the fights towards Furia, and that's where they start to gain momentum. Okay, 3 elims, another knock on side as well. Tiamba starting to step forwards. Let's get you up towards those double-digit elims, Ulf.
Awkward result here though for Ulf at the moment. They are struggling to step up, to take the shots over towards Tiamba, because Ayala keeps taking some fantastic shots from upside the hill. But honestly, Ulf's doing a good job of maintaining control here. RQ moving in. A-King looking to get his boy back up again within the safety of the building. Pulls the pin. The grenade might have been good there, but puts the pin back in again. And then hits the sound cue. Eren goes down towards a Molotov. That's bad news for Ulf.
And you can't be banking an aid like that. That's not going to go in through the window. I feel like there's some panic setting in here for Renkin. Yeah, I don't see him making it out of this one. In the meantime, over in the zone, Furia and Tiamba now forced to fight off against one another. A knock over towards Chief, but it's traded onto Milu. And a nade does manage to shut down the final player from RRQ in the meantime. Tiamba do not have the pressure to move forwards. They were stuck in that engagement, but Milu potential to get back up here, depending on how fast Tiamba move. Ulf starting to step over the ridgeline as Gike take that tumble on the western side, down to 1.
Gike attempting to make that move. We got pretty much blown away by the likes of Wolves, and Wolves continue to step forward. Wolves have had such a rough time of it this tournament, starting to step up tall here. And again, most of the times we've seen that happen, there has been much more team play at work at the moment. Yeah, they are a little bit slow at times, but at least they're getting the aggression in. And when they go for these third parties, they go for it together. That's what's been so nice to see. That disconnect between the players isn't there as much. Feels like they're not getting in their heads as much. This is really good stuff. Tiamba finally shut down here, but hit the 19-point mark, and they should be safe going forward.
A top 6 fairly guaranteed for them. Last person alive for Furia. Ayala crawling his way forwards with the cover of the crate. Has to step forward, step up, and manages to dart to cover, but he's not safe yet. Still has a further distance to go. A nade over the top. Looking to launch it towards Ulf. Do they spot it? Do they dodge it? Looks good. It splits the difference. Doesn't quite do enough damage to really worry Ulf at all. And Ayala's position definitely known now. 1 nade on site for Solus. And Ulf are starting to feel the pressure of the blue zone.
Yeah, good split from Wolves as well. With the fights they took, they were fairly certain that both the north and the southern edge on the western side are free. So they're ensuring both the high ground and the low ground aren't getting pushed on right now. They just want to squeeze the life out of these teams on the eastern side. Ulf wants to clean up as fast as they can. Alula is a problem in the future. Ayala is a problem right now.
There's a Molotov, and a second one to follow it up. Ayala being corralled. Alula wants to step in and try and take some shots out this way. Catches up to the ridgeline. They should be able to spot him now. They know where that one came from.
Shots.
Follow the flames back to their source, and Ketch shuts it out. Now, can Ulf convert? Because the zone moves completely away from them, and Alula are under threat from Wolves as well.
Ulf, in terms of weaponry, in terms of utility, it all looks pretty bad right now. Very, very shoddy. Some nades still available. The Scarface opens up onto R3P. Now's the time to do this. Wolves haven't quite started to move out just yet. They'll see that not going through. They need to finish this fight very quickly. The rest of them will start to move in. That looks good. Alula goes down. No knocks on the side of Wolf just yet, and they haven't regrouped. Scarface has 1 grenade. It has to be huge. Over towards Batten. Looks on target. Doesn't hit though.
Doesn't quite get around the trunk of the tree, but Ulf step into the zone. Ketch is flexing back out. Looking to get some information, get some scouting done. And with the crates underneath Alula, they may be able to get a little bit of resupply going, but look at the state of the armor on side for Ulf. It is not looking pretty. A 3 versus 4. And we said we wanted to see a chicken dinner come through from this squad. A nice Elim chicken dinner. If they can take all 4 down, it would be a 12 Elim chicken dinner, giving them 22 points on the match.
It would be the game that they were looking for, but they may have already found it even with this second place to put them back in the running.
It is curious right now, though, because with the players down the south side, they've practically smoked themselves entirely off. I'm imagining they're smoking the vehicles, but they have limited vision over towards Ulf for the moment. Baton and Elementrix will get pushed out by the blue in a little bit. Right now, Ulf is just playing off the back of the shacks, but they've still got vehicles to work with. Can launch them over towards a little bit of hard cover here, if needs be. But you are giving 3v2s right now.
Potential to isolate those sightlines. But the smokes are starting to run thin, and the nades on side for Wolves are terrifying. With 11 eliminations already, they want to go up to 14. Wolf trying to scavenge whatever they can, picking the meat off the bones of those crates.
Cheeky spot, actually. Very cheeky spot to work with. Nate goes forward. Has to be good here. This has to be the opener. And there it is. Sent long and wide. There's a shot underneath. The 3 versus 2s are coming through. That's an angle taking off. He has to go for the reds now. Ulf knows that they need to get these first aid kits going through and over towards Elementrix ASAP. They know the smoke is in play. The peak probably won't come through here. Solus keeps them backed off. Make sure that they have to keep focused on that res underneath. Elementrix takes a lot of damage, and Ulf is making it work. Wolves, I just think the regroup has to come through sooner. Solus is literally taking the soul out of Wolves right now.
And there they go! Down go the Wolves, and Ulf claimed the chicken dinner. The 2-2 split exploited a big nade. The bottom of the barrel scraped bare, and Ulf dig deep.
But you can see it's not elation on their faces. They know today this is just the first step of many if they want to get towards the top 6 right now. But it's a good game. It's a strong game. They play it out well with limited resources. With singular grenades, they pull out what felt very difficult towards the end of that game. And for Wolves, it's just sort of a confusing approach. I understood at the start, but as soon as you have information, all the players are on the top side. They have this slight plateau. Why are we smoking ourselves up on the south side? Why are we denying sightlines? Why are we essentially playing as 2 separate 2-man teams? Very odd. Very, very odd.
I mean, getting into nade range was the mistake in the end that cost them dearly. And they just did not have the crossfires established for themselves. The Wolves felt good for so much of that game.
They really did.
And then they just stopped playing as soon as Circle 8 hit.
And there was plenty of time. There was actually plenty of time. If you watch this back, there's plenty of time for the Wolves to set up closer towards the center zone. And if you take that 2-man, they could have at least grabbed over towards some trees, set themselves up so they weren't open to the angles. A strange game from Wolves. Strange game. I will say that Ulf definitely had a slight advantage there because they still had the shack in play and had a fairly fearsome position to continue to reset off the back of. But yeah, definitely curious. I mean, there was a lot more time in that game for Wolves to make further decisions, make further pushes. As Alula goes down, I think you have to be scrambling to third party that. That was your big chance there. And still a bit mad props to Ulf. They knew they had to finish that fight with Alula instantaneously if they wanted a chance versus Wolf in the future.
I mean, getting that knock with the nade around the tree was so big for them at the start.
Absolute banger.
But the conversion on a knock downhill was what clinched it for them. Because that kept those sightlines tight in. There was no chance for the Wolves to step up.
You take all the guns away from them at that point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was an incredible shot, and I think that, honestly, if you are on the south side there, you have to play super passive, basically tiny peaks over the top, spraying over towards them, but not playing with your life. That's the problem they ran into. As soon as they could get Batten back up again, because he had time to walk over towards crawl over towards the tree to get rezzed again. But you're right, as soon as all the guns were laid bare, it was just a very easy game from Wolf there on forwards.
Yeah, being forced out by that final zone as well. The stage 9 zone has been closing quite a lot here, I feel like. Teams are really dragging it down to the wire, but we still have 3 more matches to play. We finished the first half of today. 1 more Erangel is up on the cards. Don't go anywhere.
All right, so we've stopped over to the STC Arena. I've grabbed Ginny because it's time for an update on all things Week 6. Tell me what you got going on.
Yes, so we have a lot of action happening this week on the STC Arena. Starting today is day 1. Very important to highlight here. 3 French teams competing. We have Vitality, as well as KC and Gentlemates. Now, every single one of these organizations fields very strong rosters in the title.
Okay.
From MENA side of things, however, we're also looking at Twisted Minds and Falcons, of course. A lot of heartbreak for Twisted Minds over the last couple of weeks.
Sure.
But hopefully, they can do it this time around. Falcons got another strong roster. But what is the kicker here is KC and Gentlemates.
Okay.
Because as much as their rosters are very strong, they need one more top 8 finish to even qualify for the club championship points.
Okay, so potential big moments for those 2 squads, but also some of our leaderboard leaders potentially getting some more points. Of course, we're going to have to see how all of it plays out. And when we have some more answers, we'll check back in with Ginny.
Our players are taking on a brand new challenge, Drop Hunt. Each team will be split into 2 pairs, with each pair receiving their own map. 5 locations are marked on the map and hidden in the player lounge area. At each location is a mystery envelope. The mission is simple: find them, grab them, and bring them back. But there's a catch. There are only 5 envelopes, and each one is worth 20 points. The team that collects the most envelopes wins Drop Hunt. Ready, set, hunt.
Mana kita? Iya, so. Mana ya? Ini bang. Sini bang. Kita stiker di sini punya. Kita di sini aja. Coba tengok mapnya lagi. Mereka ini. Mana tengok di daerah sini? Kayak mana cara dapat amplopnya anjing? Tahu cara mereka. Ini kah? Mana si amplopnya? Pernah diambil harus lihat. Di sini. View di situ, view. View ini nggak sih? Mau kita serang aja gitu. Iya, serangin aja mereka, ayo. Pet. Sini, Pet. Mati juga kerjaan. Ini, Pet. Ambil, Pet. Lari, Pet. Jam. Oh, yang ini. Mana dia? Ini, Mas. Oh, turun juga, Ren. Ambil. Gini. We have 3, they have 2. We lost. Yeah. Nangis dulu, jangan nangis yang.
Yeah, let's go. We've been wondering all this time where this team has been, and they finally end up showing up as Ulf is able to get the win. But for everybody currently watching, yeah, we're not back at the same place. We're actually at the fan experience, so make sure you come and check it out. You can check out the awesome collabs that we currently have with Naruto and PUBG Mobile. And most importantly, make sure you check out the Brain Rot Royale, which is available in World of Wonder. It looks pretty cool, honestly. I'm currently looking at it. Once you guys come to the screen, you'll be able to see exactly what we're talking about. That's Max is currently posting with Mr. Unknown. But Max, Ulf ends up showing up in that performance.
I gave up hope, to be honest. Before this game, we were like, Ulf is just not looking like the Ulf we saw earlier this year, and even at the end of last year with the 2nd place at PMGC. But man, oh man, what a great push out, able to clear out all of Al Ula, and then winning out versus Wolves, which I didn't expect them to win that fight, really. I mean, me and Kalaris were talking about that game, and Wolves had a great setup, but clearly Scarface in particular stood out massively.
I'm mad.
He's mad.
Tell us why you're mad. By the way, thanks for joining us.
Hi over there. Yeah.
Hi.
No, I watched that fight go down, right? And I think the Wolves should have been able to have that. I was theorizing a 3-1 split, 3 on the kind of south side in order to be able to kind of put on more pressure. But they gave them so many 1v1s and even 1v2s, which Ulf was able to capitalize on so greatly. I'm not. I don't know what to say. I'm choking up.
Choking up right now. Oh.
It's because All finally showed up. That's why he's choking up.
He's so happy.
He is, but I tell you what, the one thing I'm really happy with Ulf about off the back of that win against Wolves is they waited until the zone was actually pushing in, right? Stage 9 before making their move. They isolated a player of Wolves. They got that knock. They realized that was the weak position and then went up over the top. Because of the zone that was coming in, the guys down at the bottom of the hill couldn't really retaliate, so they were immediately put on that defense position. So Ulf actually timed that very well, but I totally agree with you, Kalaris. Wolves should have had that in the bag 110%, and they just didn't.
I gotta give some props to the Wolves though, because this match was very important for this squad, and I actually want to rewind it a little bit more because the 3-1 split that they were doing earlier on, they were taking a fight with a different team, which was none other than Noncham Red Force. They kept one player behind, and he was keeping track of what was going on with GOAT. Once they finished off the fight with Noncham, they went back and finished off GOAT in such a good just synergy from the squad.
I don't know how to feel because Ulf, I'm happy to see them do well, but Noncham Red Force get eliminated, so I'm a little bit, torn between this game. But no, really good stuff from Wolves in particular. And what I like to see is when it was shifting around school and apartment area, it kept going to the western side, and Wolves actually see, okay, got 4 teams to the east, let's wide wrap to the west, eliminate GK, and let the fight come to us at the very end, which by doing so, they secure bare minimum a second place. So yeah, Wolves, good IGLing on their side.
It is good IGLing, but as you guys were saying, just that 2-2 split at the end, honestly, it was a bit too much for them. Neptura, from this last match, I mean, we are going to be heading into the final 3 matches. Any team that you're in particular just going to be keeping a close eye on?
I got to see more from Noncham Red Force. I know we keep saying it again and again and again, but they came in looking like the favorites for the entire thing to actually win PMWC this time round, and they just are falling so short, so short. I need to see more from them in the last 3 games. We need to see them go to finals. We need them to have another chance.
We need them to wake up.
Yeah.
That's what we need them to do.
Snoozing.
Kalaris, we need them to see them being able to start those getting... Neptura, quit hogging the mic. We need to see them getting those eliminations.
I think I'm concerned for a lot of the teams, not just them as well, because I think the gravitas of the situation is getting to people. I think people are playing more passive than they have before, to the point where it's actually going to cost them points down the road. You're getting less eliminations. You're playing for a position, but then the circle shifts away from you, and you're not flexing out from that spot until it's too late. So I'm seeing, there's $3 million on the line, 7.
Yep.
It is going to weigh on these players, especially when they're on the verge of elimination.
It is, and that's the crazy thing, right? When we're heading into this final 3 matches, the pressure is going to be on, but it's also going to be a bit of freedom for some of these squads, because if you're outside of the top 6, you got absolutely nothing to lose. There's no second chance after this. There's not another survival day. No, this is it. You have to make sure you end up in the top 6.
Yeah, it's going to be do or die for some of these teams very clearly. Now, you've just got 3 more games right now around the corner, so we'll see if they can try and make it work out. But if you're at the very bottom, such as, for example, KRX, I think it's done. They just don't have that drive right now to try and make a mad dash at the top 6. I think for KRX in particular, they're the first team on my mind, Kalaris. They're just out of the race entirely.
It's especially interesting because when I interviewed them, they said, yes, they got the better end of the roster shuffle, the WrestleMania, that happened at the beginning of the year. However, it doesn't currently look like that's the case in a very high-octane situation.
They have been non-existent, to be completely honest, with that squad. And we even saw it on social media too, using the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26, where the coach took full blame of what was happening with the team yesterday. Today, is it going to be the coach again, or is it going to be the players? Because ultimately, the players are the ones making that decision within the game. Max, I know you wanted to see something that happened in the last match, especially one that we were kind of laughing at. And it had to do with just Alula and a bunch of smokes.
It was me and Kalash who were just going, what the hell is happening over there? And you're looking at the replay from Al-Ula when they decide to actually crash onto a plateau right next to Ulfin. Like, that's a great position. You can see it right now on your screens. And it's like, okay, that's a good send. IGL will say, guys, just put down a couple of smokes, maybe, bare minimum, just to deny the vision of Ulf. But Kalaris, they went way overboard.
I've told you many, many a time, having utility into the extreme late game will pay huge dividends. Having no smokes towards the end where Ulf actually did throw those nades over, there's no way you're going to be able to negate them. The lines of sight and things like that, it's just too many. You're not really negating too many lines of sight other than maybe some lines of sight from like the top of apartments or something like that. Yeah. This is too much.
You just deny your own vision too. It's too many.
How many is it actually?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hey! Hey, that's a great number right there.
Hey.
But I want to actually take a look at the overall because I want to see what the picture's currently looking like. We have seen so many shifts within that top 6, especially going into the next 3 matches, the final matches in Mtura. Those squads that are currently in contention for that top 6, that are currently outside, need to make sure that they play flawlessly.
I mean, we know it's what, 2, 3, 5 points difference between so many of these teams. The gap is non-existent, and when you're looking at only 3 matches left, 1 more Erangel, even if you want to make it even more pressurized, right? We've only got 1 more Erangel before we go into Myanmar. That Myanmars are notorious for being super difficult, and if you're looking at the overalls here, what do we have? Wolves at 64, GK at 60, Ulf at 58. Ulf making perhaps a late comeback, but it's still close enough to be able to make that top 6.
Max is so close, 2nd place all the way down to 8th. We currently can't see 9 in the rest, but they're only separated by just 10 points.
I mean, right now, my speculated entry point to the top 6 is going to be about 80 points at the end of the day, maybe 85 if we do go on the higher echelon. So right now, outside of really Tiamba, every team, if they have a really bad follow-up for the second half of today, could fall out of contention for the top 6 and reach in the grand final. So if you're not currently in 1st place, if you're not Tiamba, your spot is not locked in just yet.
And for Go Team, we've seen them being able to get those eliminations. They need to get those placement points as well. As we go here towards the 2nd page, I mean, Yangon Galacticos, they have a chance to make it once again to the finals, but Yangon, the defending champions of PMWC, are struggling.
I think it has to happen in this game. I think that if they do not gather the traction, but again, they're one of the teams that fall under that passive mark. And they even accepted it last year that they were a passive team. They were able to get the championship because of some of that passive play, because of some of those circles. They needed to ramp up the aggression. We spoke to Smile. He said, yes, we need to mix some of that in. It has not happened fully yet, and it needs to activate right now.
It's starting to look like last year's PMWC for this squad. They were able to make it into that final game as well for PMWC survival stage. Could it happen again? All we know is that we're going to be playing some Brain Rot Royale, and you should too in game. Make sure you log into PUBG Mobile and check out that map in World of Wonder. But let's send it over to none other than Barney and Luti. What are they up to?
Ladies and gentlemen, just 3 maps remain in the survival stage until we'll start closing things out, and things are starting to heat up on the... Luti?
Yeah, I'm here.
Dude!
Yeah.
You made it! You survived!
Yeah, I did
Nicely
survive.
done, bro!
Hey, can I have more chicken dinner, please?
Oh!
Can I have more chicken dinner, please?
Yeah, I can get you more chicken dinners. We've got 3 more coming your way anyway. Can I get you anything else?
Oh, yeah, I miss the French cheese as well.
French cheese. Yeah, I'll see what I can do, man. I'll see what I can do.
Hey, look, I meet him. It's Chicky the chicken.
It's Chicky?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's disgusting, so it's mine now. It's my friend.
It's disgusting?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll see what I can do, buddy.
No.
I'll see you later.
No, we're losing him. Castles back to you, Chicky. Chicky!
Save him! Save him! I'll tell you what, there's a lot of teams that need to be saved here, Jackie. What's up, everybody? How's it going? I'm Hot Jukes here with the legendary Jackie Powers. Gonna be on the mic casting these last 3 matches of the survival stage. The intensity is in the air here because after these 3 matches, 10 teams are going home.
It's very true, Jukes. You're kind of setting the stage perfectly there, Luti. Obviously, he's been doing a good job of surviving himself, but for some of these teams, it might not be the same. Although there is one thing that's going to be exciting for all of those fans at home, of course, it's Yangon Galacticus' really quite commemorative skin that they've got there in game, that ancient charm set off the back of their win last year. But in 12 months, a lot can change, Jukes. That's the landscape we're looking at today.
That's exactly what we're looking at right here, man. This is getting so intense. And you can see Alpha 7, they got some smiles on their faces. They're feeling confident going in here to the rest of the day. I know they have tons of support for their teams. And just every single time I see Alpha 7, I could hear the drums of victory ringing in the background as we get into the final Aerogale of the survival stage. Let's get it going.
Yeah, let's see what they've got in store for us. How loud those drums are going to get, ringing in the ears of competition. But will it?
I can still hear him now.
Success, mate. Yeah, it's tinnitus, I think it's called now.
Oh, okay, all right. Let's get it going here. Oh, we got a plane path going all the way from Novo up to Severny. Okay, we're gonna still see some teams stretch on over to Sosnovka. But look at the overall rankings here, folks. Tianba, a lock, obviously, to go into the finals of the top 6. But looking at the rest, man, it's still anybody's game here. Even E-Arena in 2nd place, they are not safe, especially if these teams in that 8th place going all the way on down to, I'll put it even at 14th, right? We can still see Yangon Galacticos in the finals, but in my opinion, it's going to take a win right here, right now.
Yeah, they've got to come out swinging, right? It's got to the point where there's only so many times we can say all these ifs and buts of, oh, maybe they'll start to wake up, maybe this is the point. It literally is cutthroat territory of do or die now. You know, they were saying themselves it's way harder because quantity before it came out hot, red blind. Like last year was ridiculous in how they were able to just show up and give it their all. Very different landscape this year, Jigs. Feels like competition across the board has gotten way better. Oh, mate, you know what? Take everything we were going to theorize. Just get rid of it. Yeah, don't worry about that. Just focus on this.
Are you kidding me here, folks? It's going to be a military finish. This is the last Airgale. This is it. There's no more Airgales today, and we're going to the south side, baby. You can see there's quite a few teams already in this area. Yangon Galacticos, they are here, and this is their chance, in all honesty, because we haven't talked about it a whole bunch, but I really need to, and this is when we get into these last 2 matches, those are going to be the ultimate desperation games, right? So you cannot count on it being a regular game of PUBG Mobile Esports here, right? If you need a 20-point game, you're going to see teams go nuts, do crazy stuff, disrupt the entire lobby. So if you want to feel even slightly solid to go into the finals, you got to get it done right here, right now, and this is Yangon Galacticos' time. Perfect zone for them.
It is. It's ideal, right? And obviously this is the go-to drop spot for them and go. They're here every single time. It's been consistent throughout their runs on Erangel. Usually, with a lot of the zones we've got, you're forced off massively to long north, rotate, so having to push over towards the southern side of the playable space. You're already where you want to be for a finish. This is going to cut a lot of that downtime out with rotations. They can think a little bit further ahead, a bit easier. Bro, it could work out. Could be the perfect time for it. Just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, the problem with it is just where they're standing, right? They're in the 13th place spot. It's top 6 or nothing, literally.
Yep.
No, 7th is not good enough. So right now they are 19 points behind 6th place. A regular, just a chicken dinner with 2 elims is not going to cut it. They're going to need at least double-digit eliminations here. Especially if a team like the Wolves gets some points on the board, but one of their players is knocked. A nice little revenge shot though, but Boobs, man, is putting in the work. This is devastation for the NA team, but Elementrix driving on up with the drive-by just might have saved a squad.
Down to 2 duos then already. The Battle of the Wolves versus the GOAT. Powerhouses of the Animal Kingdom, bro. They're starting to flush up as well. GOAT lose 1 player hard, 4 still knocked. GK as well, smelling out blood in the water between these 2 sides. This is 3 points sitting right here, Jukes.
They're putting some shots down, but GK just wants to be able to get into the circle. I actually like this play. Yeah, you want to avoid that fight. Just try to get into the zone. Maybe Ragnarok wants a piece of this. Maybe he can smell an elimination. There's one right there. He's going to get the secure onto Baton, hop off the vehicle to 1v1 and catches Elementrix. Ragnarok saying, nah, my old teammate, they can take off, but I'm staying.
This guy loves fighting. We've seen it so consistently, and once again there, the aggression pays off. Oh, mate, Wolves and GOAT out instantly on this one then in reality. He's down to a solo for either side. This is brutal, Jukes.
You know what? It makes sense. It makes sense why GK did that, because they had to see the elimination feed. And with all those players knocked, they knew who it was. It was Wolves. It was GOAT. These are 2 teams that they need to pass up on the leaderboards. So I understand why Ragnarok says, I'll solo take the risk, because if I do end up winning that fight, this is huge for our squad, and it worked out perfectly for GK.
Yeah, you're right on that barrier. 3 points behind now, and it's Wolves that are there gatekeeping you, so a massive upwards draft. Oh, there could be more in their timeline as well. Racing down, facing off 721 GS and Killer Joe just on the periphery inside of the compound. Going to get themselves into a better situation to get a bit of looting done, play slightly safer off the back of what will be a big opener.
What a crazy start to this game. GK really coming out on top there. 3 eliminations. destroying both the Wolves and GOAT. For a second, I thought the Wolves were going to get away with that. But no, Ragnarok risked it for the biscuit. And I mean, it's little risks and plays like that could be the difference, right? From going home or going into the finals. So a huge, huge play for Geeke. Cannot state it enough.
You love to see it. They're going to be very proud of the plays from Ragnarok on that one. Clean up crew maneuvers. We're starting to get a bit of that speed back as well. The Wolves finally coming alive. This is going to be a head and hands moment for both of those squads, knowing you just got to kind of rat this one out now. Have to play really timid. Just think about a long con, see if there's any way you can squeeze points out of it so it's not just a dud game.
There's Wolf right there, heading towards Ferry Pier. Going to be looking for a boat here. They found the hovercraft. All right, so that's going to be huge for them to head across the water and into military nice and safely. See if they can avoid some of these other teams that may have some similar ideas. Dopeness is right there on the bridge, right next to them. But it looks like they're not even looking in this direction. So very fortunate for Wolf to get here safely. Another team that's going to make that boat date is going to be E-Arena. They're heading on over to Primorsk, trying to hunt down one of those aquatic vehicles. And as far as, I think there's a few other teams as well that need to be making this rotated here late.
Yeah, got to get that push down from the northern side for Alula. Tiamba as well, still the top dogs in the lobby right now, to be top of the totem. And then a later wrap in towards the southern side as well for Alpha 7, with potentially a late passing over the bridge, depending on where this shifts for them and E-Arena. See their POV on screen now.
Here they come, man. 68 points on the board again. This is still a tight race here. UDF's driving that serpentine left and right, trying to get away from Yamaguchi. The Silence is forced out of his vehicle, abandoning it on the bridge for now. And that's going to be Igor right next to him. But Yalami trying to put some suppressive fire here. Silence playing it pretty darn silent here. He's got the buggy, so he can actually drive underneath the railings and get out of here. But instead, he's going all the way on down. All right, so he does end up getting there nice and safe. Good rotation for Furia. And they make it safely into military base. And you can see just how fast these teams are rotating here in this last Aaron Gale. They know how important it is. They are not wasting any time.
Any indecision here could be really costly for your overall tournament lifeline. Ooh, hard crunch into the island as well, very center. Coming out the bridge, coming out the mainland, forcing everyone to basically step over one another, Jigs.
That's about as military base as it get here, folks. I don't think you can get more of a military circle than this final Aaron Gale match of the survival stage. We are now at the second half of today. About to go into Myanmar in these next two matches. We're starting to see some engagements happening right in the center of the map. You can see Alpha 7 still needs to find a way into this circle. All those boats, everything is gone by now. So they're trying to figure out what to do here. And playing it patient is going to have to be the play. They cannot afford to go out this early.
We saw the map feed there as well. One of these squad mates of E-Arena was down in the blue. That's Mormon.
Ooh. Wolf end up finding the last player of the Wolves, and that is the 6th place cutoff team eliminated. But now AGAL getting into it with Ulf. These are two teams right next to each other on the leaderboards. A huge fight. Maple gets the thirst onto Aaron. The rest of Ulf forced to avoid this fight, so they make a sacrificial play, rotating on into the circle. And AGAL find a beautiful spot in this zone.
Not the entry they wanted. Losing one player. Teams above them looking a little bit weaker as well, so opportunities to try and climb the ladder in this game would have been big for a squad like Ulf. Feeding the points over to their direct competitor as well, like you touch on there. It's going to leave a sour taste in the mouth. A few shots were dumped into the hovercraft, but it still stays alive and in play. Scarface is closest by, but effectively left on an island.
Man, this is going to come down to the last match here, folks. I can already tell. I mean, this is getting crazy. Let's take a look here. Oh, necessary. Trying to find a cheeky play on the plane, and he gets taken out. Oh, they tried to get to the circle just a little early. They end up getting into it with GOAT, and that rotation cost both these teams a whole lot. They're going to have to make a play in Myanmar to survive because GK are looking strong. AGAL have a beautiful position in the zone. And the one team in the top 6 that's not looking too hot is Alpha 7. They are still on the north side trying to find their best way into the zone. They're eating a whole lot of blue damage here. They're going to waste quite a bit of utility. But you know what? It's better to stay alive a little bit longer than just make some crazy rotate on a bridge and get taken out early.
Yeah, they don't really have that many options with the way this went. That wrap down from the southern side just kind of left themselves isolated, so they'll just have to cross their fingers. They can eventually find a way in. Shift on the zone comes in as well.
This could be huge because, I mean, we can see it, they can't, but that bridge is completely open right now, and with that circle shifting in that direction, it could be a play, but it's so risky. Let's see what they do. Maybe even look like they're trying to do maybe even 2-2 split. Not too sure.
It seemed like they were debating it, but maybe doubling back now towards the southern side where Alula are stationed just on the exit to the bridge. Fury are in the midst of this. Do take a few shots into AGL. Seems like they've gone able to actually open this one up quite nicely at least.
Tough for AGAL. They got a little bit antsy. They wanted a better position to zone. They get a decent one here, but they end up sacrificing XZZ in the process. A huge player for the team. Fudia ends up picking up that point, which is devastating considering that is the 4th place team. Right now, though, the team that I'm really excited for in a zone like this is Yangon Galacticos. They have the observatory. They have all the high ground. And we've seen plenty of times in PUBG Mobile history, if that zone shifts in that direction, they could possibly walk away with a 20 elimination chicken dinner here. So this is huge on the side of Yangon.
Speculative right now, but if they put that into facts and forge a path for themselves, it'd be a huge game. That's what we're saying, right? They're the perfect drop location. The zone instantly goes their way towards Snovka. You're set up for success. You've just got to cash that in and make sure you get the most you can out of this game. With the other squad slightly beneath them, or slightly above them rather, there is room to climb. The arena going down to 3 players quite early with Mormon falling inside of the blues. He was trying to swim round to get onto the island. The rest of the squad went for the wide rotate the whole way down. So they're up by the coast right now. It's KRX and Ulf that are ahead of them. Alpha 7 still not committing for the wrap over the bridge just yet, Jukes. Alula would still be the guards that are defending that entryway if they commit to this.
Let's see what plays they're going to make here. Alpha 7 need to find a way into this circle. I'm looking at the crowd right now. I see some of the Yangon Galacticos fans, and I see a whole bunch of nail biting right now as they are really feeling this one. I see some smiles on their faces as well because this is a perfect circle for them. We'll see where the next zone does go, though. If it ends up going a hard shift to the west side, that's going to be pretty rough. But we'll see for now as Alpha 7 roaring into this next circle, trying to find a safe position. Their fans are excited, and dead silence in the arena here.
One of the few times as well. Set up around Nonshin towards the middle. Yangon still in play from the ridge they've got here. And Alpha 7 following the roadside around with Tiamba, guarding towards the top there.
Burning a whole bunch of utility. This is stage 4. The blue zone definitely starts to chunk you down here. So Alpha 7 are going to have to wrap in here pretty quickly. The north side is pretty open, so they might have a good rotation on in. They do end up holding this building for now, and it is wide open. Very, very fortunate. But now we're starting to see Yangon get put in some work. Revel ends up catching Alula, though. Here we go, the fight is starting to ring out. Obscure trying to save his teammate. Guizhou looking for some angles here to buy his squad some time.
Got to get him back up. Shots are coming down though, and Obscure's getting peppered, mate. He can't commit to it easily. They've got limited cover here. Throws out the smoke to see if he can actually save his mate. Quick has the nade primed and dashes that one down. If it's on target, it could be lethal.
Alpha 7 is just trying to get this reset here. They don't want any more of this fight for now. Rebel does get picked up. He still has his vehicle in play, and they do end up getting the recovery. So a perfect play on the side of Alpha 7. Now they're going to start realizing that, hey, maybe one of these players is a little bit too isolated. They kind of drive up just a little bit just to kind of scare him away. But this is the perfect play for Alpha 7. All they wanted to do was get into the zone safely. They have the gun skill to make anything happen regardless of where the circle is. But to get here with all four was the challenge, and just so fortunate they're able to do so.
Yeah, that sense of safety could have been taken away very quickly. So they're going to be quite chuffed that they've been able to stay alive as a full squad at this point. Tiamba are still nearby though. In the meantime, So Easy taking pot shots over towards Geek, and their numbers have been dwindling rapidly. What looked like a good start coming into this one off the opener we saw from Ragnarok has unraveled to only a solo player remaining alive. You've got Dopeness taking shots over to E Arena as well. They were weak from the start, Dukes. Now they're down to just a duo.
Pretty crazy here that the 7th and 8th place team are so dang hurt. Could be a huge opportunity though, right, for a squad like Nongshim Red Force, RRQ, Yangon, right? The fact that so many of those cutoff teams went out early opens the door for the rest of the lobby to kick them out of one of those precious golden tickets to the finals, that top 6 slot. Here goes Alpha 7, getting a little bit closer to Tianba. That's going to be a tough fight, especially considering that Tianba are sitting pretty on the leaderboards. They are dead confident, not a single worry. Alpha 7 have everything to lose in this battle, though.
Oh, it's a big ego fight. You've got to pull it off if you're going to go for it. Aggressive scouting from Revo as he charges straight up towards them to get a read onto the setup. Like you say, man, you mess with a beast that is Tiamba right now, you better be ready to back it up.
Milu getting hurt, Obscure getting peppered as well. Alpha 7, they know exactly what's at stake here, right? You know they have some of the best coaches, some of the best support on the planet. If they win this fight with Tianba, this could be enough to push them ahead and secure that final slot. But it's not enough right now. They need to win this fight. It's either that or they're going to leave the mercy of Myanmar up ahead.
You got Yangon getting a look in as well towards the backside here with Tiamba, mate. They're coming over to see what they can find. Big sandwich now. Alpha 7 are trapped between Alula and Yangon that are backdooring their way up towards Tiamba. This is going to get messy so quickly.
It's already messy, yeah, especially considering that Obscure gets knocked at the literal worst time. Claus is putting some shots down range, and then now, yeah, you're right, Yangon Galacticos, they heard this fight ringing out. They said, let's take out these squads here and now. They are lurking, though, maybe saying, all right, you know, we're here. But we haven't heard those shots in a second. We'll wait for that third party to ring out, then we'll get in the mix.
You've made them feel uncomfortable though, put the fear into them a little bit with the warning shots they fired out. This is not as easy to clean up and get aggro. Ooh, attention turned. Delula once again hitting the shots onto Alpha 7. 1-for-1 trades as the plays come through. Carrillo up close with the shotty. Switches back to the rifle, ready to let it rip on the peak. Dopeness even trying to find a steal from distance with damage done onto Alpha 7. Yasser hard flushed out, quick replies back. Scrapes his way through them. Claws comes out, swinging, the shotgun gets it done. Introduces him to Big Papa Pump, but how much more punishment could he do, Jules? Tiamba with the steal.
And the save! Alpha 7 save for now, but Tiamba looking to finish him. It's Guizhou all by himself. Gonna have to make a play, and it's not good enough. Tiamba crushing the dreams of some of these squads. That's gonna leave Alpha 7 with 70. Fudia right behind him though. 3 points so far and their whole squad alive. Fudia looking to seal the deal here now.
Tiamba silencing the marching band as they storm through that one. And smash those drums. Putting themselves into a good position here once again to command respect from all the squads in the lobby. You come for the best right now, Jukes. You've got to back it up.
Yes, you do, and you can see right now, you got RRQ on the other side. They're in 12th place with just 2 players up, trying to make something happen for their squad. Meanwhile, dead center of this circle is none other than Nongshim Red Force. Full squad, sitting pretty. When are they going to start getting active, though? They only got 1 elimination to their name with 54 points. That's 12 behind 6th place. A good win here could put them into that play style. Right now, you're going to see KRX. They're toast. There's no way. Unless they win this game and the next 2, that's the only chance they have. But we have seen crazier things happen in the past.
Yeah, so far down the ladder, realistically, it's more what damage can they do to other teams that are trying to progress than remedy their own disaster that they've had in some of these matchups here for our survival stage. Going to be a lofty challenge. Fury, though, still sitting pretty. They've had some great games. And once again, lining up to do more damage. Nongshim Red Force with a backline there. The Org of Hyunbin hitting heavy. It will punish Ayala so far away as well. They're going to have to wrap in to grab him as the zone comes in.
That next zone does pop on up there, and you can see Nongshim, the only squad that's sitting pretty there. They have a lot of coverage. They're just sitting back, waiting for these teams to slowly creep in and then start putting some damage downrange. Meanwhile, this fight's been going on for a minute. You got Tianba, you got Yangon Galacticos. Yangon not getting that hill, that mountainside that they so desperately wanted. It's none other than QZZ popping some shots. Actually, it was Milu that actually getting up that knock. And now Smile, up close and personal with the S12K. Oh, just a little bit too greedy. Gets finished here by Nongshim.
Ooh, Saycloud trying to make himself famous with the Famous, but he's so low on HP that it's shot. He does quick switch though, hits the headshot. Still alive, low on health, they charge back in. Split push on the reposition, and he will buckle. Yangon out of that one.
Super unfortunate for Yangon Galacticos. Nongshim Red Force holding this little hospital right here. And now they're having to do a defense against none other than Tianba. Tianba looking so strong. They have the outside advantage. They're going to start throwing all the util they have, and they have some good Molotovs here. Milu actually going to go ahead and back up with that hovercraft. And this fight is still ringing on out. But if you're a team like KRX, who's right over there, you got to get active here. You need to start eliminating this entire lobby. When are they going to make a move? That's Tizzy with the pump shotgun, knocked down Milu.
It's a big play. Milu has been an absolute powerhouse for Tianba. So bringing him down could be a nice upwards draft there for Nongshim, but they've got to maintain this pace. Lots of pressure being thrown their way. The second back-to-back team to try and crash onto this compound and remove them from the battleground. So easy, armed with a heavy weaponry as well, looking for the peak, spams over onto Eagle, barely gets back into the building.
Hyunbin said hello to QZZ. Hyunbin, only 18 years old, putting in work for his squad, trying to keep their dreams alive. They're in 11th place, but we've seen crazier things from Nongshim Red Force. Goes back to the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational. They won it, and they won it on the last game of the tournament. So that is one squad you could never count out.
We do have to say goodbye to RRQ on this run. Still stuck down there in the depths towards 12th place. Tianba with 2 players left, one of them knocked for now as well towards the upper side. Geek and Ulf still fighting to see if they can climb slightly higher up the standings here, Jukes. From 7th up to 4th, it's a relatively easy leap if they can find some way of keeping themselves in the running. A conversation of a couple elims, a bigger placement finish. Hyunbin not done yet though. Dealing big damage for Nongshim. He's fired. Oh, the nade knocks him down. And Eagle swoops back in for another elimination here.
But super fortunate for Nongshim Red Force. They take out Tianba, and they are making this happen. So many teams in the top 6 already out. Bunia, I believe the only squad still left there. That's a huge opportunity for Nongshim Red Force to catch up, and that is EK eliminated.
Saw the one chance, man, where he's thinking, fingers crossed, if I can somehow get 2 elims off the back of this. Would have been walking away with something nice rather than leaving with nothing on that one. They've got those 3 elims at the start when they took on GOAT. That was Ragnarok that made the play, but that's all they get here.
Brutal. Just 1 point shy of that 6th place position. That's where they're going to end up for now. But Nongshim Red Force are so hungry. They are looking so good in this match. This is the game to put them in the show here at the last second. Hoxie gets a knock on to Chief. KRX, surprised this team is being so passive. I mean, yeah, you're at the bottom of the leaderboards, but if you even want the chance, you need to take out this whole lobby. You got to get crazy aggressive. You have some high ground. What is it going to take for KRX to finally wake up and get aggressive here?
The passive play just won't cut it. Wow. Nade back over as well. Furia eating the shrapnel from that one, and it's an easy takedown with the follow-up from Mahan. So Furia do lose 1 player, but they instantly get revenge with quick shots back onto Malik. No crime goes unpunished in this lobby right now, Jukes.
This is a important game for Furia. Yeah, they're in 2nd place right here. They got 8 eliminations, but they understand that we need a strong game, so strong that we don't even got to worry about Myanmar. And they are doing that here. So they are playing as though their tournament life is on the line, and they are looking good. 3 players up. The zone is starting to close. They're going to have to find a way into this circle, but they are looking rock solid here.
Yeah, Furia definitely releasing the beast, man. They want to go all the way to the finals. Huge plays that we've seen from them in the survival stage. Like you say, dude, it's 5 margins between the squads beneath them. It's a game like this, 8 elims, seeing yourself rise up, getting into a better spot, leaving the other squads beneath you further down. They've just got to stick to this business, not let it slip. Painful scenes for Rolf as well. Could have been a different story on this one, Jukes, but it's just 1 man left, Solus, cowering behind the monster truck, thinking about a timeline where he can steal away a couple more points somehow, some way.
Well, he's definitely going to get some placement points, and we're at that. We're so close on the leaderboards that I have a strong feeling that there's going to be a team going home by just 1 singular point. So Solus staying up for his squad here could be the difference maker. Let's just see how long he can hang on. Furia are outside of the zone. They have a vehicle there. Now they're going to hop into it, but this is going to be a death push. They have no room to move here. They're going to be going wide out in the open. And you can see Nongshim Red Force waiting for it. The whole lobby is staring at this, and the shots are ringing out. They try to sneak through the gate. It's just silence. Look like he's going to be able to get away from now. And no, Furia just couldn't make the rotate.
Pandemonium trying to get through that small gap in the fence. KRX stealing points where possible, as Nongshim also have their eyes lit up on the pipeline of Furia here. Very similar narrative for those 2 teams. It's just the Furia at least have the safety net of knowing they're currently within those upper ranks, above the top 6. For Nongshim, you want to keep grinding this one out. Guarantee yourself enough points to be above that threshold.
QXCZ, there goes Furia. So that is it. Top 6 teams all out. Huge opportunity out of all these squads here, obviously, for Nongshim Red Force. 11 eliminations. They need to win this game. 2nd place isn't it. They need that chicken dinner. Solus hopping in the vehicle, denies it. Oh, actually, I thought he was going to deny it, but Hoxie ends up getting that last shot onto him. So now it is really just up to KRX versus Nongshim Red Force. And it is none other than Nongshim that have got everything to gain here.
It's a big final head-to-head to this team. You've looked great in the fights we've seen leading up to this point, but how strong is the finish for them? Oh, peek over QZZ with the engage, and they could follow up with this. They go in swift, Juke. Spinny firing off the buckshot quick, hoping that he can dome another one. As the pump action looking good to try and whittle down the numbers for Nongshim. It's a 2 versus 4, and Tizzy's getting hit on the top.
Tizzy gonna have to make a play. He peeks up, he goes in the open, gets the knock, but some great support play. Ends up to So Easy with the S12K. Gonna have to make it happen all by himself. What can he do? Gets a thirst, perfect. Get every single point that you can. Huge flush right there for So Easy.
This could be big for him as well, man. A little bit of timing. If he can actually get the heal off, he's going to be in a great position to at least attempt, to the best of his abilities, to fight for this one. 1 versus 3. What have you got for us so easy? Can you live up to your name and make that a reality? His tree's going to be caught slipping, trying to get the bandages out. He's got to pull back into cover. Wants to go for the jump shot round the corner, baiting the crosshairs, spotted through the window, losing HP.
And he just says, nope, I'm out of here. And it's KRX that wins the game all the way down in last place. End up sneaking a chicken hitter here towards the end. But Dongship Red Force, are you kidding me? This is an exciting match for them. Sure, they don't end up getting those extra 4 placement points with that chicken dinner, but you can tell they were fighting for everything they could possibly get.
It was a great approach on it. So what you've got to do, Matt, it's the one chance, all right, well, we're looking at the teams above them, falling to the wayside early. They're getting Elim after Elim. They're playing aggressive. That's the solution, Jukes. That's the answer.
Man, you take a look at these players' faces. You could just tell the intensity, the anxiousness in the air is at an all-time high right here. So many squads going home. I said, it's not just 40 players. You got the substitutes, coaches, staff, everybody's here. None of them want to go home. It's all about making those plays right towards the end. Even Fudia, right? Fudia currently sitting in second place, and you can see the passion coming from Igor right now. He wants to make sure that these guys are doing everything they possibly can to win. And let's listen in to this victory from KRX.
이거 우선 기어갔다.
동현아 왼쪽으로 벌려도 돼. 왼쪽. 나오나 동현 왼쪽. 왼쪽 1평 좋다. 집안에 집안. 야 과감하게 해.
나이스.
Tempered celebration there. They know there's still a lot to be done, but that's a good start. Obviously, this is where you really need to keep this going with huge game after game if they want to be within that conversation. Towards the upper echelons, it's only fine margins of the points, but it's so far down, Jukes. It's going to be really hard to carry this on.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them just kind of go a little crazier, a little bit more wild, right? Because that's what we need to see, right? We need to see a wild chicken dinner, crazy eliminations. But maybe that was the one, right? Maybe that was the one to kind of really give them a little bit of confidence. They literally need to win the next 2 with double-digit eliminations if they want any chance. Now, anything less than that ain't gonna cut it. So you still gotta give it up for them, right? I mean, the South Korean team, we know what they can do is just they've waited till the last second. That's why we're so doubtful.
Yeah, might have come a little bit too late. But hey, a win's a win. They're still going to be proud of themselves on that one. They were taking some decent fights as well.
Yeah, you know, this is what gets so tough when you're at the survival stage towards the end. If this was in the first day, right, or something like that, we'd be like, oh, let's go, right? Like, that's how you do it, right? That's perfect gameplay, literally, for KRX. It's just they're at a stage now where it's got to get a little bit more wild. But you know what? I want to hear from Geek and Cal Aris. Let's go ahead and take it on down to the stage and hear what they got to say.
Yeah, you do, because I've got Ragnarok once again here. You know what? He gave such an amazing interview last time. We had to pull him again to talk about some of these games. So let's take a look at what we've had today, right? It does feel to us, some of the pundits, the experts, that it's been a very passive lobby from a lot of the teams here throughout the day. Does it feel like that when you guys are playing it in the lobby, or what's your perspective on that?
Yeah, to be honest, it feels like harder than the 3 days that we played before. 2 days in the group stage and 1 day here. The lobby is being very passive. Like, you can reach the zone 3, zone 4 with 62, 60 players. That's so fucking...
So much, Kalaris. I've got Ketch here from Ulf Esports. We've got to talk a little bit about map number 3, managing to secure the chicken dinner. It's put you back into the conversation. You're in that bubble, just a few points shy of getting into the top 6. What were the comms like after you managed to secure that chicken dinner? Did a bit of self-belief come back into the team?
Üçüncü maçtaki wininiz hakkında konuşmak istiyorum birazcık. Şu anda böyle işte puanları yakın olan birkaç tane takım var, onlar arasındasınız. Top 6'ya girmek için arada çok küçük farklar oluyor. O win aldıktan sonra takımınızdaki atmosfer nasıl oldu? Size bir push verdi mi?
Yani win almamız tabii ki bizi çok mutlu etti. Daha çok motive olduk. Çünkü bu tarz maçları elimizden çok veriyorduk. Bu maçta biraz şanssızlık oldu ama gene hani puan alabildik. Yani finale çıkmak istiyoruz. Kendimizi göstermek istiyoruz orada.
Yeah, of course this gave us a push as a team because we many times we just fall short of like winning a map, so it was definitely a big motivation for our team. And now also we collected some points by becoming top 3, and we hope that we can still make it.
Well, 2 more maps before the finals 6 are decided. Now, these last 2 maps are going to be on Myanmar. You've got a good track record on Myanmar so far, especially in the group stage and yesterday as well. Are we thinking that this is going to be, you know, a more promising run? How do you guys feel going into this last Myanmar? Because it feels like what you guys are lacking at the moment are eliminations, because you're typically, you know, quite an aggressive team. So what's going on in these next 2 games?
Top 6'nın belirlenmesine son 2 map kaldı. 2 Miramar haritası. Hem dünkü maçlarınızda da grup aşamasında da aslında Miramar'da iyi oynadığınızı görüyoruz. Sanki takımca böyle biraz puanla eksik kalıyor gibi, yani öldürme skoru az kalıyor gibi geliyor. Nasıl bir stratejiyle giriyorsunuz bu oyunlara?
Yani biraz dengemiz bozuldu. Bunu düzeltmeye çalışıyoruz. Bu 3. maçta kendimizce düzelttiğimizi düşünüyorum. Bunu bir şekilde üstesinden gelip finale çıkıp bütün hatalarımızı fixleyip önümüze bakacağız.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we lost our balance somehow, but we fixed this with match 3. And we just want to focus on these last 2 games and do our best.
Time for the last 2 games to come over onto this main stage. Ketch, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining me. Don't worry, he's not injured. For those of you at home freaking out, it's not an injury, okay? We're going to go back over to the studio to break down everything we've seen so far before we go into our final 2 maps of the survival stage.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Yangon!
Chasing the sunrise, boots hit the ground, hear the battle call. Load up, lock in, we're ready for it all. Every street, every door, searching for a little more spot. One dream, nothing's ever what it seems. The circle's closing in, can you feel it on your skin? Heartbeat like the drum, the final fight is come. Fight till you make it. Break it, stand your ground and take it right into the fire. Till you make it, every move can change it. Higher and higher, we're reaching for the winner, chicken dinner. Fight till you make it. Fight till you make it.
Exciting things happening over at the Allianz Vault. So I grabbed Trav to break down everything that's going on in chess today.
Well, at the moment, we've got Magnus Carlsen taken to the stage for Team Liquid, a team very in need of points, to say the least, at the moment in the Club Championship. So a lot is relying on Magnus Carlsen right now for them. It would get them their first place, it would get them their 2 top 8s. So a lot riding on him at the moment. We've already had a few of the big organizations when it comes to the Club Championship playing. Dennis Lazovic has got through to the next round for AJAL, and we've got Hikaru going through for Falcons as well. So it's big news across the board for all these teams. Nobody really making a breakaway just yet. It's as expected so far.
I love that, though. I love that we're getting some more Liquid storylines. Still AGAL in the conversation, and still lots of chess action left to play. So when we know more, we'll check back in.
Thank you, Glitter and Trav, for that Club Championship update, as AGL is looking to make a push so they can be in the top 6 to actually go to the finals. This squad just hasn't been performing like what we saw them being able to do in the group stages, but for this last game, it has to do with none other than KRX. They finally showed up and they put themselves in a way that if they get another win, Max, they could make that push to top 6.
Not just KRX, by the way, it's South Korea for the win. Yes, first and second place with the side of Nongshim Red for securing that building. But yeah, KRX definitely desperate to get some points on board. And actually, I was going to pick their team to win, but I was like, oh, it's KRX, they're probably not going to win it. But by the way, the match MVP is QXC, big name over there in South Korea after that big roster shuffle. And you know what? It took some time. They showed promises sometimes of being consistently, but this game in particular, I feel like they took all the right steps, Nipchura, to actually get that chicken dinner. It looked a bit shaky at the end, but you know what? That was just enough to get that win.
No, I'm really glad that KRX were able to win that. They made that push across to the north side of zone that I was hoping that they would do like a lot earlier, like 2 zones earlier, but ended up not happening, and it worked out just really well for them. As you're seeing, as we look over the highlights, you know, Nongshin we saw on the match rankings there, they also got 18 points. Furia. I feel bad for Furia. They had nowhere to go here, Max.
One team that was able to get that second place finish though, Nanshin Red Force.
Who are no losing it on an lady? We don't fit in a deal. I don't go this religion in Yaro. Religion to cook your me. Piamala. Hola. So let you cook your like. Barbecue. I do a show on a lucky. Did I even show me? Oh, they who are. Hold them. Hello. Don't die. Jaga. So and so like. Join like. Hello, losing now. So let you be on me. Don't let Jaga get the Gamma. Hold them. Go up here. I did a lucky. But you haven't seen it as a lamacano. Go in Bibi show I hold it. I want go in Bibi go, maybe. Hold them, holding. I'll let away. Leave a car in a bit. I mean, I'm delivering in my year daddy. A crazy guy, so blind, too low. Hello? Hey. Too low. How are you? Pion like, did I saw me? Pion like, say that here, you are pion like child. Show. How's your dinner? Now, lady. What? The I'm no army of Penny, Korea Machao. They are Amlo, I am Piedam, Hobu. Adiga. They are Amlo, army of Piedam, Hobu. Adiga Mar. Machalaya, they are Amlo, army of Piedam. Machalaya, what? We know me I'm the only shut the fuck up. Did can't add it. Carnida. They don't look plain in a hole. But I am a daily look. Same of all penny yard. I'm no army of penny yard. When you go in the Abbey around you, but we will do our lane. I don't show me. Buja, Niwabi, Buja. Yes, everyone. I'm a man, I want to get say that. I don't see a lawyer who also got on chicken salad. I mean, I got make a little neighbor. Oh, no, go down there, sit down now. I'll go see your wife, go merely. Kiki, who can do that? It's 7, higher, it's 7 for your water. It's 7 4 2. I mean, it's 3 and that's more. Oh, I got hold it on. What's the 3 hours? Hey, why you have another cool day? I think I'll say that I go down saying, don't know. I mean, say the Java to look at it. Who got it on my say the Java? Ah, that's it, I have. Đâu là hả? Tôi bảo sao đâu rồi? Cho nó dễ chỉ tiền nó bôi lên chicken sai. Nó bôi con nào mới hỏi rồi, ông bà tôi để quá. Cái chơi rồi, let's go. Cho nó chèn vào đi đi. တော့ကျွန်တော်ကြံသေးတယ်လိတာကွာစော်ဝဲက update လာတယ်ဘုန်းတော်မရိုက်ခွဲပလာအောင်မယ်ဒီတော့
လဲတော့အမှတ်80မှာရှိတယ်60က
ချစ်ပြရလို့ရမင်းတို့ခံစားချက်ကိုငါနားလေတယ်ငါလည်းအဲ့လိုပဲဟုတ်တယ်မလားငါပြောသလိုပဲမလားမင်းတို့ငါပြောသလိုပဲမလားမင်းတို့ပြောချင်နေတာဒါပေမဲ့အဲ့ဒါကိုကောင်းအောင်ပြောလေခုလိုမြန်ဒီဟာနဲ့အဆင်မပြေတော့ဘူးဆိုရင်နောက်တစ်ခွက်ကိုပြောင်းမယ်အဲ့နောက်တစ်ခွက်ပြောင်းလိုက်လို့ကိုရီးယားစောင့်နေကြမဟုတ်ဘာညာအဲ့လိုမျိုးကွာသိရမလား play style အဲ့လိုမျိုးမတူဘူးဆိုရင်တော့အနည်းဆုံးတော့သူတင်ကိုယ်တင်ပြည့်ရရင်အားရပါပဲဟုတ်တယ်မလားအနည်းဆုံးတော့သူတင်ကိုယ်တင်ပြည့်ရရင်အားရပါပဲသူပြည့်ကိုပြည့်နေသိရမလား 1/1 မှာရှောသွားတာတို့ဥမာ2/1 နဲ့ရှောတာ3/1 နဲ့ရှောတာတို့ဆိုရင်လက်ခံအောင်ပါအခုကကြာကန့်ပြီးတော့ဝင်ကျုံခံရတာကြတော့လက်မခံကြတော့ငါနားလေငါပဲဆဲတော့ငါ့ကိုပဲဆဲဘယ်ဒီရှောက်မမှန်နေတာငါဆဲစမ်းပါဆဲတော့လိုက်စမ်းပါကာခဲ့တဲ့ကောင်ကြီးပါဆဲတော့လိုက်စမ်းပါနေရလေ
ဘုရားပတ်ဝဲကြီးဒါကြီးပတ်ဝဲနေကွာ
နေရငါကာခဲ့တာပါငါဆဲသွားစမ်းပါဟုတ်တယ်မလားအဲ့ဒါပဲလေအဓိကအဲ့ဒါပဲ
ကိုယ်ရတာပဲနေရကိုရကိုယ်ရတာဟိုဒါလေးရှိအောင်မယ်နော်ငါတို့ဒါလေးရှိလာတယ်ပြောအဲ့လိုရှိလာတယ်နောက်တော့ပြရမှာဒီတော့ပုံမိလာအဲ့တော့မှဒီတိုင်းဘောဘူးသူတို့စရိတော့တော့ဘုရားဒီမှာခေါ်လို့ရတယ်ရမလားရပါတယ်
ဆက်ရှင်သိတော့မရှိတော့ဘူးဗျာကျေးဇူးတော်တင်ရမလို့ပဲမနေ့ကနောက်ဆုံးပွဲက fine တော့တယ်နောက်ဆုံးပွဲ fine နေကွာပြီးရင်ဒီနေ့ပထမဆုံးပွဲ fine နေအဲ့ဒါတော့လက်ခံရမယ်ပြီးတော့ဟိုးရင်ရှေ့နေရလူတွေပြန်ဖြတ်သွားတယ်
သွားကချက်တူရှက်ဝမ်းတော့ရလို့ရတယ်ချက်သားတော့စားလို့ရတယ်ဟိုခင်ဗျားကြီးခောက်ရောက်တဲ့ဒီလိုပေါ့ဒီခောက်လိုက်စမိုင်းမောင်ပင်အားလုပ်လိုက်တော့အဲ့ပါခေါ်လို့
ကျမင်းမငုံနဲ့ကွာတဲ့မင်းကိုငါရှိချင်လို့လေတော့ငါတမီး
ခေါ်နေနေကြိုပြီးတော့ကဲပူကြိုင်းလို့ပါအောင်အားပေးစကားလေးခုလားပုံဝင်နေကြမလို့ကြာစက်နေခိုးတော့နေအောင်
Kalaris, let's head over to the casters to take us into Myanmar.
Okay. Myanmar တို့မြန်မာပဲဝိုင်းဟော
ဘာပဲကျွန်တော်အားပေးနေရအောင်ပါပဲချစ်ပြပါတော့ကဲဒီဝဲကိုကျွန်တော်ကြည့်မယ်ဗျာ
ကြားရတဲ့ထိုင်တယ်နော်ကျတဲ့နေတော့ဆဲတော့အားလိုက်လို့ဒီမှာဒီလိုဒီဝက်ကြီးနဲ့ကိုယ်ရဲ့သူ့ရဲ့ကိုယ်ရဲ့
ဘာဖြစ်တီးတာတီးတော့ရောက်ရင်တီးတာတီးတော့အကုန်လိုက်တီး
ဟောဒီကလို့ဆောရပါယူကြည့်ရတယ်
အကုန်လိုက်တီးတော့
အကုန်လိုက်ကြဟာဒီလိုအားလုံးကသိတယ်ချက်တူရအောင်တော့သင်ရအောင်ချက်တူကဒုတ်တာဟုတ်ဒုတ်မဟုတ်ဒီက
စိတ်ကြတယ်ကြောက်နေစိတ်တီးတာတီးတော့တွေ့တဲ့ကောင်တွေ့တဲ့နေရာမှာတီးဝတ်တောင်းဆင်းအောင်ပါ
ဟုတ်လားအော်တော့တော့ဆင်းပါမယ်ဘွားကြီးတော့ပထမပါ
ကောင်း20ကျော်တက်ဗလားဒီမကြီးကကောင်း20ကျော်တက်ဖို့ကြာနေမင်း
ဟုတ်ပြီလားကုတ်လား
အားလည်းနေကြီးတဲ့ဝင်နေပြီဖြစ်နေတယ်
အားလည်းမောက်မားကနေပြီကိုလိုက်ကိုနောက်ပြန်ကြည့်လိုက်
အချင်းမဟုတ်ဘူးဒါသူတို့လာနေတာခွေးတောင်သားရဲ့ဒီမှာသူတို့က
စားပွင့်တာမဟုတ်ဘူးပူကြဆဲမယ်ပူကြဆဲနေ
ငါတို့ဒီဘက်ထောင်ဆင်းမှာအဲ့ကြရင်
ကိုကဒီလိုစနစ်ကနေပြောမှာစနစ်ကအဲ့ဒါသဘောတော့ပဲအားရစက်တင်အားရစက်တင်
တီးတာတီးတော့ရောက်ရင်လွတ်တာတီး
ဘယ်ပြေးတာပါရောဟိုဘယ်ပြေးတာပါဝေးဘုံရဟိုပါအော်ဒီကနေ့ပွဲရပါဟုတ်ပါပွဲလေဒီပွဲနေလည်းယူပါပွဲနေဒီပွဲဟိုဆက်တော့ဟာတော့တော့ပိုးတယ်အဲ့ဒီပြီးတော့နောက်ဝေးတယ်နဲ့ဖြစ်သွားတယ်
ဆရာ73ပဲရောက်ရင်73ကနေရမယ်ကောင်း
အဲ့73မှာပဲအထောက်ဖြစ်တယ်နော်ကြောကြည့်
ကဲကျွန်တော်တို့အကောင်းဆုံးအားပေးရမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့တာဝန်မှာ
မဲ
စိတ်ချပြီးတော့
အာဒီကောင်ကပြန်ကြောက်
စိတ်
နာပါပဲအာဒီက
ဒီစိတ်လာစိတ်ကနိုင်ရမင်းတို့မင်းနှစ်သိမ့်ပေးနေတာကွာနှစ်သိမ့်ပေးနေတာ
မနေ့ရပါ
ဘူးမင်းတို့နှစ်သိမ့်ပေးနေတာငါကောင်ကလည်းနှစ်သိမ့်နေတာချက်တဖက်ကကွာ
တက်သေးတယ်ဒီကောင်ကအာရတက်ကုန်တက်တာပါအနာပဲ
မင်းတို့နှစ်သိမ့်ပေးတယ်မင်းတို့နှစ်သိမ့်လိုက်ငါကောင်ကနှစ်သိမ့်လိုက်နေအဲ့ပြုတ်ကြပြီးတေသွားမှာဒီကောင်အဲ့တေသွားတဲ့ကြီးကငါတို့ရ
ဟာဟိုကြားရဘေးလုံးပါပဲတော့တကယ်ကြာ
နိုင်အောင်ကတ်လေးဟာမင်းဒီနေ့ကတော့နိုင်အောင်ကတ်ဆက်တယ်ဗျမှတ်ပေးမရမှာဒီနေ့ကတော့မင်းမနိုင်အောင်ကတ်လို့ရတယ်အမတ်ကတော့မပေးဘူးလေကွာအေးမလေးကောင်လေးတီးတဲ့ရတယ်မေးလို့ဒီသားပါတော့ဒီစဲနေလို့မနိုင်တာအဲ့ဒါတော့မဟုတ်တော့ဘူးအဲ့ဒါတော့စားပါတော့ဆိုင်အဲ့မီလို့တော့ပိုင်းရ
ဒီ7လေတော့ဟိုရောက်သွားရင်တော့မြင်နေတော့ဒီကောင်တက်လာ
အမတ်ကပြက်နေပြီကွာအမတ်ကတော်တော်ပြက်နေ60ခွန်20ကျော်တော့ရရင်တော့ဂုံးနေဒါပေမဲ့တင်းကုန်ကြီးကလည်းမင်းဂုတ်တင်းကြီးကလည်းသူတို့ကဒီတိုင်းရက်နေမှာမဟုတ်ဘူးဟုတ်တယ်ကောင်တွေကလည်းပြေအောင်မှာ
ဒီတဲ့ရင်းနေပိုး
ဒုစက်ခင်းတာလေးကြည့်ကြနေ
ဒီ7တော့ထိန်းထားကြတော့ရောပွဲစားတွေကဖိုး
ကြည့်ပြတော့မထူးစက်ခင်းတာလေးကြည့်ကြနေမြန်မာတက်ရအောင်
ဟောနောက်ပြန်ကြည့်နေတာနောက်ပြန်ကြည့်နေတာဆရာကြီးနောက်ပြန်ကြည့်နေတာဒါဟောဒါလည်းစွာပြီးနေတယ်
ဒုစက်ခင်းတာလေးကြည့်ကြနေဟေး
ဒီလည်းပြေးပါဦးကဝိုင်းကြီးပဲနားဆင်းတော့မှတော့မပြီးတော့ပြအောင်ပြတော့ချန်ပီယံကြီးတိုက်တဲ့တစ်ဖက်တိုင်းဘယ်သူကတော့မရနိုင်ဘူးဒီကရတယ်တော့ခေါ်တော့တော့ချန်ပီယံကြီး
ဒုစက်ခင်းခိုင်းတာကွာခွေးစက်ခင်းခိုင်းတာမဟုတ်ဘူး
ဝိုင်းကြီးကောင်လုံးတော့လိုက်တယ်
ခွေးစက်ကသူမနဲ့ဟိုကောင်နဲ့ခင်းသွားတာနော်ကလေရောမလားနေဟုတ်တယ်နေအောင်ဆန်းနေချန်ပီယံမေးလာချန်ပီယံမေးလာချန်ပီယံ
တော့မေးလာချန်ပီယံကုန်းတဲ့တွေ့နဲ့ကုန်းကပြစ်တာမျိုးတီးမနဲ့တွေ့နဲ့တီးမပြစ်တာတီးရနဲ့တွေ့နဲ့
ဟုတ်တယ်မထူးသက်ခင်းရမင်းဘလို့နိုင်ရှုံးဟွာဒါကြီးကမင်းသိတယ်မလားအစွန်းတစ်ဖက်မှာရှိမှာအဲ့တော့မထူးသက်ခင်းလိုက်ရင်တော့အများကြီးဖြစ်နိုင်တယ်နိုင်အမြတ်ကွာဟုတ်လားနိုင်တော့အမြတ်ပေါ့
ကဲဘေဘီကြီးလေးနဲ့ရှင်းလိုက်အောင်တော့ပြတော့
ဘယ်နှပွဲကျန်တယ်ဒါပြည့်နောက်တစ်ပွဲပဲကျန်တော့မယ်ဒီချောင်းစိုးရင်နဲ့လန့်နေတဲ့ဒီတန်တို့ဟာချောင်းစိုးတာလေကွာချောင်းကမင်းလို့ချုပ်ထိန်ထားလို့မှမရတာချောင်းရက်မင်းချုပ်ထိန်ထားလို့ရတယ်ဆိုတာရှိလို့လားကွာဒီအားပေးပါပဲနေဟာပါပါဖြစ်တယ်ဒီပဲကွာဘူကြရတယ်ဒီပဲဝါကြီးရတယ်ဒီဖြစ်နေရလားဘူကြဒီပဲကွာငါ့ကို3လောက်ဆေးသွားတယ်ဆေးနေရဒီဟုတ်ကဲ့ခင်ဗျာကဲအောင်ကြောချီရဲ့ e-sport ခင်ဗျာကျွန်တော် အေးလေးဟာဆိုရင်တော့ဖြင့်အဲ့ကောင်တွေတော့ငါပြောချင်ကွာအဲ့ကောင်တွေဒီပဲရေးချင်းနေပြီ grade 12တဲ့ result ထွက်တဲ့ညတော့ခုလုံးမပြုတ်ပဲဘယ်ဖြစ်မလို့မင်းကမင်းကိုချင်းတွေကိုတီးပြီးသားဟုတ်မင်းတို့ကြားမယ်ဆိုတာတီးပြီးသားဆိုတော့ရင်မခုံတော့ဘူးလေငါလိုပေါ့ပြောင်းလို့ရှောက်ပြောနေတာပါပြောင်းလို့ပြောတဲ့ကောင်ဒီပဲတဲ့အေးစေးပါချစ်ပြောရအေးစေးပါပြောရအေးစေးပါထမင်းချွေထမင်းစားအောင်လေကမစပန်းနဲ့ကွာအဲ့လိုပြောလို့ရှောက်ပြောနေတာပါဒီလိုညမေးစေးဘူးလေမေးစေးတာတော့မင်းလီးတာငါလည်းတီးတာပေါ့မေးစေးတာမင်းတို့နှစ်သိမ့်နေငါ့ကောင်ကနှစ်သိမ့်နေချက်တာဖတ်ကောင်ကွာဘွဲကြောပေါ်ပါလေဒါပေမဲ့ဒီတော့ဘယ်လိုဆိုင်မှရမလဲဒီကသူစင်းရဲကောင်ပြောဆိုမျက်မှန်ချုပ်ခိုင်းတဲ့တပွဲနဲ့မျက်မှန်တက်ခိုင်းတဲ့တပွဲနဲ့ငါစောက်ပြဿနာတက်နေပြီမင်းတို့ငါ့ကိုစောက်ပြဿနာလာမချနဲ့နော်ကွာကုန်နေဒီမှာကွာကုန်တော့စောက်ပြဿနာတက်နေတာပြင်းနေပြီတရုတ်နှစ်သက်ကူပြောင်းပေါက်တယ်လို့ပဲဖောက်နေဒါမှလည်းကိမစိတ်တစ်ခုမှတက်မလားအပြည့်အောင်ဘာဖြစ်လို့သွေးရောဒီဖြစ်လို့သွေးရောတာတက်ခံခဲ့ရတာနေမှာပေါ့ရောက်ရေးစုံပြောင်းမယ်တို့ရောက်လို့တော့မတော့ဘူးပြောတယ်ရောက်တယ်နဲ့စုံပြောင်းမယ်တို့ကွာတုံးပွဲတော့စုံဝယ်ပြီးတော့ကုန်းကမိုက်ပါဗျာကုန်းကစုံတယ်ပါနော်အဲ့ဒီအနေနဲ့ပူကြဆော့ရတယ်စုံကြီးပြောကြတယ်အပြီးတော့ဟာလို့ပူကြရင်ကြီးရတော့အင်းနေတာလေငါသာဆေးတော့ကြတော့ဒီနဲ့ချက်ဒီငါရေထူးနေပြီစင်းနေဆောက်တယ်လို့စင်းလာပြီကွာသူစင်းနေကြတယ်ဟိုဝေးပဲတော့လည်းဝင်ရမှာငါဆေးပဲကောင်နေကုန်ပန်းရအောင်တက်လာပါဗျာဒီမှာဒီကောင်တော့တော့ပါဒီကောင်တော့လိုက်ပြီးထုတ်ပြီးသားဒီရှော့သွားပြီဒီပါရှော့သွားပြီတခါလေကဲကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီမှာ UNF ဒီ GI Esport ကောင်းမှတော့ရှိနေတော့မယ် UNF တွေကို pressure ပေးဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေတယ်သို့ပေမဲ့လည်းသူကတော့အောက်ကိုဆင်းမလာခဲ့ဘူးကဲတို့ကတော့ဂုတ်ကိုတီးထုတ်ပြီးလိုက်ပြီကောင်းတယ်ဟောရေးဂုတ်တွေကိုတုတ်ကွာဂုတ်တွေကိုဘုံဘုံကွာမင်းရတယ်ဒီရည်ရောတူလားဟာဂုတ်ကိုတုတ်ပြီးလိုက်တာလေမင်းရတယ်ဒီမတူဟုတ်တယ်ပွဲ pressure လည်းရှိမှာပဲဘယ်လိုလဲပွဲ pressure လည်းရှိမှာနံပါတ်15တုတ်ကဟိုနံပါတ်6ကဂုတ်ကိုတုတ်ကိုတုတ်တာပြန်ရှင်ဟိုက်ပါမင်းမသိဘူးပြန်ကြွေးခွင့်ရပါတယ်ဟုတ်ကဲ့အားရစုံနေရလဲကွာမင်းတို့မြင်တဲ့အတိုင်းပဲစုံနေရလဲညနေပန်းကိုမလှပါဘူးလုံစည်းတွေပဲတွေ့တယ်တို့ရက်ပြောင်းလို့ရမတိတိကောင်းရက်ပြက်ဟလားကိုနေတော့ဒီဘက်နဲ့အဲ့ဘက်နဲ့ဒီစားလားလုံးအောင်ဒီအရာမလို့ဆောင်းတယ်ပေါ်ရတဲ့ဒီတော့အဲ့တော့ဆိုတာဒီဝဲကြည့်ရမှာပဲဒီဝဲကြည့်ရမှာဒီဝဲကြည့်ရမှာပဲချစ်ပြော let's go ကျွန်တော်ရွှေ့မြန်မာမှာ let's go ပါ ကဲဘလို့နေကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီပွဲကိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ကြည့်ရမှာပဲဒီပွဲကဆုံးဖြတ်အများကြီးတက်ဆိုင်သွားနိုင်တယ်ချစ်ပြတော့ fighting မှာ fighting ငါလည်းအားပေးကြပါဦး fighting မှာ
သုံးနေရောက်ငါနဲ့အဲ့ကောင်ပဲအရင်လုံးပြရတယ်
ဟိုကောင်းတယ်စုံနေပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ရှင်းမှာဝိုင်းကြီးစုံနေတော့ပါနေပါသေးတယ်
ဝယ်ပေးတာရောပြည်
ကျွန်တော် KI စုံလေကောင်းပါမယ်ဤမေလိုကြီးအနေနဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့စုံနေဝင်ဖို့တော့ကျွန်တော်ချောင်းနေခဲ့ပြီဗျဒီဘက်မှာ FU တွေကြံနေပါသေးတယ်စုံနေရောက်ပြီးနေရာယူပြီးတစ်နေရာယူနှစ်အစင်သင့်ကဲကျွန်တော် A7 နေနဲ့အာဂျူနဲ့တီးပြီးဆိုတဲ့နေနဲ့အာဂျူကောင်ကျွန်တော်တက်ပြီးတော့ပြစ်တယ်ဗျချက်ချင်းပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ position ကတော့ပြောင်းသွားခဲ့ပြီအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်အာဂျူတက်ပြီးတော့ပေါ်တက်လာမယ့်နေသားတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်ကျွန်တော် A7 ကောင် granite ကိုတော့ကင်ထားခဲ့ပြီအာဂျူတက်ပြီးတော့ granite ပြန်ဆွဲမှာလားလောဆိုကျွန်တော် A7 ကောင်တော့တော့ခံလိုက်ရပြီဗျအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်အာဂျူတက်ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော်ကားဝါကောင်ဝိုင်းကိုကြိုးစားရဲဆိုမှကားဝါကောင်ကကျွန်တော်တော့တော့လောင်းလေးပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲ pressure ပေးတာတော့ခံခဲ့ရပြီအဲ့တော့အာဂျူနေနဲ့ကျမကြီးပါညာတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ကူးဆိုင်မှာတော့ရမယ်အဲ့တော့ granite ခေါင်းပေါ်ယူကြမှာလားခေါင်းပေါ်ယူကြတယ်ဆိုတဲ့နေတော့ what a grenade နဲ့ပဲကွတ်တီလမ်းပြီးတော့ချထားပါသေးတယ်ကဲတော့ကျွန်တော်တောက်ချပဲကျွန်တော်မီနီနဲ့နှမ်းပြီးတော့1တောက်လေးပေးတယ်ဆိုတဲ့နေထားမှာတစ်ချက်မှတော့မထိသွားခဲ့ဘူးဗျကဲအာဂျူတွေထပ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် A7 ကိုတောက်ချပဲ pressure ပေးဖို့တော့ခေါင်းပေါ်ထိတော့ကျွန်တော်တက်လာခဲ့ပြီ position ကတော့ယူခဲ့ပါပြီတော့အာဂျူ A7 ကောင်တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ white တော့ white လိုက်ပြီဗျတော့ A7 တော့ဒီမှာကျွန်တော်နှစ်ကောင်ပဲကြံမှာတော့မယ်
အာကျူတာလေးတမရပါဆိုဒီ
A7 လောစင်မှာကျွန်တော်နှစ်ကောင်ပဲကြံတော့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှရှိပါတယ်ချစ်ပြပါတယ်
ဟုတ်ပြီပါဒီအာလိုက်ပြီးတော့နေကိုကလည်းကြောင်အနိကလည်းလာသွားပြီအောင် play
ကျွန်တော်အာဂျူတောင်းချောက်ပဲကျွန်တော် NS ကောင်တို့ pressure ပေးဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းဒီမှာကျွန်တော် NS ပြန်ပြီးတော့ဒိုးမှာလောင်းလေးကထောင်းမဲ့တကောင်တော့ရှိတယ် NS အနေနဲ့လေgrenadeအာဂျူကယုံနေလို့ဟုတ်တယ်ဒီကောင်လေးအသေးယုံဒီကောင်လေးလိုက်ချတာတွေ့လားဒီကောင်လေးတောက်လျှောက်လိုက်ချတာအာဂျူလည်းလိုက်ချတယ် A7 နေလည်းလိုက်ချတယ်တင်ပါတွေလည်းလိုက်ချတယ်အဲ့ခရိုင်ကြီးတကယ်ကောင်းပါလေခေါင်းပေါ်ယူကွက်တိကြတော့ဟောဘေးနာလေးတွေကျွန်တော်ဘေးနာဟိုကောင်မေဟက်ကော်ကြီးဒီသွေးဖြည့်လက်ဆိုင်ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တင်ပါကောင်တော့ AG ကောင်တော့ဖြတ်ပြီးတော့နောလိုက်ဗျာတော့ကျွန်တော်တင်ပါဂျားတော့ညံ့နေခဲ့ BND ကျွန်တော် AG ကောင်ထပ်ပြီးတော့နောလိုက်နေ AG ဂျားတော့ညံ့နေခဲ့ဗျာအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တင်ပါတကောင်ကတော့ကျွန်တော်ပါသွားခဲ့ပြီထပ်ပြီးတော့ grenade ဘက grenade ပေးနေတော့မယ်ကျွန်တော် grenade ပြန်ဝင်နေဆိုမှလည်းဘယ်သူ့မှတော့မထီဘူးဗျာ AG တင်းလုံးကတော့ကျွန်တော် white out ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပါပြီကဲကျွန်တော်ရွှေဝဝိုင်းကြီးကြံနေပါသေးတယ် let's go ပါအမကျော် NS ဆက်လက်ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော်ဖြတ်နေဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှတော့အာဂျူ pressure ပေးဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားတယ်အာဂျူခုံးပေါ်နေပဲအကုန်လုံးပြန်ပြီးတော့တီးမှာလားကျွန်တော် NS ၄ယောက်လုံးတော့ကြံနေတုံးပဲလောင်းရင်းနေရှိတယ်ဗျာကဲအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် NS လမ်းပြီးတော့တက်ဖို့တော့ကြိုးစား grenade လေးလှမ်းထည့်ထားတယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာ grenade ကလုံးဖြစ်မှာလားလောဆိုတော့သူကတော့နည်းနည်းလေးပဲလျှော့တယ်ဗျာအဲ့မှာအာဂျူတကောင်ကားနဲ့တိုက်တက်ဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားရဆိုမှလည်းကျွန်တော်ချက်ချင်းပဲကားပေါ်ဆင်းပြီးတော့လမ်းပြစ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားရင်းနဲ့ပဲအာဂျူတကောင်တော့တော်သွားခဲ့ပြီအပါခေါ်ထားပါသေးတယ် NS အဲ့တော့ NS နေရာလေသူတို့အောက်ပြုတ်မကြဘူးရေးရတော့အကောင်းဆုံးတော့ကျွန်တော် aggressive တော့ဆော့နေခဲ့ပြီအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် grenade လမ်းပြီးတော့ပေးတယ်ကျွန်တော်တစ်ချက်ထောက်သွားတယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်စုံမြရနေပြီးတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့သွေးတော့ဖြည့်ရအောင်မယ်ဗျာ ကျွန်တော်စုံမြန်းနေပဲသွေးဖြည့်ဖို့ကြိုးစားနေတယ်ဒီမှာ NS ထပ်ပြီးတော့တက်လာပြီဆိုတဲ့နေတော့ granite တိုင်းပြီးတော့ပြတ်တော့ quad တီပဲအာဂျူတကောင်ပဲကြံတော့တဲ့နေထားနေပဲအာဂျူထိုးသွားခဲ့ပါပြီအဲ့တော့အာဂျူသူတို့မထူးဆက်ခင်းတာဗောနော်ထူးတော့မထူးသွားဘူးဗျမပြသေးဘူးအခုချိန်ကြီးလည်းမပြအောင်ငါတို့စောက်ဘက်ကိုမလုပ်တော့တာပြောင်းရေးငါတို့စောက်ဘက်ကိုမလုပ်တော့တာ
ဟုတ်ပဲလို့ပြင်းမပြစ်တာမင်းမလည်းပြင်းမဆောက်တော့လို့ရအောင်
ကဲအောင်ကြောင့် NS နဲ့ဂိုးကောင်တော့နိုးလိုက်နေပဲကျွန်တော်အပါခေါ်မယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှကျွန်တော်သွေးတော့တော်တော်ကိုင်းနေခဲ့ပြီပြန်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် long range spray ခံရတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်ကဲအောင်ကြောင့် NS စတင်ပြီးတော့ backing နဲ့တော့ပိုတက်သွားခဲ့ပြီကဲအားကျွန်တော်တို့ကျွန်တော်ချလိုက်ကြလား
ကိုကို
ပြရသေးဘူးကဲတော့ကြောင့်ကိုတင်းအနေနဲ့ကတော့တောင်လေးကိုတော့ပြန်ဆင်းလာရင်းနေပဲကျွန်တော်ကားနားမှာတော့ကျဲမာကြီး view site နေပါသေးတယ်
အားကြီးလားကောက်တော့အားရတော့မရမဟုတ်ဘူး NS နဲ့တူတယ်
လူဝင်းနေနေကိုရီးယားတော့ဒါချန်ပီယံယူပြီးသားဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်တိတ်တော့ပြဿနာမရှိပါဘူးအဲ့လိုပဲပြောရတော့မှာပဲကွာနိုင်အောင်တော့လီတိုက်ရမှာပဲကဲကြောင့်ဘူးဒီကေတကောင်တော့ဖြတ်နှောလိုက်ပြီ NS ဗာနေပြန်ဆွဲဖို့တော့စူးစမ်းနေတော့မယ်ဒီမှာကျွန်တော်ကုတ်တင်းတောက်ချောတော့လန့်ဆက်ပရေးနေရဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော်ကီးလေးရတော့မရသေးဘူးဗျချောင်းစိုးသွားလို့ပါတောက်ချောပဲ3 scope နဲ့ထမ်းဟဲနေပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်ကီးကေလွတ်တော့လွတ်သွားပါသေးတယ်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ grenade လမ်းပေးပါလားကျွန်တော် go e-sport grenade တော့မထီသွားခဲ့ဘူးဗျ NS တောက်လျှောက်ပဲ grenade ပေးဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေတော့မယ် smoke ထဲကြီးပါဝင်နေခဲ့ပြီကျွန်တော် grenade လက်ကနေတော့မချသေးဘူးဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော် A7 နေရလောဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ကောင်းနေပဲကြံတော့တယ်ဗျ coating တော်တော် pressure တော့ပြီးနေခဲ့ပြီ NS တော်တော်ဝင်းရံနေတဲ့အနေအထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် coating အောက် A ကိုပဲပြန်ပြီးတော့ location တော့ chain သွားခဲ့ပါပြီကျွန်တော်ရွှေမြန်မာ YG လောတဲ့အနေထားတွေတော့ကျွန်တော်မပြသေးဘူးပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်ကေးရာတွေလည်းမမြင်ရသေးသလိုတော့လည်းမတော့သေးပါဘူးကဲအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် GE Sport အနေနဲ့ကတော့စတင်ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော်တကောင်တော့ knock ခံလိုက်ရပြီ UNFT နဲ့ညှိနေခဲ့တာဗျကဲအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် time ပြီးတော့ grenade ပါထပ်ပြီးတော့ပေးထားရှင်းနေပဲအဲ့ grenade က quad တီဖြစ်သွားမလားကျွန်တော်သွေးတော့ဖြည့်ကိုရလိုက်သေးတယ်ကျွန်တော်ပါခေါ်ဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေပဲအပါတော့ခေါ်လိုက်ပါသေးတယ် ULF ကဲ GE Sport ဒီမှာကျွန်တော်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ပါခေါ်ကန်လိုက်ရပြီ ULF နေနဲ့တောင်းချောက်ပဲ pressure ပေးနေနေပဲ3ကောင်နဲ့ဆိုရင်တော်တော် strong နေခဲ့တယ်အဲ့တော့မှတော့ GE Sport ရှုပ်ခန်းနေပဲကျွန်တော် smoke ထဲကနေတော့စောင့်နေတုံးမယ်အကုန်လုံးပတ်ဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေကြတယ်ဒီဘက်မှာဝူးတီတပ်ပါတီ join နေတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်ဗျအဲ့တော့ဝူးအခြေအနေအားလုံးတော့စောင့်ကြည့်နေတုံးမယ်ကဲတော့ဝူးနေနဲ့ UNF တကောင်တော့ကျွန်တော်တပ်ပါတီ join လာရင်းနဲ့ပဲ UNF တကောင်တော့ကျွန်တော်ကြာကြံခဲ့ပါပြီဝူးနေနဲ့ကျွန်တော် 10k 3k တိရယူထားရတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့၄ယောက်လုံးသက်ရှင်နေပါသေးတယ်ကဲအောင်ကျွန်တော်တို့တင်ပါအနေနဲ့ကတော့ကျွန်တော် UNF တကောင်တော့အပါခေါ်လိုက်ရင်းနေပဲကျွန်တော်ကားပါခွဲပလိုက်တယ်ဗျာUNF တွေပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့မုတ်ဆိုးကနေတားကောင်တော့ပြန်ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြီသူတို့အားလုံးကစောင့်ကြည့်နေတဲ့အနေအထားတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်ဗျာကဲတော့ကျွန်တော်ရှူချဲတော့ပြန်စားထားပါသေးတယ် UNF ကျွန်တော် 10k 3k နဲ့ပဲလောဆယ်မှာတော့တယောက်ပဲချန်ပါတော့တယ်အဲ့တော့မော်လီလှမ်းပြီးတော့ခင်းလိုက်တယ်ဆိုမှအဲ့မော်လီကလှုပ်ဖြစ်သွားတော့ဒီမှာ EA တွေတိုးလာပြီး EA GS e-sport တော့မားလိုက်ရင်းနေမယ် GS သတင်းလုံးကတော့ white out ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျမေလို့ EA ပါပြီးတော့လမ်းပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် smoke ပါတော့ခင်းထားတော့မယ်နောက်ကျွန်တော် EA တကောင်တော့ဖြတ်နှောခံရတယ်ကျွန်တော်နောက်တစ်ကောင်မှာအပါခေါ်ဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေတော့မယ်ဗျအဲ့ကျွန်တော်အပါတော့ခေါ်လိုက်ပါပြီEA မော်မန်သူကတော့တော်တော်ကိုင်းနေတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် Wolf ထပ်ပြီးတော့ pressure ပေးမှတော့ရမယ်ဗျမေလို့ EA အနေနဲ့တောက်လျှောက်ပဲကျွန်တော်အပေါ်တက်လာဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေတော့မယ်တော့ Wolf အနေနဲ့ကကျွန်တော်၄ယောက်လောက်တက်ရှင်နေသေးတယ် 10k 4k တိတော့ရယူထားပါသေးတယ်အပူရှင်အားလုံးတော့မြင်ရတယ်ဆိုမှလည်းမသေးကြတဲ့အနေထားမှာတော့လုံးဝတော့ကျွန်တော်မပစ်ခဲ့ဘူးဗျသူပဲမသေးကြရင်လည်းမချစ်ခဲ့ပါနဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် EA တော့တော့ချန်နေပါသေးတယ်ပြောင်းအောင်လို့ပါအနာနေမိတာအဲ့တော့ EA တကောင်တော့ဖြတ်ပြီးတော့နှောလိုက်ပြီ KRH mini လေးနေပဲတပြီးတော့ပဲ EA ဘုရားဆိုင်နားမှာတော့ position ယူဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေရမေလို့ EA ခုချိန်ကြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ YG တို့မပြသေးဘူးဗျဟိုးဘက်လေးမှာတော့ရှိတယ်နေတူပါတယ်ဟိုမှာဇုံဆက်နားလေးမှာပါပဲထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ဇုံရုပ်ထက်ရင်ကုန်ရအောင်မယ်ဗျာအဲ့ဒါမှာ granite တစ်ချက်တော့ပေးလိုက်တယ်ဆိုမှလည်းကျွန်တော် granite နဲ့ကောင်မနှော့သွားအောင်ရောက်ရင်အပိုင်းပေးခွင့်ရတာဟုတ်ကျွန်တော် A7 ကတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီကောင်နှစ်ကောင်လုံးလိုချင်တာနှစ်ကောင်လုံးလိုချင်တာဟဲ့အောင်ရေး A7 တစ်သိန်းလောက်ကတော့ white ကောက်ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာစိတ်ညစ်နေမှာဆိုလို့ပါမှန်ပါတယ်ကဲမ FU တကယ်တော့မာနဲ့ FU တကောင်တော့ကျွန်တော်ပါကောတော့ကြိုးစားတယ်ဆိုမှလည်းမာနဲ့ပြန်တော့ခံရပြီကျွန်တော်စိတ်ကလောက် FU ထပ်မထိုင်းနေမှာကျွန်တော် YG တောင်းတော့ပဲအေးနေရှင်းနေမှာ FU တသိန်းလုံးတော့ကျွန်တော် white ကောက်တော့လုံးနိုင်ခဲ့ပြီ YG ပေရောတော့နေတာတော့ရှိတယ်တော့ပဲဘာလို့ကျွန်တော်အေးနေနေရလဲလောတဲ့နေထားမှာကျွန်တော်ထော်ပဲကျွန်တော်ရှင်းနေမှာဒါကျွန်တော်အေးတသိန်းလုံးမှာ white ကောက်ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာအဲ့ YG ပြန်ကယ်လို့ရတဲ့နေထားမှာတော့ရှိတယ်10k 3k ဒီတော့ရယူထားပါသေးတယ် let's go ကျွန်တော်တယောက်မှတော့မသေးသေးဘူးအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် granite ထပ်ပြီးဝင်လာဆိုတဲ့နေမှာ save cloud ရှိမှာကန်ထားတယ်ကျွန်တော် KI ကိုတောင်းကျွန် pressure ပေးမချိုးသားဆိုမှလည်း save cloud အနေနဲ့ကျွန်တော် granite တွေပဲတော့သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာရတယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် YG တယောက်ပဲကျန်တော့တဲ့နေထားမှာကျွန်တော်နောက်မှာကျွန်တော်ပြန်ပြီးတော့ကယ်ထားတော့အဲ့တော့ save cloud ကတော့အပါခေါ်ခံလိုက်ရပြီကျွန်တော်2ယောက်ပဲကျန်တော့မှာလားလောတယ်ကျွန်တော်တောင်းကျွန်ပဲ small တွေလမ်းပြနေရှင်းနေပဲကျွန်တော် smile တယောက်ကကျွန်တော်တော့သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာပြန်ကယ်ပြီးတော့ကြိုးစားအောင်မယ်နောက်ကျွန်တော် row ကြီးတယောက်ပဲကျန်တော့တယ်ဗျာဒီဘက်မှာ UL လေးလည်းရှိတယ်လို့အေး UL လေးဒိုးသွားပြီ KI ကလည်းဒိုးမှာလားဒိုးသွားလားရောက်နေဒိုးတော့သွားပါတော့ကွာသွားပါတော့တောင်းပန်ပါတယ်ကွာသွားပါတော့ကွာသွားကြပါတော့ကွာလို့တောင်းပန်ပါတယ်ကဲပြီးသွားပြီသူပြည့်စရာရှိတယ်ရအောင်ဒီလိုခွေးချောင်းချောင်းနေဆိုတဲ့နေထားမှာပြစ်ပေးလိုက်စမ်းကွာအဲ့လိုခွေးချောင်းချောင်းနေတယ်ကွာပြစ်မလိုက်စောက်ကွာအော်စောက်ကွာပြစ်လို့ရတယ်ကွာငါကဲအောင်ကျွန်တော်အာဂျူနေနဲ့ UN လေးတကောင်ဖြတ်နှုတ်တာတော့ခံလိုက်ရတိုင်ပါကျွန်တော် NS ကောင်တော့နှောလိုက်ပြီဗျာအဲ့ဒါပါပဲကွာgrenade โอ้ยဟိုက grenade ဒီမှာအနေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ NS ကောင်တော့အပါခေါ်လိုက်ရှင်းနေပဲသူကပြန်ပြီးတော့ knock ခံလိုက်ရပြီဗျာဟောကြောင့် long range တောင်းကြောက်ပဲကျွန်တော် pressure ပေးနေရတော့ခံနေခဲ့ရပြီဒီမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ YG တယောက်ကတော့ knock ခံလိုက်ရပြီဗျာ YG စပိုင်းအပါခေါ်လိုက်ရှင်းနေပဲဆိုရင်းနေနဲ့လေးဆိုတော့လူကြီးနေနဲ့စုံနေပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ကြွသွားခဲ့ပြီအဲ့တော့ YG သုံးဘက်တော့ရသွားပါသေးတယ်တို့ရှိမြန်မာပါမြန်မာရနော်ဒီပါကျောင်းကတော့မပြီးပါကျောင်းမှာဒီအိုက်ကပြီးကြီးကြသွားပြီကြီးရတော့ကြလာတယ်ငါတို့လက်ဘောတော့မတက်သေးဘူးရောက်ကြီးရောက်ကြီးအေးပါမပါနဲ့ကွာရောက်ငါတို့မင်းအစင်မပြေအေးပါအစင်မပြေပါစေနဲ့ကွာစောက်ချင်းရုပ်တာတော့မဟုတ်ဘူးကျောင်းပဲပြောချင်လို့ပြောတာအမက20လေးရောက်ရင်အမကဟိုမှာတရားတော့ဒီကောင်လေးကမပြီးဘူးတော့ပြီးသွားပြီဒီကောင်မှပါမရတော့ဒီကောင်တော့ဒီကောင်တော့4ကောင်တော့ရတယ်ခါလိုက်ရှင်းမယ်ဆက်ရှင်းမယ်ဆိုရင်50 60နှစ်လေ60နှစ်ဆိုရင်နောက်တစ်ပွဲချစ်ကန်ထက်ရတယ်ပြီးသွားပြီကွာဘယ်လုံးကြောက်ကွာဟိုလိုက်ခဲတာသူ့ရောက်ထုတ်ရတာဟောရောက်အင်းကြီးထုတ်ရတာဘာအရင်ပါအဝဲတော့ဒူးဆက်ခင်းလိုက်တော့ကွာဒူးဆက်ခင်းလည်းမရတော့ဘူးကွာမင်းကပူကြတယ်ကဲအဲ့ဒါမှကျွန်တော် TNE နေနဲ့တောင်းချောက်ပဲ pressure တွေပေးနေတယ်ပဲ grenade တောင်းချောက်တော့ဝင်တော့ဝင်သွားတယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ပြန်ပြီးတော့အိမ်မကြိုးစားတယ်ဆိုရင်လည်းကျွန်တော် KIH အနေနဲ့ကတော့ channel နေပါသေးတယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် grenade တောင်းချောက်ပဲထပ်ပြီးတော့ပေးထားတော့မယ်ကျွန်တော် rush မဲ့ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှတော့တောင်းချောက် spray နေရင်းနေပဲ KIH တော်တော်ထိနာနေဘူးတယောက်မှတော့မတော်သေးဘူးအဲ့နောက်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီကောင်လေးဆိုင်တော့ကောင်းလိုက်တာကွာဘူးတယောက်မှတော့မပေးလိုက်ရဘဲနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ KIH တစ်သိန်းလုံးတော့ white ကောက်လုံနိုင်ခဲ့တယ်ဗျာခုနကဝိုင်းရဲကောင်လေး KI နဲ့ရှင်းပြတာပြလို့ဗျာဟိုကလည်းအမတ်ကတော့တော်တော်ကိုရနေခဲ့ပြီကျွန်တော် 10k 7k နဲ့အတူပဲဟုတ်ပါဘူးဟုတ်ပါဘာလဲဝတ်သားစားရအောင်ဝဲရအောင်ပြီးတော့ကောင်းကောင်ကျွန်တော်တို့3 scope နဲ့ပဲလမ်းဟဲဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့ဒီကောင်ကကျွန်တော် TNE တွေတိုးလာခဲ့ပြီမေလုံးကြီးမပါနဲ့ကွာအဲ့ဒါဆိုစောင်းကျင်တော့ရုပ်ရမှာပဲကဲ UL လေး3ကောင်နဲ့ဆိုရင်လည်းကိုချိန်ကြီးတော့ performance ထွက်နေတော့မယ်ဒီလည်းကျုပ်သွားဒီလည်းတော့ပြရဒီလည်းကျုပ်ပြီးအကြီးငါးတယ်တော့ဘယ်ရောက်အောင် Grenade ကိုတော့တော်ထိနာနေတဲ့အနေအထားတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်ကျွန်တော်တင်ပါအိမ်ထဲမှာပဲတောက်လျှောက်ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ဘုံကိုကြိုးစားရဆိုလဲ Grenade တွေတောက်လျှောက်တော့ထည့်နေခဲ့ပြီဗျအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်သွေးရောက်တော်ကိုင်းနေချိန်မိုလီပါဆွဲနေခြင်းတွေပဲသွေးမြန်ဖြည့်ဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေတာလေးကလုံးဖြစ်သွားမှာလားဒီကောင်တစ်ချက်ပြင်းသေပြီးအောင်ရေးဒါမှလည်းဘယ်သူမှတော့မမြင်သွားခဲ့ဘူးပေါ့နော်တင်ပါတကောင်တော့ကျွန်တော်အခုချိန်ကြီးရှင်းတန်းနေသေးပါပဲโอเคအဲ့နောက်မှာထပ်ပြီးတော့ Grenade ထပ်ပြီးတော့ဝင်နေဆိုတော့နောက်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော် Grenade တွေကထင်သားတော့လုံးတော့မဖြစ်သေးဘူးတင်းအာဂျူနေနေကတော့ white out ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပါပြီTNA ဝူးတကောင်တော့တော့ထားတော့မယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် Grenade ထပ်ဝင်မယ်ဟိုက Grenade များဖြစ်သွားမလားဒီโอเคအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တင်ပါအနေနဲ့ကတော့ကျွန်တော်သွားခဲ့ပြီကြာအဲ့တော့တောင်းလျှောက်ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့လမ်းပြီးတော့စပေးနေဆိုရင်လည်းရားတကူတယ်နောက်ဆုံးတော့ကျွန်တော်ထိသွားခဲ့ပြီ ULA အနေနဲ့ကတော့ကျွန်တော်ခုတ်တကောင်တော့ဖြတ်တော့ထားပါသေးတယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ခုတ်နောက်တကောင်ပဲကြံတော့မယ်ULA အခုချိန်นี้ကျွန်တော်3အောင်လုံးတက်ရှင်နေသေးတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိရဗျ၄သိန်းပဲကြံတော့မယ်လောင်းရင်းကနေထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲကျွန်တော်သတ်ပါတီဝင် join နေအဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဂိုးတကောင်ထောက်ဖို့ကြိုးစားတယ်ဆိုရင်လည်းဒီဘက်မှာကျွန်တော် DNE 4ယောက်ကြံနေသေးတယ် ULA ကြံနေပြီး Wolf ကြံနေပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ဂိုးရှေ့ရတကောင်ပဲကြံတော့မယ်ဗျအဲ့ ULA တွေpressure ပေးဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားအောင်မယ်ကဲတဲ့ကောင်တော့ကျွန်တော်ဝင်ပြစ်ဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေတယ်ဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကဲလို့တော့မရလိုက်ဘူးဗျကားပေါ်နေပဲတောက်ချောက်အိတ်လိုက်ရှင်းနေပဲခုတင်းနေနေတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ white ကောက်ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပါပြီဝဲပဲကြံတော့လားတုတ်တော်ရှိနေကောင်းတယ်ဗျဝဲကေး30နဲ့ chicken ရတော့ချစ်ပြပါရဲ့ငါဖိင်းကြီးတာချသွားလိုက်ပါတော့ကွာငါဖိင်းကြီးတာချသွားလိုက်တော့3နှစ်ကြတော့ဟိုပုတ်ကပြောင်းပြုတ်သွားပြီကဲအောင်ကျွန်တော် DNE 3ယောက်ချန်မယ်ဒီဘက်မှာ ULA 2ယောက်ချန်မယ် Wolf အနေနဲ့2ယောက်ချန်မယ်အဲကျွန်တော် DNE ကပို့ပြီးတော့ပဲဒါကျွန်တော်လူရမ်းများတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်ကဲတော့ကျွန်တော်ဆုံးဆက်နားလေးမှာပါပဲ ULA အနေနဲ့လဲပုံစံအားလုံးတော့စောင့်ကြည့်နေတုံးပဲလိမ့်စာပေးပါပို့ကြမင်းတို့ကငါဖိန်ကြီးတော့ချမ်းသာပေးပါဒီပဲမင်းတို့ကကြောက်ဖို့တော့ကောင်းနေကွာဒီမှာစိတ်ညစ်နေရတာတမျိုးဒီပဲဟိုနေကျွန်တော် Woogies ပေါ့ကြံပြီးတော့အိမ်ကိုကားနဲ့ပါတိုက်တတ်တာရောက်ရေးဒါပဲကျွန်တော်အစင်းတော့ပြေမသွားဘူးဗျာကားနဲ့တိုက်တတ်တာလေးကကျွန်တော်ကားဝါပြန်ဆေးပြီးတော့ပဲရှော့ရင်းနဲ့အိမ်ကိုကြိုးစားရဆိုမလဲကျွန်တော်လက်လေးကနေနေသွားခဲ့တယ်အဲ့တော့ DNE ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ pressure တော့ပေးခံနေရဗျာအဲ့တော့ Wolf နေနေတော့ကျွန်တော်သွားခဲ့ပြီတော့ Wolf တကောင်ပဲကြံတော့ပဲနေတာတခုမှတောင်းကျွန်တော် spray နေနေပဲ Wolf ပါကျွန်တော်ရှော့သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာအဲ့တော့ DNE နဲ့အထိနာနေတဲ့နေတာတခုမှရှိတယ် ULA 2vs2 ဆိုတဲ့နေတာတခုတော့ကျွန်တော်ရင်ဆိုင်ရမယ် grenade လှမ်းပြီးတော့ထောက်ပစ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားနေမယ်အဲ့ grenade လေးသာ fire သွားမယ်ဆိုတော့ what a grenade ဖြစ်သွားရင်းနဲ့ပဲတကယ်ကောင်းတဲ့ ULA ရဲ့ grenade တွေကိုကျွန်တော်ခံစားနေရပြီဗျာအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် DNE တကောင်ပဲချန်နေတောင်းလျှောက်ပဲအကောင်ထောက်ထားရင်းနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော် ULA အနေနဲ့ကတော့ chicken စားဖို့တော့လက်ကန်လုံးမှာတော့ရှိနေခဲ့ပြီတေးကြတဲ့ကေးတွေကအပါခေါ်ထားပါသေးတယ်အဲ့လိုလေးပြောချင်လိုက်တာကွာအဲ့လိုလေးပြောချင်လိုက်တာအဲ့လိုချွေမြန်မာကိုလည်းအဲ့လိုလေးပြောချင်လိုက်တာ DNE ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် spray ကိုကြိုးစားကျွန်တော်နေတာမှာကျွန်တော် open fee ပြအဲ့နောက်မှာကျွန်တော် software တွေကတော့တောက်လျှောက်မှန်နေရင်းနဲ့ပဲတစ်ချက်စာပဲလိုရတဲ့အနေထားမှာတော့မထူးဆက်ခင်းလိုက်ရင်းနဲ့ပဲ ULA တသိန်းလုံးကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဝနာ chicken ဒီကောင်တော့စားသုံးသွားခဲ့ရပါသေးပါဦးမယ်ကွာဒီအောက်ဆင်းပါပြီဒီတော့ဒါပဲချက်လိုက်ရအောင်အထူးဆက်တယ်ကိုကြားဖေမေဝိုင်းချတော့ကွာပန်းတူအောင်လေးနော်မင်းဆွဲလန်းတော့မှာစားပါတယ်စားပြီဆောင်းတော့တစ်ချောင်းတော့ဟောပါရအောင်စားပြီဟုတ်တယ်ဝိုင်းကြီးစားဘူးပါတယ်အေးစေးပါချစ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကယူပြီးသားပါဒီနေ့တော့ထားလိုက်တော့ဒီနေ့တော့ဒီကောင်လေးမင်းရှော့ထားလိုက်တော့မယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ဝဲကြံသေးတယ်နော်အခုနေအောင်သိသွားပါအောင်မယ်ပြန်လာခဲ့ဝဲတယ်ဝဲကြံသေးတယ်ဝဲမှာရအောင်အခု2ရက်တက်ဆော့ရဟာပြောမှန်းတော့မသိဘူးခဏလေးသေးပေါက်လိုက်အောင်ဟာရတာဟုတ်ပါထိုင်းပြည်နာတော့မထီတော့ပြရတယ်ထီရောတော့ဇုံတာလည်းဇုံတာလေးဟိုကဒီကတော့ဟိုကနှစ်ကောင်ပဲညာမလားဟုတ်တယ်ကောင်လေးတော့ဆိုထိုင်းပြည်ရဲ့နှစ်ကောင်ဒုက္ခ3ကောင်4ကောင်အဲ့တော့မှဒုံးနဲ့ဟိုကနဲ့တီးနေကြတော့ဒုက္ခ2ကောင်တော့ဟွာ2ကောင်တော့နေအောင်ကဲနေတာဟိုလမ်းပြီးတော့ဘုံပြစ်ချတာ3ကောင်လုံးတက်သွား3ကောင်လုံးတော့မန်တော့နေတော့ဝါကြီးအောင်တားလို့ဆိုးဆက်
မျိုးချက်ချင်းလေးရောက်သွားတော့ညမန်းချက်ဒီမန်းချက်လေးပါလေအဲ့လိုရောက်အမကပြောက်သွားပါလေတန်းတက်သွားမှာမဲခွန်ရှစ်လောက်တန်းတက်သွားပါလေမင်းဟုတ်တယ်အခုကသွားရတယ်အခုတော့ဟိုတော့တက်ပါပြီ23ဆိုတော့17လောက်တော့တက်ပါပြီ10လောက်တော့တက်ပါ3ဘက်လာပြီဒီဘက်3ဘက်ပဲရအောင်နော်53ပဲရှိသေးတာဘာဖြစ်နိုင်တော့ငါလုံးပါဟိုကပြောလို့တင်းကြီး30နဲ့ချစ်ကန်းရမှာ40ဆိုရင်50 80 90ရတယ်ဟိုတော့ဘိုးလည်းတက်တယ်ဟိုတက်တယ်သူ့အလူကြည့်တော့ဝိုင်းကြည့်တယ်ဘလို့တိုင်းနေအော်ဝိုင်းကြည့်တခါပဲကြားလိုက်တယ်နော်ကျော်တခါပဲကြားတယ်တခါပဲကျော်ဝင်းနာပတ်တယ်လာပြောနေကွာအဲ့လိုဖိုးသားတွေကလာပြောနေတယ်
ငါကြီးပါကွာတဲ့ဘူကြားဖင်ကြီးရတဲ့အဖင်ကြီးကဘာဖြစ်နေလို့လဲကွာအားလည်းကြည့်ပါဦးငါမျက်နှာငယ်နဲ့ထိုင်းနေတာပါ
အဲ့တော့
အားလည်းမျက်နှာငယ်နဲ့ထိုင်းနေတာပါအဲ့လိုဟိုဆက်ကြီးတဲ့လှည့်ထည့်ပြီးလှည့်ခံရအောင်မလားမသိဘူးရောက်ရင်
လှည့်ခံပါဆိုတယ်ရောလှည့်ခံ
အားဖြစ်ပါဦးအေးဆေးပေါ့မင်းရတယ်ဒီခေါင်းမင်းကနောက်တစ်ခေါက်ပေါ့ကွာဟုတ်လားနှစ်တိုင်းမင်းကြုံတွေ့နေရမှာဖြတ်တန်းနေရမှာပဲဒီခေါင်းမင်းကနောက်တစ်ခေါက်ပဲရောက်တို့မျိုးတွေကရှိတယ်တင်းကြီးတွေအဲ့တိုင်းပဲတင်းကြီးတွေအဲ့တိုင်းပဲချေပြတော့တင်းကြီးတွေအဲ့တိုင်းပဲဒီခေါင်းမင်းကနောက်တစ်ခေါက်ပေါ့မင်းဘာပူနေတော့ဒီခေါက်ကလည်းမင်းတဖက်တာကွာမနေ့ကယူပြီးတော့ထားလိုက်တော့နောက်ဖေးသွားပြီငုံနေတယ်သေးပေါက်တာပါကွာဟိုကြားတဲ့ဒီဘိုကြားတဲ့ချစ်တယ်ဒီပဲအေးချစ်တယ်ကွာအားလုံးချစ်ပါတယ်အားလုံးချစ်ပါတယ်ကွာကာကိုရှင်နဲ့စိတ်နေတာငါမှပြုံးနေတာပါအားလုံးချစ်ပါတယ်အဲ့တော့အေးစေးချစ်ပြောတော့ဒီခေါင်းမင်းကနောက်တစ်ခေါက်ပေါ့ကွာဘာတွေပူနေဟုတ်လားဟိုမှာဟိုအကြံသေးတယ် PNC အကြံသေးတယ် PNC အကြံသေးတယ်အဲ့ဒါမင်း Grand Final ကဒါပြီးတော့မှအဲ့ဒါမင်းလားကုန်ကန်ဒီအဲ့ဒါလားကုန်ကန်ဒီ PNC အကြံသေးတယ်ဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူးဟုတ်လား PNC အကြံသေးတယ်လေအဲ့ငါကြည့်ပြီမယ်အဲ့မှာမင်းဝိုင်းကျအမှတ်300ဗျအဲ့မှာအမှတ်300 28 29 30နောက်နေ့တွေပဲကြည့်ရုံးမှလားကြည့်ပါနဲ့တော့ကွာဘာမျိုးအေးစေးချစ်ပြတော့အေးစေးလူပဲသူတို့လည်းအကောင်းဆုံးတော့ကြိုးစားမှာပဲလေဟုတ်တယ်မလားဒါမှမဟုတ်အဆင်မပြေတာကြတော့ဘာမှမတက်နိုင်ဘူးလေကွာအားမလို့အားမရဖြစ်တာကိုလက်ခံနေဒါမှမဟုတ်ထားလိုက်ပါတော့တာကြီးတို့ညာစိတ်ကိုလျှော့လိုက်တော့စိတ်ကိုလျှော့တော့ဟာဟဲ့အောင်နေရစိတ်ကိုလျှော့တော့ဒီမှာနောက်ဆုံးပွဲလေးကိုကြည့်လိုက်မယ်ဟုတ်လားနောက်ဆုံးပွဲလေးကိုကြည့်လိုက်မယ်နောက်ဆုံးပွဲလေးကိုအကောင်းဆုံးအားပေးပြီးတော့စိတ်ကိုလျှော့လိုက်တော့ဟိုကြားရမင်းလိုက်အားမပေးလို့တဲ့ဟာငါဒီမှာအားပေးနေလေဒီမှာအားပေးနေလေကြည့်ပြတော့အားပေးနေဒီကနေအားပေးနေလေဟို license နဲ့လိုက်မြောက်ဦးကခေါ်မှလိုက်ရတာဒီမှာပဲကိုဗီယူကနေပျော်ပါတော့မယ်ကွာဟိုကြလီးပဲဘာတွေလုပ်နေလဲဘာတွေလုပ်နေရလဲဟာအသားတွေပြောပေးနေရတယ်ကွာတဲ့လီးတွေဖြစ်ကဟုတ်တယ်လို့မင်းတို့အဲ့ဒါမင်းတို့တားဟိုကလောင်ကုန်ညီမဆိုလို့ငါမှထိန်းနေရတာငါမှမင်းတို့ထိန်းရငါမှအန်နာလေးကလည်းတင်းရသေးတာကိုကောင်တွေ2ကောင်3ကောင်လောက်ရီပေါ့သိတယ်မလားဒီထဲမှာမင်း100လောက်တော့ရီမှာပါ100လောက်ဝဲရီဆိုပြီးငါမှဒီမှာဟိုကအန်နာတိန်နေရတာကွာမင်းတို့အရင်လောင်ကုန်ပါဆိုလို့ဖက်ကနေမင်းအားလုံးအတွက်စီစဉ်ပေးနေတဲ့ကစတာပါကွာ final တက်ရင်တော့ပိုကောင်းတာပေါ့ကွာဒါပေမဲ့လေ နောက်ဆုံးပွဲကြံပါသေးတယ်နောက်ဆုံးပွဲ let's go let's go အစ်စေပဲအားတော့ပေးရမှာပဲချစ်ပြတော့ကိုရီမာအားပေးစရာသိတယ်မလားတကယ်ကိုပြပြမြောက်မြောက်ဟွာတော့သိတဲ့အတိုင်းပဲဟိုမှာလဲကျွန်တော်မြန်မာသင်းတွေအများကြီးပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ YG လောက်အဲ့လောက်ကြီးတီးသိတယ်မလား performance ဘာညာဘာညာနည်းနည်းလိုအပ်ချက်လေးရှိတယ် YG လိုအသင်းတော်ဒီမှာလိုအပ်ချက်ရှိနေကျန်တဲ့အသင်းတွေဆိုပို့ပြီးတော့ဆိုးမှာပေါ့အဲ့တော့ဘာနေနေဒီမားတွေကိုကျွန်တော်တို့အကောင်းဆုံးသိတယ်မလားပြန်လဲပြင်ဆင်နိုင်ပြီးတော့မှဆော်လိုက်ရင်တော့အေးစိတ်ပါပဲကျွန်တော်နောက်နှစ်တွေအများကြီးမျှော်လင့်လို့ရပါသေးတယ်အဲ့တော့ fighting မှာအဓိကတော့သိတယ်မလားအဲ့လိုမျိုးကိုနိုင်ငံအသင်းကိုတော့အားပေးမယ်လေဟုတ်လားမင်းတို့အားမလို့အားမရဖြစ်တာကိုလက်ခံနေဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်ပြောလို့ပဲအမြဲတမ်းပြောနေသလိုပဲအဲ့လိုမျိုးအောက်ဒီမှာသွားမမှတ်ပါနဲ့နော်အဲ့တော့မင်းတို့ပြောချင်ငါလာပြောပေါ့ဒီပဲဟုတ်ပါမင်းတို့မနေကြည့်ပြီးစိတ်တကြမဲ့ကောင်မဟုတ်ငါစောက်သက်ရွယ်နေရလေအဲ့လိုမျိုးငါတည်တယ်မလားခံစားနေမဲ့ကောင်မဟုတ်တော့ဟိုကကလေးတွေပဲရှိသေးတာကွာအဲ့မင်းတို့ပြောချင်ငါသာပြောတော့နော်ငါသာပြောတော့ငါမင်းအေးစေးပဲဒီမှာခိုးငုံလိုက်မယ်ကွာနော်အေးစေးပါပဲစိတ်မကောင်းတော့ဖြစ်တာပေါ့တော့ငါရေထူးနေပြီကွာစပင်ကြီးပြောင်းလို့ဖြစ်တာလေအေးဟုတ်တယ်ငါလူမန်းဒီမပြောင်းပါဘူးအာမင်းမခံကျင်စိမ့်နဲ့ကြိုးစားနေတဖြည်းဖြည်းနဲ့ခံကျင်လာတာနော်အဲ့တော့ပြောကြပါစောက်စကားကိုများတယ်ကွာတဲ့ဟိုထဲကကောင်တွေကိုပြောအေးလို့လုပ်ပါမြင်းနေအောင်လှမ်းမဆိုင်ကြပါနဲ့ဒီကတော့နှိမ့်နေပြီနော်ခုံထဲတောင်ဝင်တော့မယ်အဲ့တော့အဲ့အောက်ဒီမှာလည်းရှောက်တော့မမှန်းကြနေတော့အချစ်ပြီးတော့အဲ့ဒါမြစ်တာရက်ခံတာအားဖြစ်ဖြစ်သူတို့လည်းသိရမလားထင်မြင်ဝေဖန်သုံးသက်ချက်လေးပြောချင်တယ်ကောင်းကောင်းမွန်မွန်လေးပြောရှောက်ပြီးတော့ပြီးတော့မပြောနဲ့ဒီနေ့မရနောက်နေပေါ့ကွာဟုတ်တယ်မလားအများကြီးကြံပါသေးတယ်မင်းကလေမင်းတို့ကလေအများကြီးကြံသေးတာဟုတ်ဘာတွေပူနေတာထမင်းတော့မစားနိုင်ဘူးဒီနေ့ထမင်းမစားလိုက်ရဘူးဒီထမင်းကိုမစားလိုက်ရအောင်ချက်တည်ရှိပြီကတော့ချန်ပီယံရန်ကင်းအောင် AGA အောင်များတယ်ကဲသင်တော့ဝမ်းပါပဲအားရစပါးရောဟိုအားရန်ကင်းဒါမစနေမတ်တွဲမတ်လေရဲဟိုအားရန်ကင်းဖိုက်တို့မှုရမကုန်သေးအေးရှိရပါလေအေးလည်းပြုတ်กว่าပါစောင်းချင်မကောင်းတာတော့မဟုတ်ဘူးပြုတ်ပလိုက်ရေးပါပြိသက်တွေတော့နည်းငယ်တိတ်ဆိတ်နေပြီပြိသက်တွေကနည်းငယ်တိတ်ဆိတ်နေတဲ့နေသားမှာရှိနေပြီတောက်ကြလားမင်းလည်းယူသားပို့တော့ဖိုင်ဟာတော့ဘာလို့လဲလူတွေဘာပြောလဲကိုကြောက်အားပေးပြီးချစ်တယ်ကျေးအများကြီးတယ်ပါလေအဲ့လိုလူလည်းတော့ဒီဘက်တက်တယ်ပြူတယ်ဝမ်းကပိတ်တာဒီဘက်တက်အိတ်သွားရအောင်နောက်ဆုံးဝမ်းမကြည့်တော့ဘူးလေစိတ်တော့မကောင်းဗျာတဲ့ဘူကြားပဲတဲ့ချစ်လို့ဆဲလိုက်တော့မယ်ဒီပဲဆဲကွာချစ်လို့ပဲဆဲမုန်းလို့ပဲဆဲချစ်တော့မုန်းစကားပဲပြောအားဝဲကြည့်ရပြန်ကြည့်ရတာကလေးတော့သွားမဆဲကြပါနဲ့ဒီကောင်မေဆိုပြီးငိုနေရမလားတဲ့အမအမှန်တော့ရအောင်ငါပြရှိရသူ့လူကြာလာတယ်အကောင်မပြတ်ဘူးဟောဘယ်ရလေးမိတ်သေးဘူးစင်ဘတ်ထုတ်တက်ထားတဲ့ဒဏ်ရာကလည်းနတ်လာတယ်အေးတို့ဘူကြားတဲ့တဲကန်တော့ရာပြီးတော့ပါရာပြီးတော့မှန်တယ်ဒီနော် finally တက်လိုက်ရင်တော့ပို့ပြီးတော့ကောင်းတာပေါ့ကွာခုကြတော့ပြောချင်တဲ့ကောင်တွေရဲ့ပါဇက်မှာကြတော့မင်းတို့ final တော့မတက်ဘူးဘာညာပြောနေမှာပေါ့ကွာအေးစေးပါနောက်နှစ်ပေါ့အေးစေးနောက်နှစ်နောက်နှစ်ကြံပါသေးတယ်ချစ်ပြီးပါဝါကြီး14ရဆိုးတော့ချောင်းနေလဲစိုးနေပြီ14နေလိုက်လား
တော့ကြကြပါလိမ့်အဲ့တော့မင်းတို့ရဲ့စိတ်ခံစားချက်တွေကိုငါအောင်မှာပဲတခါတည်းမြင်ဖြေရှာပြီးတော့တခါတည်းဆက်ရသွားကြနော်မင်းရဲ့စိတ်ခံစားချက်တွေကိုငါဒီအောက်မှာဒီချက်ပေါက်မှာပဲတခါတည်းပြောသွားဟိုဘက်ဒီရောက်မသွားစေနဲ့ကြားနေရပြီမင်းကြိုက်ဘူးကြားနေဟာရောက်ကြားကတဲ့ဟာကိုယ်အမူလေးကြားကိုကြားရတယ်ဒီမှာပဲအကုန်လုံးစူးစမ်းနေကြတာတဲ့ကိုဖလားရပြီးသားအေးဆေးပါမှန်တယ်ဟုတ်တယ်စိတ်မပူနေဗျာတဲ့အပိကြဆန်းနဲ့စမိုင်းမာနဲ့ရိုကြီးစီကလောက်တို့ဆိုလဲအိမ်မက်ဒီနောက်လိုက်နေဒါပေါ့ဗျာဒါပေါ့ဒီဘက်ပူကြားရတယ်ခမရဆဲကျင်လို့တဲ့ဆဲကျင်လို့အပေါ်မှာမြားတော့တာငါလို့3ချောင်းလောက်ရှိတယ်ဒီပဲဖတ်လိုက်ရတာဆေးပါဗျာဆေးပါဟောမြားခေါ်သွားတာဒီလူမီဒီတာဆေးတာမဟုတ်ပါဘူးအဘလို့စားလိုက်တော့ပူသားလေးအေးကျူးကမလုပ်တော့ဘူးအားချောင်းတယ်ဝလာအားချောင်းတယ်ဆေးရစရာမရှိပါဘူးကျွန်တော်ဆေးပါဗျာကျွန်တော်အကောင်းဆုံးကာပေးခဲ့ပါတယ်တော့အဲ့ကာပေးတာတွေကခင်ဗျားတို့စိတ်မှာမချနေဘူးဆိုရင်ဆဲသွားလိုက်ပါဒီဝက်မြဲလေတင်းတင်း20နဲ့ချစ်ကရနားကြီးမြဲတယ်ဟုတ်တယ်ဒီမှာ final တက်မရတော့ဘူးအားဖြစ်ပါဦးနောက်နဲ့ပေါ့ကိုရီးယားယူထားပြီးသားဆိုတော့သူများတွေလည်းပေးယူလာအောင်မယ်တွေ့လက်ဝကြီးအုပ်ထားလို့လည်းမရဘူးလေနော်အဲ့ဒီပြလက်ခံနေဗျာအာဘွားတွေဝန်ကြီးချစ်တယ်ဒီပဲကိုကြားရတယ်ဆဲရင်လည်းကိုကြီးတော့တက်မနေပါနဲ့ကွာပြန်ဆဲရမယ်ကွာငါလို့အောက်တောက်ကြီးဆဲရင်လည်းပူကြားလို့သာဆဲလိုက်ပါတော့မင်းကိုတော့တက်မနေပါနဲ့ကွာ respect တော့ရှိမနေပါနဲ့ဆဲမဲ့တူတူတော့ထိုးချင်တာကွာတဲ့ပူကြားဦးတယ်ကွာလီးနေလားဝက်လဲပြီးဒီဘက်တိုးဝေးလာအောင်မယ်ဝက်ရဆွဲဖို့ပါလို့ရပါတက်တာလို့အင်းသားကြီးပဲမြင်ရတော့ပဲဖြစ်နိုင်တယ်မှန်နေဗျာကျွန်တော်တို့ကဇက်ဖို့ပါဆွဲလက်ကလူပဲဇက်ဖို့တယောက်ပါအဲ့မှာလေဆဲခံရအောင်မချင်းဆိုလို့ဆိုဟောဒီမှာကြည့်ရမှာငါဘက်တာလှည့်ကြရအောင်မင်းတို့ရဲ့မြောက်တွေအကုန်လုံးငါဘက်ကိုလှည့်ထားကြတယ်အတူထဲမှာတဲ့တော်ကြည့်အောင်နော်ထားလိုက်အောင်ဆက်လုပ်ပြီးအောင်လို့ဒီဘက်ကိုကြားတယ်ဘာပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ်တဲ့ရာဘူးပြီးသားတဲ့အေးဆေးပဲအေးဆေးပါပဲချစ်ပြောတယ်အေးဆေးပါမေးဆေးဘူးလို့လည်းမပြောဘူးအေးဆေးပဲကဲနောက်ဆုံးပွဲလေးစင်ကောင်းတာတော့ဖြစ်တာပေါ့ဗျာဒါစင်ကောင်းတာတော့ဒါမှန်တယ်လေကိုရီးယားတကယ်ဟိုဖြစ်လို့ရင်ထဲတော့ပဲကောင်းမှာအဲကြောင့်အားလုံးထိန်းထိန်းသိမ်းသိမ်းညီမချက်ပြဲဆိုတော့ဗာလဲကြားလိုက်ကွာချစ်ကန်တပွဲတော့တော့စားပြီးလိုက်မင်းတို့အားလုံးမင်းထိန်းသိမ်းပေးနေတာနော်တန်စိုးကြီးနဲ့အေးပါဆက်ငါဘယ်ဒီချောင်းမပြောကြနဲ့နော်ဇုံကစကားပြောဇုံကဘယ်လိုပြောလီးပဲလို့ပြောသွားတယ်အနီလည်းများလိုက်တာဘူကြားရဲ့ဝင်ကြီးရတာစိတ်ညစ်နေတာဒါပေမဲ့ဘူကြားရဲ့ဖိုးကလုံးရှုပ်လေးကိုကြည့်လိုက်တိုင်းနဲ့ထန်လာနေတဲ့ဩယုံချတာဗျာဟမ်ယုံချတာဗျာကလေးတွေမဆဲကြပါနဲ့ကလေးတွေကိုမဆဲကြပါနဲ့မင်းတို့မကျင်နဲ့ငါဆဲသွားလို့လီးတမပဲငါဂယူကိုမဆိုင်တာငါကိုမင်းတို့ဆဲလို့စိတ်မကောင်းဖြစ်နေတာမဟုတ်ဘူးကွာတိလားကလေးတွေတော့မဆဲပါနဲ့ကလေးတွေတော့မဆဲပါနဲ့အဲ့အောင်မှလည်းမဆဲပါနဲ့အခုဆဲနေတာတွေအကုန်လုံးမဘန်းဘူးရောက်မော်ဒီတာတွေတယောက်မှမဘန်းနဲ့ငါပဲဖမ်းမယ်လို့လည်းမဟုတ်သေးဘူးပေါ့ရာဝူးသားပါဖလားတွေကရာဝူးသားအေးစေးဖလားတွေကရာဝူးပြီးသားရောက်နေဘာမှဖြစ်ဘူးရာဝူးရဲ့ကောင်ကြီးလူးနေတယ်ဟုတ်တယ်မိုင်းကတော်တော်ထိနေပြီမင်းစိတ်ထဲမှာကတော့ထိနေပါပဲဘလို့နောက်ဆုံးပွဲကြီးဆိုတော့လေအရင် risk လည်းများရတယ်အဲ့ဒါပေမဲ့ AC ပဲရအောင်ကိုနေပြုံးသူတို့ယူပြီးသားလေမဲ့နေကျုံးရပါတော့မာနဲ့နည်းနည်းတော့တင်းနေတယ်အဲ့လေသူတို့ယူထားပြီးသားလေကွာဒီဘန်းနိုင်ကသူတို့ရောက်ဘူးပြီးသားဘန်းနိုင်ဟုတ်လားကိုရီးယားကထပ်ပြီးတော့လောဘကြီးခဲ့တာတကယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကလောဘကြီးနေတာဗျာ
သိလားသူတို့ကဒီဘန်းနိုင်ကိုရောက်ခဲ့မှုပြီးပြီအဲ့တော့လောဘမကြီးကြပါနဲ့နော်လောဘမကြီးကြပါနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကလောဘကြီးနေခဲ့တကယ်နဲ့ဒီဘန်းနိုင်ကကျွန်တော်တို့ရောက်ခဲ့ပြီးသားကြီးအဲ့တော့ဒီတစ်ခေါက်မှာကျွန်တော်နည်းနည်းလျှော်ပေးလိုက်မယ်နောက်တစ်ခေါက်ကျရင်ဒီထက်ပိုကောင်းတဲ့ performance တွေကျွန်တော်ထပ်ကြည့်ရမယ်ဟုတ်လား
我今我大爷，哦，今年来叫今了，啊，地都对的讲的，工地瓜平年都给。啊，对。
မပလိန်ပါနဲ့ပြန်လိုက်လဲမပလိန်ကြပါနဲ့မင်းတို့အဓိကအဲ့ဒါပဲမှားနေတာဒီပွဲလေးမပြီးခင်မှာနော်ဆဲခြင်းဒီမှာတစ်ခါလေးဆဲတော့ဟိုအောက်တွေဒီအောက်တွေမှာသွားတော့မဆဲကြနဲ့နော်ချန်ပီယံကွာချန်ပီယံဒီပန်းနိုင်ကြီးရောက်ဘူးပြီးသားကြီးဇုံကြီးနဲ့ကြည့်အောင်မမေစပတ်ကြောပါရဲ့ဗျာကြည့်အောင်ကွာငါလုံးနဲ့မှဇုံပါလဲဟိုဘက်ကျွန်းပေါ်မှာသွားနေရမလို့ဖြစ်နေပြီဟိုကျွန်းပေါ်ပြေးနေရမလို့ဖြစ်နေပြီဇုံကြီးကလည်းကြောပါရဲ့ဗျာတင်းလာလို့
ဟိုလည်းစင်းလို့ကားလေးမောင်းလို့ကြည့်တယ်ဇုံကြီးဟိုဘက်ထိပ်မှာပြီးရောရိုမီရောကားရများမကိုင်ရ
ချင်းကလည်းပိတ်တော့ကွာပွဲရစနေပြီဟာ
ယောE7 တော့ကိုတင် E7 ခွန်ရောက်သွားတယ်ဗျ
ဟိုဟာဦးတန်းတာ
MS နဲ့
အဲ့ချင်း
ဘူးကတက်သွားတာ UL ကတူးတယ်ဟဲ့ဒီအဲ့ဒါဆိုတာတူးတယ် UL ကတူးမှာပါ
အေးလေဇုံကြီးလည်းကြည့်အောင်လို့
သမီးတွေပါလေခေါ်ခံပြီးတော့
ဒီမှာကူးစောအောင်လို့ပဲအားလုံးလည်းမဇုံကြီးကလည်းရေကူးစောရမယ်ဇုံကြီးကွာ
ဒီကပြန်တော့ဘာဖြစ်လဲဒီတော့ဒီကြောက်ပါလေဒီကလေးဖြစ်သွားမှာမဟုတ်
ဘာမြူရဲ့ဘာမြူဘူးငါတို့ကယူပြီးသားငါတို့ကရထားပြီးသားကြီးသူများတွေလည်းမင်းပေးယူအောင်ငါတို့ကလောဘကြီးတာပါကွာတကယ်တည်းကမင်းအကုန်လုံးကရထားပြီးသားကြီးဟုတ်တယ်မလားကိုရီးယားလောဘကြီးနေလို့သာစိတ်ထဲမှာအဲ့လိုဖြစ်နေတာ
တော်ပြီပေါ့
အေးစေးပဲ
ဒါညော်လဲတော့ကောင်းပြီဟုတ်တယ်မလားတော့လူပြီးရသွားတော့ဘုံညဝေးကြီးပဲသားကြီးအဲ့တော့မှယူလာပြလက်ပွဲဒီမပြလို့မရလားချန်ပီယံလေးပြချန်ပီယံပြအောင်ချန်ပီယံလေးတော့ပြပြီးဟုတ်တယ်
ဆဲနေတော့အဓိကမာနေတာကတော့အဲ့လိုတွေသွားမဆဲကြပါနဲ့နော်ဒီကတော့အဲ့လိုမဆဲပါနဲ့ဒီမှာပဲဆဲဟောကအနီတိုင်းကြီးပေါ်နေတာဆဲခံအောင်ပဲငါပလေးကြီး
ဟုတ်ပြီဟုတ်ပါဘူး
我说下不比大瓜。一年没标着了。
你老姑妈在那搞。都你多少？那管俺都我新老，空老新老总叫那些些喏。提进来呢。
原来 e-sport 没留里啥点比较。ဒီစီတော့ကောက်နေခဲ့ပြီဗျဇုံကြီးလည်းကြည့်ပါအောင်ခွာငါအဲ့ဆို15မှတ်လောက်တော့လူတွေရအောင်15ကောင်တက်ပြီး chicken ဟဲ့အဲ့ဒါကြီးကြလေအရင် risk များရတယ်နော်15မှတ်လောက်တော့လူတွေ
15မှာ95ရှိဦးပါအားနဲ့တော့95လို့
ကျောင်းစိုးနေကွာ
က ရမှာလေကြီးရကျိုးသားတော့မှာကြီးရ
လေးတော့မစင်းနေနော်လေးတော့မစင်းနေနော်လေးကိုဆဲစရာဘာဆောင်เจ้าမှမရှိဘူးလေကိုเจ้าကိုပဲဆဲကျင်တာလေဒီဟာအေးကွာအဲ့လိုပဲစော်လိုက်ပါတော့တို့ပြပြလေလေပေါ့လေးလည်းမစင်းနေဥမာ1 second လည်းမစင်းနေကိုလည်းမစင်းနေဘူးမှမစင်းနေငါသာဆဲတော့ငါမင်းရေကထူးနေပြီဗျာ easy breezy မေလိုအေးတကုံးဆဲလိုက်မေလိုအေးအပေါ်မတက်ပါစေနဲ့ကွာမေလိုအေးတော့အောက်မှာပဲနေတော့စောင့်မင်ကလို့ငါမဟုတ်စောင့်မင်ကလို့မေလိုအဲ့ကောင်ကြီးအပေါ်တက်သွားရင်အာချောင်းချောင်းနေအောင်မှာ
ဒီထဲကနေရောမှာငါမှတ်တယ်ကျောင်းမဲ့ပဲလူလာတယ်နော်ဒီငါးကောင်လောက်ရထားလာဒီကြောင်ဝိုင်းဗာလေးစိတ်လိုက်တော့ဘူးတော့ပဲဝင်လိုက်မြင်10မှတ်9မှတ်
ဒီစကွတ်တက်ပြီးတော့ chicken ယူမင်းရ risk များလိုက်တာပေါ့
တော့လည်းဒုံဝင်တော့မှာဒီစကွတ်တက်ဖို့နေနေတာအေးအဲ့ဒါ
One is mine တော့ကားလည်းပေါ့ပဲစနေပြီးတော့ဒိုးတွေကဲ့ပြီဗျာတော့ပကီလေးနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော်ကိုစင်းတော့ယုံမယ်ဇုံကြီးကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့သိတဲ့အတိုင်းပဲလုံစည်း
လုံစည်း
အောင်မြင်တဲ့အချိန်မှာပဲအတူတူပီတီကိုစားခဲ့တယ်ဆိုရင်ဟုတ်တယ်မလားတို့ကြာရှုံးတဲ့အချိန်မှာလည်းဘေးမှာဝန်းရံပြီးတော့ကာကွယ်ရမှာပဲအဲ့တော့အောင်မြင်တဲ့အချိန်မှာပဲနားမှာလာနေပြီးရင်မင်းတို့ကဒါစစ်မှန်တဲ့အားပေးမှုမဟုတ်ဘူးအဲ့တော့တကယ်ကြာရှုံးနေတဲ့အချိန်ဒါလည်းကြာရှုံးတာတော့မဟုတ်ပါဘူးဒါပေမဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော်လောဆယ်တော့ဒီပြိုင်ပွဲအတွက်တော့ဒါကြာရှုံးတာပေါ့တကယ်လို့ကြာရှုံးခဲ့ရင်လည်းကိုရီးယားဝန်းရံအားပေးရမှာပဲအဲ့တော့အဲ့စိတ်လေးတွေတော့လူတိုင်းမှာရှိစေချင်ပါလေအောင်မြင်တဲ့အချိန်မှာငါတို့ဝိုင်းကြီးငါတို့မြန်မာလောက်တာတဲ့ဆိုင်ကြာရှုံးနေတဲ့အချိန်မှာလည်းငါတို့မြန်မာထကြိုးသားလို့ရတယ်ဆိုတော့စိတ်လေးတွေတော့ထည့်စေချင်တယ်
အေးပါကွာ
ဒီစုံကြီးပါကွာဒီစုံကြီးပါအဲ့တော့ fighting မှာကျွန်တော်တို့မှာထပ်ပြီးတော့ကြိုးသားပိုင်ခွင့်တွေအများကြီးရှိပါတယ်အဲ့လိုမျိုးပဲနောက်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ပေါ်လာမဲ့သင်းနေပေါ်လာမဲ့ player တွေအများကြီးထပ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မျှော်လင့်နေပါတယ် organizer တွေလည်းအများကြီးမျှော်လင့်နေပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ e-sport မှာတော့အားလုံးမြင်တဲ့အတိုင်းပဲတကယ်အားပေးနေတဲ့လူတွေအများကြီးရှိသလိုတကယ်ဝင်းရံနေတဲ့လူတွေလည်းအများကြီးရှိပါတယ်အဲ့တော့ဒီချက်ပို့ပြီးတော့ player တွေနောက်လာမဲ့လူငယ်တွေဒီချက်ပို့စ조사မယ်ဆိုရင်မဖြစ်နိုင်ဘူးဆိုတာမရှိပါဘူးနောက်မှာကျွန်တော်တို့မြန်မာနိုင်ငံလုံးရှိပါတယ်ကဲတော့ကျွန်တော် wolf နှကောင်လုံးကတော့ no ခံလိုက်ရပြီโอเคအဲ့မှာအာဂျူနေနေတော့ wolf တွေတောက်ချောက်ပဲစုံမနေနေမယ် wolf နှကောင်ကတော့ပါသွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာ
ဒီကတော့မနော်ဒီကဆက်နေကြဆိုရင်မှပဲအော်ကောင်လည်း69လေးပြည့်တယ်
ကဲတော့ကျွန်တော် granite ဒီကေအနေနဲ့ပေးဖို့တော့စူးစမ်းနေတော့မယ်ကဲတော့ကျွန်တော်ခီးကေပြန်ပြီးတော့အိမ်ခံနောက်ကနေပြစ်တာဟိုကောင်မထိချင်နဲ့မထိရောဘူးရောဟေးအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ခီးကေပြန်လည်းပြီးတော့နော့ခံလိုက်ရပြီဗျာခီးကေအနေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့လူဝင်ကတော့တယောက်ပဲကျွန်တော်နဲ့နေထား AG ဒီကောင်ကိုလုံးလိုက်အိမ်လိုက်တော့ပို့ပြီးတော့ fine ဒီကောင်ပြန်ပြီးတော့ကယ်လို့ရသေးပဲတပ်ပါဒီပါဝင် join ခံနေရတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်ကျွန်တော်တစ်ဖက်မှာကျွန်တော် A7 တောင်းချောက် pressure ပေးဖို့တော့စူးစမ်းနေတော့မယ်စူးစမ်းနေတော့မယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တင်ပါထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲအော်မှာတော့ခီးကေကို pressure ပေးမှာလား Iyo ba lo mong le so iyaကောင်တွေကကိုရီကိုအသေးနှိမ်တာတရားချင်းနဲ့ညှိထားတယ်အများကြီးရှိတယ်ခဲတော့ PK တတင်းကတော့စောစီးပဲ wide out တော့ပြတ်သွားခဲ့ပါပြီဒီကောင်နေနားလိုက်ရပြီပေါ့နော် PK လောင်းနေပဲချိန်နေပါတယ်ချီရောအိမ်မများနဲ့မင်းလွတ်လွတ်လပ်လပ်ခြံခဲ့ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျ
ဝိုင်းရက်တကောင်တက်တော့ဘယ်တော့တက်တော့ခိုးတည်ရပြီဟုတ်တွေ့ရမလို့လား
အေးမတက်ချိန်နေပြီဆိုလောဆယ်ဂီးကေကတော့မတက်တော့ဒီလိုအေးတွေကတော့အရေးကြီးတဲ့အနေအထားတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိနေတော့မယ်အဲ့လိုမျိုးလေးဆိုတော့မိုက်တယ်ကွာနော်
သုံးစားနေ
ဖိုက်နေမှာ
ကဲတတင်းရတော့ငိုနေပြီဒီကြီးကတော့
ဟောဘူကြချစ်စရာချောင်းနေပြေတော့ဟိုဒါပဲလေဒါပဲလေချစ်ရတော့ကျောင်းမှာဝင်းရအားပေးနိုင်တဲ့လူအုပ်ကြီးရှိတယ်ဟုတ်လားအဲ့တော့ကောင်းဆုံးစူးစမ်းမှာဒါကျွန်တော်တို့မြန်မာပလေယာတွေပဲအဲ့တော့ဒီထဲမှာကျွန်တော်ကျန်တဲ့လူငယ်ပလေယာတွေရှိနေတယ်ကောင်းဆုံးစူးစမ်းပါရဲနဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဝင်းရကာကွယ်နေပါကဲတော့ကျွန်တော်စိတ်ကောက်ဂျီဟက်ကောင်တော့ဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တော့ထားပါသေးတယ် let's go YG အားတော့ပေးရမှာပဲနော်ဘယ်လိုနေအားပေးရမှာပဲကိုတိုင်းကကျွန်တော်စိတ်လက်ကျနေလို့မရဘူးဂီးကိငုံနေပြီငုံလေးမင်းတို့ရမှာမရဘူးလားငါတို့ကရဘူးတယ်ကွာနော်ဒီမှာနားလိုက်လေပြဿနာမရှိဘူးငါတို့ကရဘူးတယ် let's go ကဲကျွန်တော် YG smile ကျွန်တော်အချိန်ကြီးအားလုံးတော့စောင့်ကြည့်ဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေခဲ့ပြီဒီမှာကျွန်တော် GIE sport ထွက်လာခဲ့ပြီဗျကဲကျွန်တော် YG စိတ်ကောင်းနေလေ position တော့ပြန်ယူမဲ့နေတာတခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်အချိန်ကြီးအားလုံးတော့စောင့်ကြည့်နေတယ်ပဲ over B spray လိုက်ပြီဆိုတော့ now YG smile let's go smile နေတဲ့နောက်တော့ကေးပါထိုက်ရထားပါသေးတယ်ကဲ let's go ကျွန်တော် YG ဒူအော်တိုင်းပေမထူးနေမထူးလုံးဖို့တော့ကျွန်တော်လက်ကန်လုံးမှာတော့ရှိနေခဲ့ပြီကျွန်တော်စော်ပလိုက်စမ်းမှာနော်ဒီတိုင်းတော့ထွက်မလာဘူးဟုတ်လားအကုန်လုံးပြတ်တက်ပြီးမှထွက်ခဲ့မယ်ကဲ YG smile ရှေ့တော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီ smoke တွေပါခင်းနေနေမှာ granny ပေးမှာလားဒီမှာကျွန်တော် save cloud ပိုစင်အားလုံးတော့ show နေတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိပါသေးတယ်ကျွန်တော်ရွှေ့နေမှာပါ
အဲ့လိုကတ်ရှင်လာနော်ဟိုအဲ့လိုပြစ်ကြမှာတော့ကတ်ဆိုရမှာနော်
ကဲကျွန်တော်ရွှေ့နေမှာ save cloud နေထပ်ပြီးတော့တိုးပြီးကျွန်တော်မထူးသက်ခင်းဖို့တော့ကျွန်တော်လက်ကန်လုံးမှာတော့ရှိနေခဲ့ပြီအမချင်းနေအားလုံးတော့စောင့်ကြည့်နေနေမှာ granny ပါညာပေးမှာလား GIE ဆိုအောက်ကတော့ပြန်ပတ်ထားရချင်းနေပဲGS နေကျွန်တော်တကောင်တော့ knock ခံထားရတယ်ဗျာကျွန်တော် granite တောင်းချပေးဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေတက်ပါဒီပါထပ်ပြီးတော့ join နေတော့မယ်အဲ့မှာကျွန်တော် FU အနေနဲ့ GS တကောင်တော့ပါခေါ်လိုက်ရှင်းနေပဲ GS အနေနဲ့တော်တော်အထိနာနေခဲ့ပြီ GS တကောင်ပဲကျွန်တော်ရဲ့နေတာမှာ granite နဲ့ပါမာတဲ့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်မာထားပါသေးတယ် let's go first grenade တွေရောက်ပြီအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ဘာနဲ့ဆက်လက်ပြီးတော့ပဲမထူးသခင်ကိုကြိုးစားနေရိုအင်းနေနဲ့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ကြားလိုက်ပါသေးတယ်ကျော်ရွှေမ YG နေနေကတော့ကျွန်တော် 10k 3k တွေရယူထားပါသေးတယ်ဘာမြေဒီကအကောင်းဆုံးစော့ပြနေဖို့ပဲနော်အကောင်းဆုံးစော့ပြနေဖို့ပဲ
ဘာကြီးကြည့်နေရလဲ
အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် granite တောင်းချုပ်ဝင်နေ AG နေနဲ့တကောင်တော့ knock ခံလာရပြီတင်ပါ
ကျောက်ဝိုင်း
ဒါမျိုးပဲ pressure ပေးဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေနေမှာကျွန်တော် smoke ထဲကိုပဲလမ်းပြီးတော့ granite တွေကတော့ပေးထားတော့ဗျတင်ပါလောလောဆယ်တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့နှစ်ကောင်တော့ knock ခံလိုက်ရပြီဒီကောင်အပေါ်ပါခေါ်ခံလိုက်ရပြီဗျအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တင်ပါနှစ်ကောင်ပဲချန်တော့မယ်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲ AG တယောက်မှတော့မတော်သေးဘူး pressure ပေးဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေနေမှာ granite ပါထပ်ပြီးတော့ပြစ်ထားနေဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်အဆင်ပြေမှာလား smoke တွေကတော့ခင်းနေခဲ့ပြီဗျကဲကျွန်တော်ပြန်လည်နေပြစ်ခတ်နေနေပဲလောဆယ်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တင်ပါ2ယောက်တော့ကျန်နေပါသေးတယ်ကဲအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် AG ထပ်ပြီးတော့တိုးမှာလားကဲလူကယ်ဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေဆိုမှလည်းအုံးလိုက်ကြီးတက်လာတယ်ဆိုတော့နေထားမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် AG အနေနဲ့တင်ပါသင်းလုံးတော့ white out တော့လုံနိုင်ခဲ့ပြီဗျာ let's go ကျွန်တော် YG 4အောင်လုံးတော့ရှင်သန်နေသေးပဲ3မှတ်ရထားပါတယ်ကောင်းဆုံးဆော့ပြီးတော့မှန်တယ်အကောင်းဆုံးဆော့ပါပဲဟုတ်လားအကောင်းဆုံးဆော့ခဲ့ဖို့ပဲလိုတာအဲ့တော့မေလိုအေးလောတဲ့တော့ငြိမ်သက်တိတ်ဆိတ်နေတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်ကျွန်တော် A7 ဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ knock ခံလိုက်ရပြီဒီမှာကျွန်တော် gold ကောင်ချောင်းနေတော့မယ်ဗျာဒီကတော့ကျွန်တော် A7 နော်ခင်ရတယ်ဆိုရင်နောက်မှာအာဂျူနေနဲ့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် KI တကောင်တော့ဖြတ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်နော်ထားပါသေးတယ် AG တောင်ပေါ်တက်ဖို့တော့စူးစမ်းနေခဲ့ပြီဗျာ AG နေနဲ့တင်းကြီးစကေးပြီးတော့ရာယူထားတယ်အောက်ကျွန်တော်ဂိုးတွေနေပြန်ပြီးတော့ကန့်ပါလား AG တပ်ပါတီ join ပြီးတော့လာနေခဲ့ပြီ A7 ကျွန်တော်ဘောဖြစ်နေဆိုမှလည်းတောက်ကြောက်ပဲ pressure ပေးဖို့စူးစမ်းနေရှင်းနေပဲကျွန်တော်ဂိုးအနေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်ပါသွားခဲ့ဗျာနော်ကျွန်တော်တပ်ပါတီကထပ်ဝင် join ရင်းနေပဲကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာ A7 တကောင်တော့ပေးလိုက်ရပြီဂိုးတွေကျွန်တော်လောင်းရင်းကနေပဲမာထားတော့မဲဗျာအဲ့တော့ A7 လောတယ်မှာတော့တကောင်ကတော့ကျွန်တော်နော့နေပြီတကောင်ပဲတက်ရှင်တော့တဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်ဗျအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် AG အနေနဲ့လည်းပြန်လည်ပြီးတော့ပဲသူတို့ကေထားပါသေးတယ် Let's go တာကြီးတို့မှန်တယ်စားရဲအဲ့လိုကျုံသွားမှာဟုတ်တယ်စားရဲအဲ့လိုကျုံလိုက်တော့ပို fine တယ်ဗောနော်အခုချိန်မှာတော့သူတို့မှာ no pressure easy breezy ပါပဲ no pressure ပါပဲချစ်ပြပါတော့အခုဝင်ကြုံတာ 3k ရတယ်လေမင်းနဲလာငါလို့ 3k နဲတာမှမဟုတ်တာခဲအောင်ကျွန်တော် KI အနေနဲ့အာဂျူကောင်တော့နောလာရင်းနေမှာကျွန်တော်အောက်ကပါခုံဆင်းနေတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်အဲ့ဒါမှကျွန်တော် AG တော့ရောက်ပဲစင်းဝင်ကြိုးစားဆိုမလဲ reload ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပေးရအောင်မယ်ဗျာโอเคကျွန်တော် A7 AG ကိုလှမ်းပြဖို့ကြိုးစားရဆိုရင်လည်းဟိုကောင်တောက်ချောက်ကြီးခုံချနေခဲ့တာအဲ့တော့ AG အနေနဲ့လည်းအပေါ်မှာ position တော့ယူထားပြီးသားကျွန်တော် A7 တကောင်ဂျင်းနဲ့ချက်ထဲတော့ရောက်နေပြီတစ်ဖက်မှာလည်းခုတ်တွေရှိတယ်အပေါ်မှာလည်း G ရှိတယ်ဆိုတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်ဗျာအဲ့တော့မှ EA ဟိုးနောက်မှာပါကဲအောင်မှာကျွန်တော် save clock ကတော့ knock ခံလိုက်ရပြီဗျာ Roy EA တကောင်တော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့မာထားတော့မယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် EA နဲ့ဝိုင်းကြီးနဲ့ထိတ်တိုက်တွေ့နေပြီဆိုတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီကောင် ULA ကတော့ကျွန်တော်ပြန်ပြီးတော့ပဲ KR8 ကိုတော့မာလိုက်ပြီငါတို့ဗျာဒုက္ခပဲဟဲ့အောင်ကြီးငါတို့ပြဟာကဲအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် save clock ကိုထပ်ပြီးတော့ knock ခံလိုက်ရပြီမေလို့ EA တွေတောက်ချောက်ပဲကျွန်တော် save clock ကိုတော့အပါခေါ်လိုက်ရှင်းနေပဲပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော် Roy ချန်နေဦးမယ်မာနဲ့ချန်နေပါသေးတယ်Romeo ပဲကျွန်တော်ကဲအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် smile မရှိတော့ save clock မရှိတော့ Roy ချန်နေမာနဲ့ချန်မယ်ဒီပါပြန်ဖြည့်ပြီးတော့ပဲကောင်းတော့ပြန်စော်ကစားဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေတော့မယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရွှေမြန်မာပါ let's go ပါကျွန်တော်ရွှေမြန်မာဝိုင်းကြီးပါတော့လာတာတော့တော့လာတယ်မာကြီးကမာနဲ့တော့လက်ကောင်ပဲကြတော့မာကြီးကဆဲခြင်းငါဆဲတော့ဆဲခြင်းငါဆဲတော့ဟဲ့အောင်နေဟိုဘက်သွားမဆဲနဲ့ကလေးလည်းမဆဲနဲ့တော်ပြီမင်းတို့လည်းမဆဲပါနေနဲ့တော့မြတ်တာရက်ခံနေဆဲနေဒီမှာပဲဆဲသွားကဲကျွန်တော် AG အနေနဲ့ကတော့လောဆယ်တော့လှုပ်ဖြစ်နေတော့မယ် AG တင်းကေ 8k ထိတော့ရယူထားပါသေးတယ်ဘာမျိုးဒီကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကသိရမလား final သွားဖို့မျှော်လင့်တာမဟုတ်ဒီပွဲမှာအကောင်းဆုံး performance တွေကိုမျှော်လင့်တာအဲ့တော့ AC ပဲ2ယောက်ချန်နေတော့မယ်ဒီကကိုရီးယားအားပေးရမှာပဲကဲအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ UNLF တောင်းလျှောက်ပဲ FU တွေကို pressure ပေးဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေရဆိုမှလည်းကျွန်တော်ဘယ်သူမှတော့မသွားခဲ့ဘူးဗျာအဲ့တော့မှတောင်းလျှောက်ပဲအောက်မှာတော့ DND ထပ်ပြီးတော့ pressure ပေးဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေခဲ့ပြီ FU တွေဂျားတော့ညံ့နေခဲ့ပြီဗျာကဲအဲ့တော့ Roy မာနဲ့ဟိုဘက်မှာကန့်နေတော့မယ်ဟောကျွန်တော် K လေးပါလေးများနှိုက်လိုက်မလားဒီနေ့နောင်နေပူကြောက်လာတဲ့လီးတာအခုတခါလေးဆဲသွားလီးလို့နောင်နေငါထပ်ဆဲခံရမှာခါလေးဆဲတော့တခါလေးမေလိုကြီးအနေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်အမတ်ကတော့လိုက်နေခဲ့ပြီ NS ကိုအားပေးရမယ့်နေတာတခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်အဲ့တော့ဝိုင်းနေနေတဲ့အေးကိုကျွန်တော်နည်းနည်းဆုံးမတော့ရမယ်ဆိုမှလည်းဒီမှာကျွန်တော်ကိုင်းနေတော့ရောက်လာခဲ့ပြီရိုကြီးပိုစင်ကျွန်တော်တခါလေးကြည်ထားရင်းနေပဲရိုကြီးတော့သွားပြီဆိုတော့နောက်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ရွှေမြန်မာတွေလောင်းနေပဲကျွန်တော်ခြေနှက်ခဲ့ရတယ်ဗျဘလိုပဲနေကျွန်တော်တို့ကတိုက်တယ် defender ဆိုရင်လည်းဒီနေ့အတွက်ကတော့ဒီလောက်ကတော့သူတို့ခြေနှက်လိုက်ရပြီပေါ့နော်ဒီလောက်နေပဲခြေနှက်လိုက်ရပြီကျွန်တော်နောက်နေ့ဒီမှာဒီထက်ပိုကောင်းတဲ့ performance တွေဒီထက်ပိုကောင်းတဲ့ play ဆိုင်တွေတော့ပို့ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မြင်နေပါတယ် let's go ပါကျွန်တော်တို့အားပေးလိုက်ရအောင်ဘာပဲဖြစ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကတိုက်တယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကဒီ champion ကြီးကိုရာဖူးပြီးသားဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ဒီခါမှတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ short ပေးလိုက်မယ်ဗျ let's go ပါဘာဖြစ်တကယ်ကောင်းပါလေတကယ်ကောင်းဆုံးရှင်ပြိုင်စော်ကစားပေးတာနဲ့တင်ကိုတကယ်ချိန်နေပါလေအားမလို့အားမရဖြစ်တာလေးကလွဲလို့ပေါ့နော်လိုပဲနေနေသူတို့အကောင်းဆုံးတော့စော်ကစားနေတော့ပါပဲ let's go ပါကဲအောင်မတို့ NS နေတစ်ဖက်က AG တောက်ချောက်ပဲ pressure တော့ပေးနေတုံးမင်းကဲအောင်မ NS AG pressure ပေးဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေနေမှာကျွန်တော် AG ကောင်တော့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ချလိုက်တယ်ဗျတောက်ချောက်ပဲ spray နေနောက်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ NS နေနေအောင် NS ကိုအားပေးရမှာတာကြီးတို့ NS ကိုအားပေးအဲ့ဒါဆို EA တွေမတက်ဘူး ကဲအဲ့တော့ကြောက်မယ်နောက်တော့မှတက်ပြစ်လိုက်နေပဲဟိုက NS တော့ကြောက် performance တွေတော့ပြနေတော့မတင်က 3K တွေရယူထားတယ်၄အောင်လုံးအသက်ရှင်နေပါသေးတယ်ကဲတော့ NS ကိုအားပေးလိုက်မယ်ဆိုအေးတွေမတက်ဘူးဒါမှမဟုတ်ဟိုကဝူပါအားပေးရတော့မှရောက်ရင်ကဲတော့မှ AG ဒီကောင်လေးချန်နေထားမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် 10K 9K တွေတော့ရယူထားတော့မယ်အဲ့တော့ AG အနေနဲ့လည်းအကောင်းဆုံးတော့ performance တော့ပြနေတော့မယ်
ကုတ်ကပြုတ်သွားပြီအေးရတက်နိုင်ရင်တော့ကုတ်က80
အေးစေးပါဆဲရင်ဒီမှာဆဲကောင်းနော်ဒီမှာဆဲလို့ရတယ်ငါဆဲသွားလို့ရတယ်ဝိုင်းညက်ကလေးတွေကိုမဆဲပါနဲ့နော်
ဒီမရမှာတက်
လို့ဆောက်လွဲကြီးရှောင်းမလုပ်ပါနဲ့ချစ်ပြရတော့နော်ကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်နော်ကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်ကျေးဇူးပါတော့လေးနေတော့ပါအောင်ကျေးဇူးပါ subscribe လေးမလုပ်ရသေး subscribe လေးလုပ်ပေးပါအောင်နောက်ကြရင်လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့ဘာပွဲတွေပဲရှိနေပါသေးရုပ်ချစ်စတရီမာတရားအနေနဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ပွဲလေးတွေပြဖို့တော့ရှိပါတယ်ဟောဒီကတော့ကျွန်တော်ရှင်မြန်မာပါရင်တော့ပိုကောင်းတာပေါ့ဗျာကျန်တော့တောက်ချောက် pressure တွေပေးနေနေပဲ FU တစ်သေးလုံးကတော့ကျွန်တော် wide out ဖြစ်သွားပြီဗျာတင်း illuminate ပါကဲ ULF နေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်၄ယောက်လုံးတော့ရှင်တန်နေဆဲပဲဆောင်ကတော့တဖြည်းဖြည်းနဲ့တော့ကျင်းလာခဲ့ပြီဘယ်လိုကြီးတွေအခုချိန်ကြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ကျန်နေဒုံးပဲဗျကိုလေးပြုတ်တယ်ခဏအေးမတက်ရပြီကွာကိုပြုတ်တာမပြုတ်တာတခင်နာအေးမတက်ရပြီခုတ်တရမင်းရင်ခုံကောင်နဲ့ကြည့်နေမှာပဲအဲ့တော့ NS အေးကိုမားလိုက်အဲ့ဒါဆိုပြီးသွားပြီတိုင်တယ်ကပြီးသွားပြီဒီကောင်နေအမှတ်ကိုကြော်လုံးမြောက်ဒီကောင်နေကဘတ်တူဘက်ချစ်ကဲကြီးစားထားတာ A7 လည်းပြီးသွားပြီရောက်ရင် A7 ငိုးနေပြီ A7 ငိုးနေပြီရောက်ရင်ဒီလိုကြီးမတက်နဲ့ကွာဆဲကွာနေဘူချာလီးပဲအေးဆဲကွာငါလုံးတော့ဆဲတော့မင်းတို့ရဲ့စိတ်သက်သာရအောင်ဒီမှာဖြေပြောင်းလိုက်မင်းတို့ခဏပါပဲပြီးမင်းတို့ပြီးတော့မှာငါသိပါတယ်အေးစေးဟာမင်းတို့ခဏပဲအဲ့ခဏလေးဟိုမှာမင်းတို့မှာသိတယ်မလားပူလောင်နေတာငါလာဆော်သွားလိုက်တော့လမ်းကြုံပေါ့လမ်းကြုံငါ့ကိုဒီတိုင်းဆော်ရင်ပြန်ဆဲခံရမှာလေအခုကမင်းတို့ဆော်လို့ရတယ်ကဲတော့ဇုံထဲတော့ play တော့တိုးနေခဲ့ပြီဗျာ wolf နှစ်ယောက်အနေနဲ့
ဘူးကိုအားပေးရမှာ
အထပ်ပြီးတော့စပိုးပါညာတော့ခင်းနေမေလို့အေး၄အောင်လုံးတော့ဖြတ်ကန့်နေခဲ့ပြီဗျစုံထဲမှာပဲဒီကောင်ကြီးအရန်ကို final တက်ချင်နေတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်အဲ့တော့မေလို့အေးကိုကျွန်တော်တို့နည်းနည်းတော့ဆုံးမပေးမှရမယ်ဗျကဲကျွန်တော်တို့လောဘကြီးခဲ့တာပါသူတို့အများကြီးလှုပ်ပေးခဲ့ပြီးပါပြီအဲ့ဒါကိုပဲခေါင်းနဲ့ထည့်ပါကျွန်တော်တို့လောဘကြီးခဲ့တာပါသူတို့ဒီပန်းနိုင်ကိုသူတို့ရောင်းအောင်ရှောက်ခဲ့ပြီးသွားပြီဗျာသိလားပန်းနိုင်တစ်ခုကနောက်တစ်ခေါက်ပြန်ရှောက်ဖို့ဆိုတော့လွယ်တော့မလွယ်ဘူးဗျအများကြီးတွေသိရမလားကန်တရားတွေရောစူးစမ်းအားထုတ်မှုတွေရောအများကြီးလိုအပ်တယ်အဲ့တော့သူတို့အကောင်းဆုံးတော့ရောင်းအောင်ရှောက်ခဲ့ပေးပြီးသွားပြီကျွန်တော်တို့ကလောဘကြီးခဲ့တာပါကျွန်တော်တို့လောဘကြီးတာပါဒါမှမဟုတ်ကျွန်တော်နောက်နေ့ဒီမှာလည်းဒီကပိုကောင်းတဲ့ performance တွေထပ်ပြီးတော့မြင်ကြမှာသေးတယ်ဘယ်အသေးပဲနေပါအဲ့ကြောင့် ULF Wood ကောင်ကထပ်ပြီးတော့ရှားလိုက်ပြီဗျာကျတော့ Wood Esport ပေါ်ပဲပြန်တက်มาလား Wood Esport အနေနဲ့လည်းဘာမှတော့လုံးလို့မရတော့တဲ့အဆုံးမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် Wood ကလည်းမင်းအစင်းချောင်းနေတော့အစင်းချောင်းနေမင်းတို့ပျော်လို့မရသေးဘူးမင်းတို့ပျော်လို့မရသေးဘူးအေးကတော့ safe ဆော့နေခဲ့ပြီအကောင်းဆုံးပဲကျွန်တော် ranking point လေးတွေယူမဲ့နေတာတခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်ဗျာအဲ့ဒါမှ AG pressure ပေးဖို့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ကြိုးစားကြမလား AG တွေ့ရတော့တော်တော်ကိုင်းနေခဲ့ပြီဗျာပေါ်မှာ NS ရှိနေတော့မယ်အဲ့တော့မှတော့ကျွန်တော်သွေးတွေပါပြန်ဖြင်းနေရင်းနေပဲ
အားရတော့တယ်အော်ပြစ်တာ
အဲ့တော့ grenade ထပ်ပြီးတော့ပေးထားရင်းနေပဲဒီမှာကျွန်တော် grenade what a grenade ပေးပါလား grenade ကထိတော့မထိဘူးကျွန်တော် TNE pressure တော့ပြီးနေခဲ့ပြီရှေ့မှာကျွန်တော် ULF ချန်တော့ channel ဒုံးမဗျာအဲ့တော့တောင်းချောက်ပဲ pressure ပေးနေနေပဲတကောင်တော့ knock ခံလိုက်ရပြီ TNE ကျွန်တော် grenade နဲ့ပဲပြန်ပြီးတော့ကာဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေနေပဲ ULF တကောင်ကျွန်တော်ချင်းနဲ့ချက်ထဲတော့ရောက်နေပြီအဲ့တော့ grenade what a grenade များဖြစ်သွားမလားတစ်ချက်တော့တက်ပြောက်ဆိုတဲ့နေတာမှာ TNE ULF တကောင်တော့ကျွန်တော် grenade နဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်မားလိုက်နိုင်ပြီဗျာအဲ့ကျွန်တော် border ဘာတွေတော့ပြန်ကယ်လို့တော့ရတဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့ရှိတယ်ကျွန်တော်ကျဲမကြီးတော့ queue စိုက်ရပါပြီအေးမေလို့အေးကဲအောင်ကျွန်တော် grenade တွေထပ်ပြီးတော့တောင်းချောက်ပဲဝင်နေရှင်းနေပဲဒီရနီ3အောင်တော့ရှင်တန်နေသေးပါပဲမေလို့အေးအခုချိန်တော့ကျွန်တော် safe ဆော့နေထုံးမယ်Wolf တယောက်တော့ကျန်နေပါသေးတယ်အဲ့တော့ Wolf နေနဲ့ဒီပွဲမှာတော့အမှတ်တမှတ်မှမရလိုက်တဲ့နေတာတခုမှရှိတယ်
ဟိုနိုင်ရုံးချိန်ပြောတာနိုင်တက်တာပေါ့တက်တာပေါ့ဟာမင်းရတယ်
ကျွန်တော် NS ကိုပြန်ပြီးတော့ pressure ပေးဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေရင်းနေပဲ ULF တောက်ချောက်တော့လမ်းတော့ပြစ်တယ်ဆိုရင်လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့တော့မတော့ဘူးပြထိကုန်မထိတာပါ PSN ကတော့ပြီးပြီอ่ะ PSN ကတော့မင်းဝိုင်းကြီးပဲအဲ့ဒါတော့မင်းမပူနဲ့အဲ့ဒါ PSN ကတော့ဝိုင်းကြီးဖြစ်ဖို့များတယ်တကယ်ဝိုင်းကြီးဖြစ်ဖို့များတယ်ကဲတော့ကျွန်တော် short ကနေဝင်အိမ်မကြိုးစားနေတယ်မလဲဝူတသိန်းလုံးကတော့ကျွန်တော် white out တော့ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဝူကတကောင်မင်းကျန်တော့ဗောနော်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် ULA ကျွန်တော်၄ယောက်တော့ကျန်နေပါသေးတယ်တင်းကြီးကတော့ 5k တွေရယူထားတော့မယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် ULF တွေပြန်ပြီးတော့ pressure တော့ပေးကန်နေရပြီဗျာကျွန်တော်တကောင်တော့တော့သွားပြီဒါကြောင့်ပဲကျွန်တော် DND ကိုပြန်ပြီးတော့ pressure ပေးဖို့ကြိုးစားတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော်ကိုဘောကိုပြန်ကင်မှတော့ရမယ်အဲ့မှာအော်ရော head shot ကြီးမှန်သွားတယ်ဆိုတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ DND အနေနဲ့ကတော့တော့သွားခဲ့ပြီဗျာကျွန်တော်ပြန်ကင်လို့တော့ရတယ်လောင်းရင်းကဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ပြန်ကင်လို့တော့ရပါသေးတယ်ညာကြီးမျောလင်းထားတာလေဒီလိုကိုကြားကြီးရတယ်ပါရေးပါသိပါတယ်ငါတို့လောဘကြီးတာလေကွာငါတို့ကလောဘကြီးခဲ့တာပါသူတို့ကယူလုံးပြပြီးပါပြီကွာမင်းတို့ကလည်းသူတို့လုံးပြခဲ့ပြီးပါပြီငါတို့လောဘကြီးနေခဲ့တာပါကဲတော့ထောင်းကြောင့်လမ်းပြီးတော့အိမ်နေဆိုတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ဘောတော့ဖြစ်နေခဲ့တယ်နောက်ဆုံးမှာ AG တသိန်းလုံးတော့ white out ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြီအဲ့တော့မှာတော့ကျွန်တော် EA တွေလောစင်မှာ EA တပ်ပါတီဝင်သွားတဲ့ကောင်မပြန်ပြန်အကုန်လုံးပြက်စမ်း EA အကုန်လုံးပြက်စမ်းကဲအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်အကုန်လုံးပြန်ပြီးတော့အဲ့ဒါ pressure တော့ပြီးနေခဲ့ရေးနေပဲ EA အနေနဲ့တော့တကောင်တော့ပါသွားတယ်နှစ်ကောင်တော့ knock ခံလိုက်ရတယ်ဒီမေလုံးတကောင်ပဲကြံတာရောက်ရေးဟဲ့အောင်ရေးဒီကောင်တွေအမှတ်ကတော့ရောက်နောက်တော့ထပ်တော့အိမ်မှတော့ရမှာရောက်ဒီကောင်တွေအမှတ်ကတော့ရောက်ကွာတော့ကွာနေတော့အပေါ်အသင်းတွေမရှိတော့ဘူးအဲ့တော့ EA လေဒီလောက်နဲ့မချေနဲ့လိုက်ရပြီခွန်3ခွန်4ခွန်5ခွန်6ခွန်9ခွန်8ဟဲ့အောင်ရေးအမခွန်အဲ့မပြီးပြီးတော့ EA လည်းပြီးသွားပြီ EA လည်းမပြီးပြီ EA မပါဘူး EA မပါတော့ဘူးရဒီကောင်တွေ9កောင်တမရမှာ9កောင်တမရမှာဒီကောင်တွေဟိုမှာ4កောင်ပဲကျန်တယ် EA 3ယောက်ပဲကျန်တယ်ပြီးသွားပြီမင်းတို့ရောက်ဒါမဲ့ဒီကောင်ချစ်ကန်ရအောင်ပါကွာလီးပဲမေ့နေငါလုံးနဲ့မှာချစ်ကန်ရအောင်ပါကွာငါလုံးဒီကောင်တွေက6မှတ်ဟာမေ့နေတာကွာလီးပဲငါလုံးတက်သွားပြီဟာငါလုံးချစ်ကန်ငါ run point ကိုမေ့သွားတာကွာလီးတမပဲကွာငါလုံးစိတ်နဲ့ကိုယ်နဲ့ကိုမကတ်တော့ဟုတ်သား run point ကျန်သေးတယ်လို့လီးပဲကွာငါလုံး run point ကျန်သေးတယ်လေကွာဒီဘွားတောင်းတယ်ကွာ။ဘွားကြောက်ပဲလေကွာ။ဖက်သွားပြီကွာ။ခဏခဏလေးကြည့်ရလေ။အဲ့ဒါခါကနမလေး84ဆက်တော့ကြောက်ပါဘူး။ဘွားကြောက်ပါဘူး။ဟဲ့ဘွားမေးသွားတာကွာ။ပြောတော့အေးသေးတော့ကောင်းဝဲတက်။အေးတပ်ပါဒီဝင် join တာကွက်တီကြီးကွာ။အဲ့ကောင်တကောင်မဲကြံတာကွာ။အဲ့ကောင်တကောင်မဲကြံတာကွာဒီကောင်မင်းကြံတာဒီကောင်တွေတပ်ပါတီဝင်တာရ right တိုင်းအနည်းငယ်ကောင်ဒါတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ခံပြစ်ထားတာဒီပဲကွာငါမှထက်ဆဲလိုက်တော့ကွာကောင်းနေမနိုင်ဘူးဒီကောင်းနေပြီအပေါ်မှာတော့မချန်ပီယံတော့မဖြစ်ဘူးဟို fidelity တို့ 40 တို့ကမင်းတို့ထုမှမပူနဲ့မေးလို့မျိုးများကဲတခုမှနေတာတခုပဲရှိတယ်ချက်ပြောတော့သွားပြီးတော့သိတယ်မလားမဆဲကြပါနဲ့အဲ့လိုအောက်ဒီမှာလည်းမဆဲပါနဲ့ဗျာဘယ်လိုပဲနေနေဆဲခြင်းဒီမှာဆဲသွားကျွန်တော်အမြဲတမ်းပြောလို့သိတယ်မလားဒီနေ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ပြောနေတဲ့စကားလုံးကဒီမှာပဲဆဲသွားဆဲရင်လည်းဆဲသွားဟိုမှာတော့သွားမဆဲပါနဲ့ထင်ချင်လေးတို့သုံးသက်ပြလို့ရတယ်ဗျာသိတယ်မလားပလိန်ကြီးတော့သွားမဆဲနဲ့သုံးသက်ပြလို့ရတယ်တန်းကျော်3 scope နဲ့တောက်ချောက်ပဲပြန်ပြီးတော့ဟဲကိုတို့ကြိုးစားနေဆိုရင်လည်းမေတို့ EA အနေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဂုံးပေါ်နေ position တော့ယူထားခဲ့ပြီဗျာအဲ့ကျ ULN e-sport ကောင်းဆုံးတော့ပြန်လဲပြီးတော့ခုခံကာကွယ်ဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေခဲ့ပြီအဲ့ကျ Woo ကပြုတ်မှာလားလောတဲ့နေထားမှာကျွန်တော်ဘယ်သင်းပြုတ်မှာတော့ Woo ပြုတ်မယ်ထင်တယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် Moment တော့ခံလာရပြီဗျမေလို့ Moment အနေနဲ့ခေါင်းရတက်သွားပြီကွာဒီခေါင်းရတက်သွားပြီအဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော် EA နောက်တစ်ကောင်ပြန်ပြီး pressure ပေးဖို့တော့ကြိုးစားနေဆိုမလဲကျွန်တော်အစင်းစင်ပဲတကောင်ပြီးတကောင်တော့ knock ခံနေရရှင်းနေပဲဒီမှာကျွန်တော် granite line ပြီးတော့ထောက်မယ်ကျွန်တော်သူရတစ်ဆက်ပဲကျန်တော့နေဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာ granite တစ်ချက်ထောက်တက်ပြောက်ရင်းနေပဲ UNF တွေအနေနဲ့ကတော့ ကောင်ဆဲအဲ့ကောင်ဒီတခါလေးဆဲအဲ့ကောင်ဒီမှာဆဲကြလိုက်အဲ့ရောက်ဆဲပလိုက်ဟိုကောင်ဆဲဘေးကောင်နင်းသွားအောင်လိုက်အားလုံးနဲ့မနင်းထားအောင်ပလိုက်ရောက်ဘေးကောင်နင်းထားအောင်ပလိုက်ရောက်အဲ့ပြောဆဲရောက်နင်းဤကောင်ဒီဆဲပလိုက်ရောက်ဤကောင်ဒီဆဲပလိုက်ပြည့်ပြုတ်ပြီလားဟုတ်လားမေလို့ဤပြုတ်ပြီရောက်ရင်ငါဟိုကောင်ဆဲကိုင်းနေမကြည့်လိုက်ရဘူးဟုတ်လားမေလို့ဤပြုတ်ပြီမေလို့ဤပြုတ်ပြီဟုတ်လားတက်လာမင်းနေအိုအောင် ranking လေးကြည့်ရမယ်အိုအောင် ranking လေးကြည့်ရမယ်မေလို့ဤပြုတ်ပြီလား nice မတည်သေးဘူးတားမတည်သေးဘူးသူတို့တော့မတည်သေးဘူးနင်းတော့အောင်ပလိုက်ကောင်းနေရောဟေးမော်မန်ကိုပြတ်သွားတာနော်အဲ့ကောင်မော်မန်ကိုပြတ်သွားတာဟဲ့အောင်ကြီးမော်မန်ကိုပြတ်သွားတာအဲ့ကောင်ငါနဲ့တော့နည်းနည်းစင်နေရင်မောကငါကိုလားမသိဘူးအဲ့ခရနီလေးကတကယ်ကောင်းချက်ထောင်းအသက်ပြောက်တစ်ချက်တော့မထောက်လိုက်ဘူးရောက်တဲကြတာစောက်ခွက်ပေါ်တဲကြတာဤပြုတ်ပြီအေးတက်တယ်ဟာတယ်6မှတ်လားပြုတ်ဘူးဟာတယ်ကြီးပဲမင်းတို့ပြောတော့ပြုတ်မယ်မင်းတို့ငါ့ကိုစောက်မျိုးပဲဟောကြည့်လိုက်မယ်ဟဲ့မတက်ဘူးတဲ့နဲ့ဒီကောင်တွေကအေးရတဲ့အမှတ်များတယ်ဒီကောင်တွေတက်မှာဟာရမတက်သွားဘူးလား
အေးရတက်သွားတာ
မတက်သွားဘူးလား what the fuck ဟိုကောင်တွေက URL ကအမှတ်များရင် URL တက်မှာဟုတ်တယ်မလားပြုတ်ပါစေအေးပြုတ်ပါစေအေးပြုတ်ပါစေအေးပြုတ်ပါစေ
တင်းကြီးလို့ပြောတာ
ဒီဘက်မှာဒီကိုဗီဒီယိုကြည့်လိုက်တော့မှာကွာငါစိတ်မရှိလို့
တင်းကြီးကမှဟိုတော့တော့ရတာ
ဒီကိုဗီဒီယိုကြည့်လိုက်တော့
တော့ပဲကြာတာကြီးကိုကြီးရတော့ပဲကြာတာဟိုကြီးရတော့တော့လည်းရဒီလိုပြတော့မှမရှိပါဘူးကြည့်ရတယ်ယူရတာ
တင်သေးဘူးကွာသူတို့ဒီမှာတော့တင်သေး
ဘူးဘူးကိုထောက်လိုက်နေတယ်ဘူးကို
ကိုဗီဒီယိုမှာတော့ announce မလုပ်သေးဘူးမသေးကြသေးဘူးဒီဘာမှမသိသေးဘူး
အာပြည့်ရတယ်လို့စောက်ကြည့်ခုကလည်းမရှိဘူး။ဟိုလမ်းဖို့ကြီးအတန်ခံတော့ပြ။ဒါရဲပြ
။ကြီးက93မှတ်ကွာ93မှတ်ကိုဒီကောင်လေး4កောက်ရတာတယ်။4កောက်အပါဝင်မှ93မှတ်။
Sağdaki çocuğu gördüm ona sıkıyorum. Soldan geldi.
တိုက်နေတာ
98 3ယောက်ဖြစ်နေတာလားဟုတ်လားအဲ့ဒါကြောင့်ဘယ်လိုခွဲပါ
တိုက်နေတာအားရပါနဲ့ပြန်ဆုံးဖြစ်စေရောမပြီးဘူးအားတော့အကောဆုံးကြီးကအကောဆုံးရောက်ပြီးတော့အမှန်ဖြစ်တယ်။တော့မတယ်ပါဘူး
။ကြီးရတက်လောက်တယ်ကွာ။ဟဲ့။ရော URL ပေါ်တက်မှာလားမသိဘူး။ဟဲ့။ဝူးနဲ့ဟိုဟာနဲ့ကခဏငါဒီမှာကြည့်နေပြီရောက်။ကြီးကအဆင်းချောင်းပါ။ဝူးက9မှာအမှတ်ကတူတူပဲ။ခဏလေးနော်
URL ရချက်ပြီးပါလေ
URL ကတော့တက်တယ် URL ကတော့တက်သွားပြီ84မှန်းနဲ့ EA က89မှန်းဝူးကလည်း89မှန်း
ဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့လိုတိုင်း
Looking good today. Do I not look good every day, Jukes? That's just out of order. Okay, I'm joined by Tiamba here. The past 2 days were about survival, but for Tiamba, it was about dominance, an absolutely incredible performance over the last 2 days. I've got Eagle here standing next to me. Eagle, let's talk about today's result. Now, coming out of this in such a dominant fashion, has that made the team feel a lot more positive going into the finals?
那么这次胜村赛呢，对所有的战队来说都是为了胜出而战，但是对天马来说，完全是碾压性的遥遥领先。那你们这次在这个胜村赛打的发挥的那么好，是否的淘汰赛和我们最终的决赛里面更有信心了呢？
信
心是当然的，因为我们毕竟在澳门打的也很好啊，我觉得这就是我们的。
越တက်သွားပြီဟုတ်တယ်။ဒီကကိုပြီးရမှာ越တက်သွားပြီ။
We have been this well throughout a whole year, and honestly, the group stage was an anomaly. So,
Okay, ဒီကမှားနေတာတော့မဆဲပါနဲ့တော့မဆဲကြပါနဲ့နော်။
I love that. Tiamba are back on top. Right, let's have a little chat about today. Today's performance wasn't as dominant as yesterday, but it didn't really need to be. So I assume you guys came into today with a bit more of like a passive approach. Did you feel like you were going to get targeted, or did you target any specific teams to make your finals run that bit easier?
你们昨天就胜村赛第一天，你们发挥非常非常好，然后直接吃2次鸡，然后但是今天呢就是发挥稍微稳定一些。那你们是否认为可能是因为其他的战队都在针对你们，然后你们需要做出应对的应对的措施呢？还是说你们的战术也是改变一点，你们在针对某一些其他的战队来让他们淹死在这个胜村赛呢？
没有听太清楚，但我觉得我们这个今天没有发挥。
ကောင်းဆုံးတကယ်အားပေးခဲ့ပါတယ်။တန်နေလဲဝင်နေပါပြီ။ကောင်းလဲအားပေးနေအောင်ပါပဲ။
没有放弃，还是把自己的游戏内容展现了出来。对。
I'll say today, at least for the first 2 matches, our hands weren't that hot, and we felt like we definitely didn't play to the best of our abilities, but we're still always.
အဲ့ဒါဘူကြားလေးသူများအသိကိုမကောင်းသွားပြောလို့လေကိုသိပြန်ထိတယ်ငါးကြောင်ဝင်လာငါးပဲဆဲလိုက်ပါတော့ကွာ
We've got some things to do, gentlemen. It's time for the fun part. Follow me. Let's go over to the Crusher. It's time to crush some dreams of 10 teams. I bet this is the fun bit. They've done all the playing. They've competed here on the Gadir City grid throughout the entire of these last 2 days of the survival stage. But now it is time to fulfill their destiny and to crush 10 keys until only 16 are left intact. Kicks off on Friday. You know the score. You guys have seen the Crusher before. It is time to say farewell to 10 of our teams who just didn't quite cut the mustard, which is what we would say in the UK. Gentlemen, step up here onto the Crusher. As you can see, it's very ethereal. It's very cool. We got smoke pouring out of it as well. Okay, now, you guys know what we're doing here. So, QZZ, can I get you to press this button and open up the iris? Press it, yeah. Oh, with a bit of vigor. I like it. Okay, we're about to crush 10 keys right now. And so, Eagle, I would like to know, what would you like to say to these teams before you eliminate them?
我们现在要粉碎10支战队的钥匙。你在按下这按钮之前，有什么话想跟这些战队们说的吗？
希望你们下一次 EWC 的旅程能够更顺利一点。
Better luck next time on your next EWC run.
Oh, I like it. Okay, I'd like you to pull on this in 3, 2, 1. Send them out. Let's go. There we go. Woo, that's 10 keys eliminated from the Esports World Cup. The PMWC has been absolutely electric for the past 5 days of competition. There's so many. And we're also going to send it over to Kalaris with a very important interview to close out today. See you in a bit.
All right, thank you very much, Barney. Yes, we are with Alula's Quick here to talk about their result and their performance, considering they are also through into the final. So first things first, I've got to get your thoughts.
Break that online.
What's the feeling in the team right now? You've made it into the final.
كويك اول شيء الف مبروك على التاهل، اخذتوا المركز الثاني بالسرفايفل ستيج، فاحكي لنا شعورك انت والفريق بعد الاداء الاسطوري ووصولكم لمرحله النهائيات بالبطوله.
والله الشعور ما ينوصف ابدا، يعني سوينا ريمونتادا حلوه كلش، انه رجعنا للمركز الثاني وتاهلنا، الشعور لا يوصف الصراحه.
Honestly, it's an indescribable feeling. I felt like we had an incredible turnaround to get the result that we ended up with, second place. We're very happy with it and looking forward to the rest.
I think that the turnaround looks great, and you guys got yourself a first place on Miramar, and during that game especially, I think you're great at finding your timings on third parties and being able to know when to take engagements. Do you consider